Story 1. At our weekly family dinner, my mother-in-law looked at my 8-year-old and said, "She's not as pretty as her cousins. Some kids are just disappointments." My daughter stopped breathing for a second. I smiled and said, "Keep talking. You have about 3 hours left to run your mouth." And 3 hours later, the meatloaf sat in the center of Barbara's dining table like a centerpiece no one wanted to admire. Steam rose from it in lazy spirals, carrying the scent of overcooked ground beef and too much onion powder. Derek Wyatt cut a piece for his daughter Ellie, placed it on her plate alongside a scoop of lumpy mashed potatoes, and watched as she poked at it with her fork. "Eat up, sweetheart," he said quietly. Ellie looked up at him with those wide hazel eyes, Leah's eyes, and gave him a small nod. She was 8 years old, rail-thin, with brown hair pulled into 2 neat braids that dear Eric had learned to do from a YouTube video 3 years ago. She wore a yellow sundress with daisies on it, the kind Leah used to pick out for her. Barbara sat at the head of the table, her gray hair pinned back in a tight bun that made her face look even more severe than usual. She'd set the table with her good china, the kind with the faded roses around the rim, and the overhead light buzzed faintly, casting everything in a harsh yellowish glow. Dear Eric's younger brother Tom sat across from him already halfway through his second helping while Tom's wife Jennifer picked at her salad and avoided eye contact with everyone. This was the routine. Every Sunday evening, Derek drove the 20 minutes from his house to Barbara's ranch-style home in the quiet part of Crestwood, North Carolina, because that's what Leah had asked him to do. "Take care of my mother," she'd whispered in the hospital, her hand trembling in his. "Promise me," he promised. For 3 years, he kept that promise. "How's school going, Ellie?" Jennifer asked, her voice bright and artificial. "It's good," Ellie said softly. "We're learning about fractions." "That's wonderful," Jennifer said, though her attention had already drifted back to her phone. Tom shoveled another fork full of meatloaf into his mouth. "This is great, Mom. You still got it." Barbara didn't smile. She was watching Ellie with that expression dear Eric had come to recognize over the months. A flatness in her eyes, a tightness around her mouth. It was the look she reserved for things that disappointed her. "Your cousins were here last weekend," Barbara said suddenly, her voice cutting through the murmur of conversation. "Emily and Rachel, such beautiful girls. Emily's already won 2 beauty pageants this year." Dear Eric felt his jaw tighten. He set his fork down slowly. "That's nice," he said evenly. "They're smart, too." Barbara continued, still looking at Ellie. "Emily's reading at a 6th grade level. And Rachel plays piano. She's very talented." Ellie's shoulders had started to curl inward, making her look even smaller in her chair. "Ellie's doing great in school," Dear Eric said, his voice firm. "Her teacher says she's one of the top students in her class." Barbara waved her hand dismissively. "Oh, I'm sure she tries." The room went quiet except for the buzz of that overhead light. Tom cleared his throat uncomfortably. Jennifer suddenly became very interested in her water glass. Dear Eric watched his daughter's face. Ellie was staring down at her plate now, her hands folded in her lap, her body language screaming what she couldn't say out loud. "I want to disappear." "She's not as pretty as her cousins," Barbara said flatly, as if she were commenting on the weather. "Some kids are just disappointments." The word hung in the air like smoke. Dear Eric felt something crack inside his chest. Not break. He broke in 3 years ago when Leah died. This was different. This was the sound of the last thread of patience snapping. He lifted his head slowly and looked at Barbara. Really looked at her, at this woman he'd paid for, supported, enabled, all because his wife had loved her and asked him to take care of her. This woman who had never once said, "Thank you," never once acknowledged what he'd sacrificed, never once showed an ounce of warmth to the granddaughter who'd lost her mother. Dear Eric smiled. It was a careful smile, controlled and practiced. The kind he used in business meetings when someone was about to get fired and didn't know it yet. "Keep talking, Barbara," he said calmly. His voice was quiet, almost pleasant. "You've got about 3 hours left to run your mouth," Tom laughed nervously. "Derek, come on, man." 3 hours, Derek repeated, still smiling. He reached over and gently placed his hand on Ellie's shoulder. "Finish your dinner, sweetheart. We're leaving soon." Barbara's eyes narrowed. "What's that supposed to mean?" Dear Eric didn't answer. He took another bite of meatloaf, chewed slowly, and let the silence stretch out. Jennifer had gone pale. Tom was looking between Derek and Barbara like he was watching a tennis match. "You can't seriously be upset," Barbara said. "I'm just being honest. The girl needs to know." "Her name," Dear Eric interrupted, his voice dropping lower, "is Ellie. And you just called my daughter a disappointment to her face." "Oh, for heaven's sake." Dear Eric stood up. The chair scraped against the linoleum floor loud in the sudden quiet. "Come on, I'll get your jacket." Ellie didn't need to be told twice. She slid out of her chair and hurried toward the coat rack by the door. "You're being ridiculous," Barbara said. But there was something uncertain in her voice now. "I was just 3 hours," Derek said again. He pulled his car keys from his pocket. "That's how long you have left to enjoy the life I've been paying for." He walked out without looking back. The drive home was quiet except for the hum of the engine and the occasional rush of air as other cars passed them on the highway. Street lights swept over the windshield in steady pulses. White, yellow, like a heartbeat. Derek kept his hands at 10 and 2, his breathing controlled, his mind already making calculations. In the rear-view mirror, he could see Ellie curled up in her booster seat, her eyes closed. She wasn't asleep. He could tell by the way her eyelids fluttered, but she was pretending to be. And he let her have that. The anger hadn't faded. It sat in his chest like a hot coal, steady and constant. But Derek had learned a long time ago how to use anger, how to let it fuel him instead of control him. 3 years. 3 years of bending over backward for Barbara. 3 years of writing checks and making sacrifices and gritting his teeth through her casual cruelty. He paid her car note every month, $387 like clockwork. He'd covered her supplemental health insurance when Medicare wasn't enough, $240 a month. He'd contributed $4,000 toward her knee surgery last year when she'd claimed she couldn't afford it. He'd send her help. Money every few months, $1,500 here, $300 there. Whenever she called with some crisis or another, and for what? So she could call his daughter a disappointment. Derek's hands tightened on the steering wheel. He glanced in the rear-view mirror again. Ellie had opened her eyes now. She was staring out the window at the passing trees, her expression blank. "Daddy," she said quietly. "Yes, sweetheart. Am I pretty?" Derek felt that crack in his chest widen. He pulled off at the next exit, not their usual route home, and turned into the empty parking lot of a closed grocery store. He put the car in park, unbuckled his seat belt, and turned around to face her. "Look at me, Yell." She did. Those hazel eyes were brimming with tears. "Now ooh," he said firmly, "are beautiful. You're smart. You're kind. You're everything your mom and I ever hoped for." He reached back and squeezed her small hand. "And anyone who says otherwise is wrong. Do you understand me?" "But Grandma said," "Grandma," Derek said slowly, "is a bitter, unhappy person who takes her misery out on everyone around her. That's not about you. That's about her." Ellie sniffled. "Are we going back next Sunday?" "No, ever." Derek paused. He thought about Leah. About that promise he'd made. "Take care of my mother." But Leah had never known how Barbara would treat Ellie. Leah had died. Believing her mother was just difficult. Not cruel. If Leah had seen what happened tonight, if she'd heard Barbara call their daughter a disappointment, she would have been the first one out the door. "No," Derek said again. "Not ever." He'd kept his promise to a dead woman long enough. It was time to keep his promise to the living one sitting in the back seat. Monday morning came with the kind of crystalline clarity that follows a major decision. Derek woke at 6, made coffee, got Ellie ready for school, and dropped her off with a hug that lasted longer than usual. Then he drove to his office, a small accounting firm, where he was a partner, closed his door, and pulled up his laptop. First, he opened his banking app. Barbara's car payment was set to autodraft on the 15th of every month. Derek navigated to the scheduled payment section and hit cancel. The confirmation popped up immediately. Payment canceled. Next, the supplemental health insurance. He called the insurance company, navigated through the phone tree, and finally reached a representative. "I need to remove a covered person from my policy," he said. "Sure thing. Can I have the policy number?" He rattled it off. The representative typed something, then asked, "And who are you removing?" "Barbara Hutchkins." "Okay. And when would you like this to take effect?" "Immediately." "All right, sir. I've made that change. She'll receive a notification in the mail within 5 to 7 business days." "Perfect. Thank you." He hung up and moved on to the next item, the knee surgery. Barbara's surgeon had set up a payment plan and Derek had been covering it $120 a month for the past 8 months. He called the billing department. "I need to cancel my automatic payments for account number 77432B. "Let me pull that up." "Okay, I see it. Can I ask why you're canceling?" "The patient needs to handle her own finances going forward." "Understood. I'll cancel the remaining payments. The balance will revert to the account holder." That worked for me. The last item was the monthly help money. That was easy. He simply deleted the recurring transfer from his account to hers. When he was finished, Dear Eric sat back in his chair and stared at the computer screen. 3 years of financial support gone in 30 minutes. He felt no guilt, no second thoughts, just a clean, sharp sense of closure. He opened his phone and typed out a message. Barbara, going forward, you'll need to handle your own finances. My responsibility is to Ellie, not to you. Don't contact me again. He hit send. Then he blocked her number. His phone rang 6 seconds later. A call from an unknown number. He let it ring. It went a voicemail. 2 minutes later, another call. Same thing. By noon, she tried 11 times from different numbers. Dear Eric ignored every single one. At 3:15, he picked Ellie up from school. She climbed into the car with her backpack and a drawing she'd made in art class. A house with a big sun over it and 2 stick figures holding hands. That's us, she said, showing it to him proudly. It's perfect, he said, and meant it. That night, they ordered pizza and watched a movie. And for the first time in 3 years, Dara didn't spend a single second worrying about Barbara's needs. She'd won a war. Now she had won. 2 weeks passed in relative peace. Ellie's smile came back little by little. She laughed more. She drew more pictures. Dear Eric started sleeping through the night again, no longer waking at 2 a.m. with a nagging guilt that he should check his phone to see if Barbara needed something. Then, on a Tuesday afternoon, Derek came home from work to find Barbara standing on his front porch. She was wearing a navy blue pantsuit that looked like she'd borrowed it from someone else. Too big in the shoulders, too long in the sleeves. Her hair was down for once, framing her face in a way that made her look older and somehow more fragile, but her eyes were hard. We need to talk, she said. Derek closed his car door slowly. No, we don't. Yes, she insisted, stepping forward. We do. You can't just cut me off like that, Derek. I have bills. I have responsibilities. I don't care what you need. Barbara blinked. Excuse me. You heard me. Dear Eric walked past her toward his front door, keys in hand. You insulted my daughter in front of everyone. You called her a disappointment. I was trying to motivate her by tearing her down. Derek turned to face her. What kind of motivation is that? She needs to know that life isn't easy, Barbara said defensively. That she has to work harder than other kids if she wants to succeed. She's 8 and she needs to be prepared. She needs, Derek said, his voice dropping to something cold and final, to be around people who love her. You're not one of those people. Barbara, his face hardened. You're being irrational. You're emotional. You're making decisions based on anger instead of logic. I'm making decisions, Derek corrected. Based on what's best for my daughter, which is something I should have done 3 years ago. Leo would be ashamed of you. The words hit like a slap. Dear Eric felt his chest tighten, but he didn't flinch. Didn't look away. Leah, he said quietly, would be ashamed of you for treating her daughter the way you have. Barbara opened her mouth, closed it, opened it again. You're being cruel. No, Dear Eric said, I'm being a parent. Now get off my property. Barbara's expression shifted. Then the false vulnerability dropped away, replaced by something sharper. Something calculating. You're not stable, she said slowly. You're raising a little girl alone. You're clearly struggling. Anyone can see that. Dear Eric felt a cold thread of warning run down his spine. What are you saying, Barbara? Straighten her shoulders. I'm saying that Ellie deserves better than this. Better than an unstable single father who flies off the handle over nothing. She deserves stability, love, structure. She is all of that. Does she? Barbara tilted her head. Because from where I'm standing, it looks like you're failing her. I think a judge might agree. Dear Eric stared at her. You're threatening me. I'm stating facts. Barbara said. Ellie would be better off with me. I have time. I have experience. I have a stable home environment. Dear Eric laughed once. The sound was harsh and humorless. You have a home environment I paid for that you can no longer afford. I'll manage. No. Dear Eric said, you won't, and you definitely won't have Ellie. Barbara's face twisted into something ugly. We'll see about that. She turned and walked down the porch steps, her footsteps sharp against the concrete. Dear Eric watched her get in her car, a Honda Civic that he'd been paying for until 2 weeks ago, and drive away. He stood there for a long moment, breathing slowly, forcing his heart rate to settle. Then he pulled out his phone and made a call. Harland and Associates. A crisp voice answered. I need to speak with Dana Harland, Derek said. Tell her it's Derek Wyatt. Tell her it's urgent. The law office of Harland and Associates occupied the second floor of a brick building downtown, sandwiched between a coffee shop and a real estate agency. Derek sat in the waiting room, his leg bouncing slightly, while smooth jazz played softly from hidden speakers. The walls were decorated with framed degrees and photographs of Dana Harlan shaking hands with various local politicians and community leaders. Mr. Wyatt, a woman in her mid-40s, appeared in the doorway. She had short dark hair, sharp features, and a kind of direct gaze that made Derek feel like she could read his tax returns from across the room. "I'm Dana Harlan. Come on back." Her office was tidy and efficient. 2 walls were lined with law books. The third had a large window overlooking Main Street, and the fourth displayed more framed credentials. She gestured to a chair across from her desk, and Derek sat. "You sat on the phone." "It was urgent," Dana said, pulling out a legal pad. "Tell me what's going on." Derek told her everything: the dinner, the insult, the years of financial support, Barbara's visit to his house, and her threat about custody. Dana listened without interrupting, occasionally making notes. Her expression neutral. When he finished, she set down her pen and looked at him directly. "How serious do you think she is?" "Very," Derek said. "She meant every word." Dana nodded slowly. "Okay, first thing you need to understand, custody cases involving grandparents are real and they can be difficult. She'll likely file a petition claiming you're unfit, that she can provide a better environment, that Ellie's welfare is at stake. But that's insane. I'm her father. I've taken care of her since Leah died. I've done everything right." "I believe you," Dana said. "But belief isn't evidence. If Barbara files a petition, we'll need to prove in court that you're fit and that she's not the better option." She leaned forward. "So, my question is, can you prove it?" "Prove what?" "That you've been supporting her financially? That you're a good father? That she's been the problem, not you?" Derek felt a surge of confidence. "Yes, I kept everything. Bank statements, receipts, cancelled checks. I have documentation going back 3 years showing every payment I made on her behalf." Dana's expression shifted slightly. "Approval maybe, or relief." "Good. That's very good. What about witnesses? People who can testify to your character as a father. Ellie's teacher, her pediatrician, the parents of her friends from school." "Perfect. And witnesses who saw Barbara's behavior toward Ellie." Derek hesitated. "My brother and his wife were at the dinner. They heard what she said." "Will they testify?" I don't know. They might not want to get involved." Dana made a note. "We'll work on that. What about the dinner itself? Did you record it?" Derek felt his stomach sink. "No." "Okay." Dana tapped her pen against the pad. "Here's what's likely to happen. She'll file the petition within the next week or 2. You'll be served with papers. Then we'll have a preliminary hearing where a judge will determine if there's enough cause to proceed. If the judge thinks her claims have merit, we'll move to a full custody hearing. And if she wins, she won't," Dana said firmly. "But we need to be prepared. I'll draft a response to her petition as soon as we receive it. In the meantime, I want you to gather every piece of documentation you have. Bank records, medical records, school records, photos, emails, text messages, anything that shows you're responsible, involved parent. I can do that. One more thing," Dana said, "do not engage with her. If she contacts you, don't respond. Don't argue. Don't defend yourself. Everything from here on out goes through me." Derek nodded. "Understood." He left the office feeling simultaneously better and worse. Better because he had representation, worse because the situation was now officially real. The petition arrived 5 days later. Derek found it tucked inside a manila envelope that had been left on his doorstep by a process server. He opened it standing in his kitchen, Ellie at school, the house quiet except for the hum of the refrigerator. Petition for emergency custody. Barbara Hutchkins, petitioner versus Derek Wyatt, responded. His eyes scanned the document. Each line felt like a punch. Petitioner alleges that respondent is emotionally unfit to care for the minor child. Petitioner alleges that respondent is financially irresponsible and has failed to maintain stable housing and employment. Petitioner alleges that respondent exhibits erratic and threatening behavior, creating an unsafe environment for the minor child. Petitioner requests temporary custody pending a full hearing. Derek read it twice, then a third time. The lies were so blatant, so absurd that part of him wanted to laugh, but another part, the part that had watched Leah die and knew how quickly life could fall apart, felt a spike of genuine fear. He called Dana immediately. "I got the petition," he said. "I'll be there in an hour. Don't do anything until I arrive." She showed up with a leather briefcase and a grim expression. They sat at his kitchen table, the petition spread out between them. "This is aggressive," Dana said. "She's claiming you're unstable, broke, and dangerous. She's asking for emergency custody, which means she wants Ellie placed with her immediately while the case is pending. Can she do that? A judge could grant it if they believe there was an immediate risk to Ellie's safety. But based on what you've told me and what I'm seeing here, that's unlikely. She pulled out her own legal pad. Let's go through this point by point. She claims you're financially irresponsible. Can you prove otherwise? Derek pulled out his laptop and opened his banking records. I have 6 months of pay-ups. My mortgage is paid on time every month. Utilities never late. I have a retirement account. College savings for Ellie emergency fund. Perfect. She claims you're emotionally unstable. Witnesses? Like I said, Ellie's teacher can testify. So can her doctor. I can get letters from neighbors if needed. Do it. Get as many as possible. Dana made notes. She also claims you threatened her. Did you? Derek thought back to that night on his porch. I told her to get off my property. That's it. Good. Stick to that story. Dana flipped the page. Now about her claims that she can provide a better environment. You said you were paying for her car, insurance, medical bills. Yes. All of it. And you stopped 2 weeks ago. Correct. Dana smiled slightly. So, she's claiming she can provide stability while simultaneously relying on you to pay her bills. That's a contradiction we can exploit. She closed her notebook. Here's what we're going to do. We'll file a response denying all her allegations and countering with evidence of your fitness as a parent. We'll also include your documentation showing that you've been supporting her financially, which undercuts her claim of stability. The preliminary hearing is in 10 days. We'll be ready. Derek felt some of the tension ease from his shoulders. Thank you. Don't thank me yet, Dana said. This is just the beginning. The next week passed in a blur of paperwork and preparation. Derek gathered everything Dana asked for. 3 years of bank statements highlighted to show payments made to Barbara. Copies of Ellie's report cards, all A's and B's. A letter from her teacher, Mrs. Patterson, describing Derek as extremely involved and supportive. A letter from Ellie's pediatrician confirming she was healthy, well cared for, and showed no signs of neglect or abuse. Character references from 2 neighbors and the father of Ellie's best friend. Photographs of Ellie at her birthday parties, school events, soccer games, all showing a happy, healthy child. Dana organized everything into a binder with color-coded tabs. This, she said, holding it up is how we win. The preliminary hearing took place in the Crestwood County Courthouse, a stately building with marble floors and high ceilings that made every footstep echo. Derek arrived early with Dana. Both of them dressed in business attire. They sat at the respondent's table, and Derek tried to slow his breathing. Barbara entered 10 minutes later with her attorney, a middle-aged man in an ill-fitting suit, who introduced himself as Roger Pruitt. Barbara wore a tasteful gray dress and pearl earrings. Her hair pulled back, her expression serene. She looked like someone's kindly grandmother. Derek felt a flash of anger. All rise, the bailiff announced. The Honorable Judge Patricia Moreno presiding. Judge Moreno was a woman in her 60s with silver hair and reading glasses perched on her nose. She took her seat, reviewed some documents, and looked up. This is a preliminary hearing regarding the petition for emergency custody filed by Barbara Hutchkins. Mr. Pruitt, you may present your client's case. Pruitt stood. Your Honor, my client is deeply concerned for the welfare of her granddaughter, Ellie Wyatt. She has witnessed firsthand the instability in Mr. Wyatt's home. He is emotionally volatile, financially struggling, and has exhibited threatening behavior toward Mrs. Hutchkins. Derek's jaw clenched. Dana put a hand on his arm, a silent reminder to stay calm. Mrs. Hutchkins' suit continued has been a stabilizing force in Ellie's life since her daughter's tragic passing. She has experience raising children. She has a stable home. She can provide the love and structure this child desperately needs. Judge Moreno made note. And what evidence do you have of Mr. Wyatt's alleged instability? Mrs. Hutchkins will testify to his erratic behavior, Your Honor. Additionally, she has financial records showing that Mr. Wyatt has been unable to maintain consistent support for even his own family. I see. Judge Moreno turned to Dana. Miss Harlan. Dana stood smoothly. Your Honor, the petitioner's claims are not only unfounded, they're contradicted by the evidence. Mr. Wyatt is a successful accountant with a stable income, a mortgage he's never missed, and a documented history of excellent parenting. We have letters from Ellie's teacher and pediatrician, both of whom attest to his fitness as a father and the allegations of threatening behavior. Unfounded, Dana said. Mr. Wyatt asked Mrs. Hutchkins to leave his property after she appeared uninvited. That is not a threat. That's a boundary. Judge Moreno looked at Barbara. Mrs. Hutchkins, can you provide specific examples of threatening behavior? Barbara stood, her voice shaky but clear. He told me I had 3 hours to run my mouth. He was aggressive. Intimidating. I was afraid. Derek felt his hands curl into fists under the table. Context. Your Honor, Dana interjected. Mrs. Hutchins had just insulted Ellie, Mr. Wyatt's 8-year-old daughter, by calling her a disappointment. His response was restrained considering the circumstances. Do you have proof of this alleged insult? Judge Moreno asked. Witnesses. Dana said Mr. Wyatt's brother and sister-in-law were present. Witt stood again. Your Honor, even if that's true, it doesn't justify. I'll decide what it justifies, Mr. Pruitt. Judge Moreno looked down at her notes. Mrs. Hutchins, you claim Mr. Wyatt is financially irresponsible. Can you provide documentation? Barbara glanced at Pruitt, who nodded. Your Honor, my client has been assisting Mr. Wyatt financially since his wife's death. She's been helping with bills, groceries. That's a lie, Derek said before he could stop himself. Dana shot him a warning look. Judge Moreno raised an eyebrow. Mr. Wyatt, you'll have your chance to speak. I apologize, Your Honor, Derek said. But it's important, you know. I've been supporting her, not the other way around. And you have proof. Dana opened the binder. We have 3 years of bank records showing regular payments from Mr. Wyatt to Mrs. Hutchins. Car payments, insurance premiums, medical expenses. We're talking thousands of dollars. Judge Moreno held out her hand. Dana passed over a stack of highlighted statements. The judge reviewed them in silence for what felt like an eternity. Finally, she looked up. Mrs. Hutchins, these records show Mr. Wyatt making consistent payments to you. Can you explain? Barbara's face had gone pale. He wanted to help. I didn't ask, but you accepted. Well, yes, but and you're now claiming that you're in a better financial position to care for this child than the man who's been supporting you. Witt jumped in. Your Honor, my client's financial situation has stabilized. As of when? Judge Moreno asked sharply. Silence. The judge set down the papers. I'm not seeing sufficient evidence of immediate danger to warrant emergency custody. However, given the seriousness of the allegations, I'm ordering a full custody hearing to take place in 3 weeks. Both parties will have the opportunity to present their full cases at that time. Until then, custody remains with Mr. Wyatt. Barbara looked like she'd been slapped. Derek felt a rush of relief, so intense he almost sagged in his chair. Court adjourned. As they filed out, Barbara shot Derek a look of pure venom. He met her gaze steadily, unflinching. Outside on the courthouse steps, Dana turned to him. That went as well as we could have hoped, but don't celebrate yet. The real fight is in 3 weeks. Derek nodded. I understand. Give me those witness statements. And Derek, she looked at him seriously. Whatever you do, stay away from her. Don't give her any ammunition. I won't. He drove home, picked up Ellie from the neighbor who'd been watching her, and made dinner. They ate macaroni and cheese at the kitchen table, and Ellie talked about her day, about the frog they'd found on the playground, about how she'd gotten a gold star on her spelling test. Derek listened, responded, smiled in all the right places. But part of his mind was already 3 weeks ahead, preparing for the next battle. Barbara wasn't going to stop. Neither was he. The 3 weeks between hearings moved like sludge. Every day felt stretched thin, like Derek was walking through water. You went to work, picked Ellie up from school, made dinner, helped with homework, tucked her into bed. Normal routines. But underneath it all was a constant hum of anxiety. On Wednesday of the second week, Dana called. We have a problem, she said without preamble. Derek's stomach dropped. What kind of problem? Barbara filed a complaint with Child Protective Services. For a moment, Derek couldn't speak. She did what? She called CPS and claimed you're leaving Ellie alone. That you yell constantly that Ellie's afraid of you. It's all garbage, but they're required to investigate. When a caseworker will be at your house tomorrow at 4:00 p.m. be ready, Derek's mind raced. What I need to do? Be yourself, Dana said. Answer their questions honestly. Let them see your home. Let them talk to Ellie. They're professionals. They'll see through Barbara's lies. But Derek, this is serious. If CPS finds any validity to her claims, it could impact the custody case. Understood. That night, Derek cleaned the house from top to bottom. Not because it was dirty. He kept it clean anyway, but because he needed something to do with his hands. He scrubbed the kitchen counters until they gleamed. Vacuumed every room twice, organized Ellie's toys, made sure there was fresh food in the fridge, and nothing expired in the pantry. The next afternoon, at exactly 4:00 p.m., the doorbell rang. The caseworker was a woman in her 30s named Linda Morrison. She had tired eyes and carried a worn leather bag. Mr. Wyatt? Yes, come in. She stepped inside, her gaze sweeping the living room. Dear Eric saw a take in the clean floors. The organized bookshelf, the photos on the wall, pictures of Ellie and Leah, pictures of Ellie at various ages, smiling and healthy. Thank you for making time to meet with me, Linda said, pulling out a clipboard. I understand this is stressful, but I need to ask you some questions and take a look around. Is Ellie here? She's in her room. I can get her in a moment. First, let's talk. They sat at the kitchen table. Linda clicked her pen. I've received a report alleging that you leave your daughter unsupervised, that there's frequent shouting in the home and that Ellie has expressed fear of you. Can you address these allegations? Dear Eric took a breath. Stay calm. Be factual. None of that is true. I never leave Ellie alone. If I'm at work, she's at school or with a babysitter. I don't yell at her. And she's not afraid of me. Who watches her when you're not available? My neighbor, Mrs. Chun. She's a retired teacher. I can give you your contact information. Please do. Linda made a note in your work schedule. I'm an accountant. I work 9 to 5 Monday through Friday. I pick Ellie up from school every day at 3:30. And on weekends, we're together. We go to the park, do errands, spend time at home. Linda nodded, writing, Can I see Ellie's room? Of course. He led her down the hallway. Ellie's room was painted a soft lavender. There was a twin bed with a purple comforter, a bookshelf overflowing with books, a desk with her school supplies neatly arranged. Drawings covered one wall. Rainbows, flowers, stick figure families. Linda looked around carefully. Does Ellie have her own space? Yes, this is hers. And you maintain it like this. Or does she? We both do. I help her keep it clean. Linda made another note. Can I speak with Ellie now? Yes. Dear Eric walked to the doorway. Elle, can you come out here for a minute? Ellie appeared, clutching a stuffed rabbit. Her eyes went wide when she saw Linda. Hi, Ellie. Linda said gently. My name is Linda. I'm here to make sure you're happy and safe. Is it okay if I ask you a few questions? Ellie looked at Derek. He nodded encouragingly. It's okay, sweetheart. Just tell the truth. They sat in the living room. Linda asked Ellie simple questions. How she liked school, what she did for fun, if she had friends. Ellie answered quietly but clearly. Do you feel safe at home, Ellie? Yes. Does your dad take good care of you? Yes. Does he ever yell at you or hurt you? Ellie's face scrunched up in confusion. No. Daddy doesn't yell. And you're not afraid of him? No. Ellie looked at Dear Eric again, her expression worried now, like she was afraid she'd said something wrong. You're doing great, Elle, Dear Eric said softly. Linda smiled. Thank you, Ellie. You've been very helpful. She turned to Derek. I'd like to speak with some other people. Ellie's teacher, your neighbor, her doctor. Can you provide those contacts? Absolutely. Dear Eric gave her everything. Names, phone numbers, addresses. Linda packed up her clipboard and stood. I'll follow up with these references and submit my report to the court. If everything checks out, and for what I've seen today, this case will be closed. Dear Eric felt the knot in his chest loosen slightly. Thank you. Linda paused at the door. For what it's worth, Mr. Wyatt, I've done this job for a long time. I can tell when a child is scared or neglected. Your daughter is neither. She's happy. She's healthy. She loves you. Whatever's happening with the person who filed this report, don't let it distract you from that. After she left, Dear Eric sat on the couch with Ellie curled up next to him. His hands were shaking slightly, adrenaline finally leaving his system. Did I say the right things, Daddy? You said perfect things. You told the truth. Why was she here? Derek considered lying, then decided against it. Ellie was smart. She deserved honesty. Grandma told some people that I wasn't taking good care of you. The lady came to check if that was true. Ellie's eyes went wide, but that's not true. You take really good care of me. I know. And now she knows, too. Ellie was quiet for a moment, then in a small voice. Why does Grandma hate us? Dear Eric's heart cracked. He pulled her closer. She doesn't hate us, sweetheart. She's angry. And when people are angry, sometimes they do things that hurt other people. Are you angry sometimes? But I never let it make me hurt you. That's the difference. 3 days later, Dana called with the update. CPS closed the case. Linda Morrison's report was glowing. She said you're an exemplary parent and that the allegations were baseless. Derek exhaled. Thank God. Better than that. This report will be submitted as evidence in the custody hearing. It's going to destroy Barbara's credibility. The full custody hearing was scheduled for Friday. Dererick spent the days leading up to it in a state of controlled focus. He reviewed his testimony with Dana. He prepared himself mentally for seeing Barbara again. He made sure Ellie was settled with Mrs. Chan for the day. Friday morning arrived cold and bright. Dererick put on his best suit, charcoal gray, crisp white shirt, navy tie. He looked at himself in the mirror and saw a man who'd been tested, pushed, and forced to fight for what mattered most. He was ready. The courtroom was fuller this time. Dererick sat at the respondents' table with Dana. Barbara sat with across the aisle, her face set in grim determination. The gallery had a few spectators, some court watchers, a reporter from the local paper. Judge Moreno entered and they all rose. "Please be seated. We're here for the full custody hearing in the matter of Hutchkins versus Wyatt. Mr. Pruitt, call your first witness." Pruitt stood. The petitioner calls Barbara Hutchkins. Barbara took the stand, was sworn in, and sat with her hands folded primly in her lap. "Mrs. Hutchkins," Pruitt began, "can you describe your relationship with your granddaughter?" "I love Ellie very much," Barbara said, her voice wavering slightly. "I've tried to be a presence in her life since my daughter passed. It's been difficult, but I've done my best." "And what are your concerns regarding Mr. Wyatt's care of Ellie?" "He's overwhelmed. He works long hours. He's angry and unpredictable. I worry that Ellie isn't getting the attention and stability she needs." Dana was already shaking her head slightly, making notes. "Can you give an example?" Pruitt prompted. "At a family dinner, he became hostile toward me for no reason. He made threats. He stormed out with Ellie. And I haven't been allowed to see her since. And why do you believe you're better suited to care for Ellie?" "I have time. I have experience. I raised my own daughter successfully. I can give Ellie the love and structure she deserves." Pruitt nodded. No further questions. Judge Moreno looked at Dana. Cross-examination. Dana stood holding a folder. "Mrs. Hutchins, you testified that you've tried to be a presence in Ellie's life. Is that accurate?" "Yes. And yet, over the past 3 years, how many times have you visited Ellie outside of those family dinners?" Barbara hesitated. "Well, it's difficult. I don't drive much." "How many times?" "I am not sure. Let me help you. According to Mr. Wyatt's records, you visited Ellie's home exactly twice in 3 years. Does that sound right?" Barbara's face tightened. "I suppose. And during those weekly dinners, did you ever bring Ellie a gift? Take her out for ice cream? Ask about her interests? We talked. Did you?" Silence. Dana flipped the page. "Mrs. Hutchkins, at the dinner on November 10th, you made a comment about Ellie. Do you remember what you said?" "I don't recall exactly. You said, and I quote, 'She's not as pretty as her cousins. Some kids are just disappointments.' Do you remember that?" Barbara went pale. It was taken out of context. What context makes it acceptable to call an 8-year-old child a disappointment? "I was trying to motivate her by insulting her. I didn't mean Mrs. Hutchkins." Dana said, her voice sharp. "You claim to love Ellie. But you visited her twice in 3 years. You've never attended a school event. You've never called to ask how she's doing. And when you do see her, you insult her. Is that your definition of love? That's not fair." No further questions. Barbara left the stand looking shaken. Pruitt called no other witnesses. He didn't have any. Dana, on the other hand, called 4. First, Mrs. Patterson, Ellie's teacher. She testified that Derek was involved, attended every parent-teacher conference, volunteered for field trips, and that Ellie was thriving academically and socially. Second, Dr. Ramirez, Ellie's pediatrician. He testified that Ellie was healthy, up to date on all vaccinations, and showed no signs of neglect or abuse. Third, Mrs. Chun, the neighbor. She testified that Derek was attentive, that Ellie was well cared for, and that she never witnessed any concerning behavior. Fourth, Linda Morrison, the CPS caseworker. She testified that her investigation found no merit to Barbara's allegations and that Dererick's home was safe and appropriate. When the witnesses were done, Judge Moreno looked at Barbara. "Mrs. Hutchkins, do you have anything else to present?" Pruitt stood. "Your Honor, we'd like to call one more witness. Carol Jennings, Mrs. Hutchkins's neighbor." Dana frowned. This wasn't in the pretrial disclosure. A woman in her 60s walked to the stand nervous and fidgeting. She was sworn in. "Mrs. Jennings," Pruitt said, "you live next door to Mrs. Hutchkins, correct?" "Yes." "Have you had occasion to observe Mr. Wyatt's behavior?" "Well, I saw him once at his house. He was in the yard. He was shouting." Derek felt his stomach clench. Dana was already on her feet. "Objection, Your Honor. This witness was not disclosed prior to trial. I'll allow it. Judge Moreno said, but make it quick, Mr. Pruitt. Mrs. Jennings, what was Mr. Wyatt shouting about? I couldn't hear exactly, but he was very loud, very aggressive. Derek leaned over to Dana. I know what she's talking about. There was a raccoon in my trash can. I was yelling at it. Dana's eyes lit up. Your Honor, may I cross-examine? Proceed. Dana pulled out her phone, tapped a few times, and projected a video onto the courtroom screen. Mrs. Jennings, is this the incident you're referring to? The video showed Derek's front yard. The timestamp was from 2 weeks ago. On screen, Derek appeared, saw something in his garbage can, and yelled, "Get out of there." Go on. Get. Then, clear as day, a raccoon scrambled out of the can, and waddled away. The courtroom erupted in quiet laughter. Even Judge Moreno smiled. Mrs. Jennings. Dana said he was yelling at a raccoon, wasn't he? Carol's face went bright red. I suppose so. I didn't see that part. No further questions. Dana sat down and Derek saw the faintest hint of a smile on her face. Judge Moreno looked at both attorneys. Closing statements. It went first, making a half-hearted argument about Barbara's good intentions. It fell flat. Dana stood calm and confident. Your Honor, the evidence is clear. Mr. Wyatt is a dedicated, responsible father. He has provided for Ellie financially, emotionally, and physically. He has witnesses who attest to his character. He has documentation showing his stability. Mrs. Hutchins, on the other hand, has provided nothing but unfounded allegations and attempts to manipulate this court. She called her own granddaughter a disappointment. She filed false reports with CPS. She has no credible evidence to support her petition. We ask that the court deny her request and grant Mr. Wyatt full custody. Judge Moreno reviewed her notes for what felt like an eternity. Finally, she looked up. I've heard enough. Based on the evidence presented, I find no grounds to remove Ellie from her father's care. Mr. Wyatt has demonstrated himself to be a fit and capable parent. Mrs. Hutchins has failed to prove otherwise. Therefore, I'm ruling as follows. Full custody remains with Derek Wyatt. Mrs. Hutchins is granted supervised visitation only contingent on her completing parenting classes and demonstrating consistent respectful behavior toward both Mr. Wyatt and Ellie. Additionally, Mrs. Hutchins is responsible for all her own financial obligations going forward. This court is adjourned. The gavel came down. Derek felt something release in his chest. Relief so profound it left him lightheaded. Across the aisle, Barbara sat frozen. Her face a mask of fury and disbelief. Hewitt was packing up his briefcase, clearly eager to be done with the case. Outside the courtroom, Dana shook Derek's hand. Congratulations. You won. Thank you for everything. You did the work, she said. You kept records. You stayed calm. You protected your daughter. That's what won this case. Derek drove home in a daze. He picked Ellie up from Mrs. Chen's house and they went home together. That evening, Derek and Ellie sat in the backyard. He'd strung up some lights a few months ago, little white bulbs that made the space feel cozy and safe. The air was warm, carrying the scent of cut grass and the faint hum of crickets. Ellie was curled up in a lawn chair, her stuffed rabbit in her lap. Derek sat beside her, feeling the tension of the past months finally beginning to ebb. Daddy, Ellie said quietly. Yes, sweetheart. Is Grandma still mad? Derek thought about how to answer. He could lie, tell her it would all be fine eventually, but Ellie deserved better than that. Probably, he said. She made choices that hurt people. And now she has to deal with the consequences of those choices. Will we ever see her again? Only if she changes. And even then, only if you want to. Ellie was quiet for a moment. Then she asked, Are we okay? Derek reached over and took her small hand in his. We're more than okay, Elle, we're free. She leaned against his shoulder, and they sat like that for a long time, watching the lights twinkle against the darkening sky. Derek didn't forgive Barbara. He wouldn't. Forgiveness required remorse, and Barbara had shown none. She tried to destroy him, tried to take his daughter, all because her pride had been wounded. But he protected what mattered. He'd drawn a line, held it, and won. And for the first time in 3 years since Leah died and left him holding all the pieces, Derek felt like they were finally whole again. Their family, small, imperfect, but theirs was safe. And that was enough. Story 2. A broken single dad, stopped at a laundromat late at night. And met an abandoned elderly couple with nowhere to go. I took them home, thinking it was just for a night. But soon after, a sharp knock hit the door and when I opened it, I was 29, 8 months into being a widower and a dad, double bagging spit-up covered onesies at a coin laundromat off Candler Road when I heard someone trying not to cry. Not the polite kind of sniffle, either. This was deep, torn-up breathing, like someone was choking back the end of something. They were sitting by the busted soda machine. A black couple, both in heavy winter coats, zipped all the way up, hands clasped tight between them. The man kept patting her knuckles like he was reminding her they were still there. Later, I'd know them as Desmond and Kimberly Richardson. Right then, they were just two strangers who looked like somebody's parents left out in the cold. Wes was strapped to my chest in a carrier, running a low fever and squirming hard because he was hungry again. My plan was 10 minutes max, wash, dry, hustle back home before he screamed the paint off the walls. Instead, I found myself walking over. "You all waiting on somebody?" I asked, trying to sound casual. The man looked up, calm, but tired. "Our son's handling paperwork for our new place. Told us to wait here while he wraps it up." There was something off about that. I've seen all kinds of paperwork in 6 years doing remote legal calls and none of it ever went down at a laundromat past 9. I shifted Wes higher on my chest and nodded. "Where's the place?" The woman answered this time. "Panthersville, Flowering Grove Lane." He showed us pictures. Yellow siding, white porch. "You sure y'all got away there tonight? Buses are done and it's bitterly cold out." She hesitated. He said he'd send someone, but it's been a while. I pulled out my phone and hit Terrence. He owed me one. When he picked up, I said, "I need a ride for some folks. Elderly, baby, and tow." It's one of those nights. 20 minutes later, Terrence rolled up in his Tahoe, windows rattling like loose teeth. He leaned over and shot me that look. "You sure?" I nodded. The address they had didn't exist. Terrence circled the neighborhood twice before stopping beside a weedy lot with a crooked sign. "Future Homes by Bexley." Kimberly pressed a crumpled printout against the window and whispered, "That's it." "That's where," he said. Desmond didn't say anything, just closed his eyes like he already knew. "Y'all got a phone?" Desmond pulled out a flip phone. Cracked, dead, useless. Only thing they remembered was the street name and that their son, Gregory, called himself a financial planner. That's when my stomach turned. I've heard every hustle with the word planner in it, and none of them ended with a porch and yellow siding. It was past 10 when I turned around and said, "You're not sleeping out here. Come with me." They paused like they wanted to argue. Then Wes started coughing, wet and raspy, and Kimberly stepped forward like it was instinct. She reached for him, laid her hand on his back, and he settled. That told me everything. We hauled up the narrow stairs to my one bedroom over the barber shop. I shoved 2 laundry baskets aside, cleared space on the couch, handed them bottled water from the fridge. The place smelled like old coffee and cheap detergent. Kimberly sat down and said, "It's more than enough." I believed her. 10 minutes later, my father-in-law, Holden, called right on schedule. "You home?" "I am." "You alone?" "I've got company." Pause. Then the voice got hard. "Strangers and Wes don't mix. You know that." "I've got it under control." He hung up. No goodbye. Later that night, Desmond stared at the shelf where my wife's photo used to sit. Empty frame, still gathering dust. He didn't ask questions, just said, "I'm sorry for your loss." Like he knew exactly when to say it and what it meant. I nodded, walked to the kitchen, and put water on for tea. Morning hit with that busted scrape from my second-hand coffee maker, the one Lena bought before Wes was born because I kept falling asleep on calls. Kimberly was humming real low, just enough to keep Wes calm in his bouncer. I'm not ashamed to say it felt like oxygen. After months of nothing but a baby crying and Holden criticizing me over the phone, her voice was the first sound in a while that didn't make me clench up. Desmond stood near the door, already dressed, back stiff like he didn't know whether to stay or leave. He nodded at me but didn't speak. I asked for paperwork. Anything. A lease, closing statement, envelope, utility bill. They had none of it. Just the old flip phone screen dead and a text thread Kimberly remembered from memory. "Flowering Grove Lane," she said. "South End." Gregory said he handled everything with the seller himself. All we had to do was be ready to move. Desmond added. He told us not to worry about closing. Said he'd wrap it all up fast, off market, save us some fees. I didn't say anything at first. I just grabbed a pen and started writing down everything they could remember. Names, dates, the neighborhood. Then I stepped out into the stairwell and called Pfizer. He picked up like he always did. Calm, direct, no nonsense. I laid it out for him. Elderly couple. Son claimed to be a financial planner. No closing docs. No real address. House doesn't exist. Fisher didn't even pause. Text me their full names. Last known real address, approximate sale date. I'll pull the property index on Monday. Brian, this smells bad. Inside, Desmond sat down on the edge of my couch like the floor might fall out under him. He started talking slow, steady, like he was building a house out of the past. They bought their home in East Lake back in 1987. Paid $62,500. One-story brick, nothing fancy, raised 3 kids there. He'd worked maintenance across Atlanta after a few years at the shipyard in Savannah. He said it like it still mattered, like his labor had weight. He told us it was time to rest, Desmond said. Time to unlock what we earned. I nodded and opened my laptop. Even with rusty access and half-broken portals, I pulled comps in their area. Homes on the same block were going for between $610,000 and $690,000. Some fixer-uppers were north of $600,000 even with outdated kitchens. Desmond looked at me when I told him that. Gregory said we got a respectful offer, $245,000 cash. Said he put that and a home equity line over $400,000 total into investments, something long-term and tax-advantaged. My throat went tight. Did you sign anything? He said he had it handled. Said it was safer that way. We didn't talk much after that. Around 2, I called Terrence again. He drove us back to the neighborhood Kimberly had described. We passed the same crooked construction sign, the same cracked sidewalks. There was only one house with yellow siding, and it was a storage container dressed up with a cheap vinyl wrap. Kimberly stared out the window, blinking like maybe if she looked long enough the real house would show up. Desmond kept shaking his head. He wouldn't do this. He wouldn't. Kimberly didn't correct him. She just put a hand on his shoulder and stayed quiet. Back at the apartment, Holden showed up uninvited, walked in carrying a foil pan like a peace treaty he didn't mean to honor. Baked ZT. Thought you'd be too tired to cook. Thanks, I said. Then came the speech. You need to think long term. Strangers and babies don't mix. Lena would have wanted I cut him off. They're staying a couple nights. That's it. You sure about that? He looked around like the place already smelled different. Not if you want my help. You know how tight things are. You really want to gamble that? He left with the kind of finality that made my teeth grind. Later that evening, my landlord knocked. Mr. Ashford, Vietnamese guy in his 60s with a limp from some accident he never talked about. He handed me the lease, flipped to a paragraph and pointed, "Visitors okay. Tenants need approval. Keep it clean, quiet, no complaints. We're good." Got it. He nodded once and went back downstairs. Monday morning, Pfizer called. The house sold 3 months ago, $232,000. Buyer was a Wyoming LLC with a forwarding address in Buckhead. 2 weeks later, same parcel flipped for $645,000 to another shell. Chain runs through 3 states. One filing in Nevada lists a Gregory R as managing partner. My jaw locked. He told them $245,000. The deed says $232,000. So that's $13,000 off the top before the big flip. Brian, this is fraud. Elder abuse, wire fraud, recording fraud, possibly tax fraud if the IRS ever wakes up. I put him on speaker. Desmond listened, arms crossed, jaw tight. Fisher kept talking. Odds of getting money back, slim, but not zero. If they want to fight it, we need statements, timelines, bank info, and everything they remember. Desmond sat there a long time before saying anything. I worked overtime for 28 years for this. That night, I ordered dinner we couldn't afford. Didn't care. Kimberly sat across from me, talking about her grandkids, names, birthdays, silly stories, like she was trying to hang on to something solid. Wes started crying again, tight and pained like his belly was in knots. I was about to reach for him when Kimberly stood, lifted him like it was second nature, flipped him belly down across her knees, and rubbed his back in slow, expert circles. He was out cold in 5 minutes. She looked at me like she was offering something more than help, like she knew how close I was to breaking and didn't plan to let that happen on her watch. After I put Wes down, I lay on the carpet beside his crib, ceiling cracked above me, heart hammering. Gregory knew every door to close, but he didn't know how many of us were still willing to knock them open again. The next morning, my phone rang at exactly 7:12 in the morning. Holden's timing was always surgical. He liked to catch me off guard, still groggy, before the baby cried and before I had a chance to think. I sat down hard on the armrest because my knees had finally quit. I looked at her and she looked back like, "What? This is just life." I ran the numbers in my head again. Cheapest daycare within bus range was $1,180 a month. My remote legal gig expected me headset on from 9 to 6. Sounding professional while pretending I wasn't raising a baby in the same room. Without Holden's backup, his money, his babysitting. Because if the wrong person asks questions, even 3 people helping each other can look like a crime. That night, Holden knocked. I didn't even have to open the door all the way before he looked past me, saw Desmond standing at the stove, and stepped back. "This is the last time I come here if those people stay," he said. He set down a grocery bag, diapers, and formula, nothing else, and kept his hand on the doorknob. "I appreciate the help," I said flat. "You sure about this?" he asked, eyes darting over my shoulder like he was expecting to see a crack pipe or a gun. "We're fine." He didn't say goodbye. Didn't even look at Wes. At 2:30 in the morning, Wes woke up colicky again. I pulled him from the crib and started the usual routine. Walking, bouncing, shushing. Kimberly appeared within seconds, tying her robe, already humming like this was some kind of fire drill she'd run 100 times. We sat together on the couch, her rubbing his back in slow circles while headlights from passing cars sliced across the wall. At one point, Desmond came out, handed me a glass of water and said, "You're doing fine, son." That hit harder than it should have. Tuesday morning, I logged in and put on my headset. Back-to-back calls about probate law, transfer on death accounts, power of attorney forms. Between calls, I peeked down the hall. Kimberly had Wes on a tight routine by noon. Diaper changes, feedings, naps, tummy time. At 6:10, I walked out to the smell of garlic, greens, and cornbread. Desmond stood at the stove, apron on. Kimberly was setting plates. Wes was dozing in his bouncer. Desmond said grace before we ate. I didn't stop him. By Saturday, things had shifted. My hallway floor didn't creak anymore. Sink didn't drip. Freezer had labeled containers. I went through every drawer and cabinet, organizing what I could. Then I opened a new folder in the fireproof box and labeled it guardianship possible because somewhere in the back of my head, I knew the state might come knocking one day and I'd need to show exactly how we ran our house. Sunday morning, I woke up to a kitchen that already smelled like coffee. Desmond was sitting with Wes on his lap, pointing to a paper about tomato planting. Kimberly was writing something on the grocery list and humming again. Nobody gave speeches. Nobody said anything about family or second chances. They just acted like people who'd lived together forever. And that's how it started. The next call from Pfizer came fast. His voice clipped like he was trying to hold a live wire with one hand and flip pages with the other. "Brian, I've filed formal complaints with the DA and the Financial Crimes Unit. Gregory Shell transferred the sale funds to another LLC out in Nevada. Then it jumped into a crypto exchange I'm not naming on a recorded line. This wasn't sloppy. This was deliberate." I braced the phone between my shoulder and ear while balancing Wes on one hip and stirring instant oatmeal with my free hand. "How bad is it?" "Bad. There are 3 other seniors 2 counties over. Same signature block. Same notary stamp floating around like a ghost. I'm trying to get subpoenas on that notary's logbook. If a judge hears me, we can start pulling real evidence. And me? You're going to be the point of contact." I didn't flinch. "Then I'm in." He paused. "You sure?" "Yeah. Let's get it done." Thursday morning. The knock on the door was sharp and official. I didn't need a badge to know this was real. Stella Hill from Adult Protective Services stepped inside wearing no nonsense. Black slacks, flat shoes, tablet under one arm. She walked with the kind of quiet that told me she'd seen worse than whatever she thought she'd find here. She started right in. Asked to see the bedrooms, the bathroom, the fridge. No chit-chat, no fake pleasantries, just business. She made notes on everything. Kimberly stood to the side and answered every question clearly, even the uncomfortable ones. "How often do you fall?" "Almost never." "What medications are you both on?" Desmond answered that one. "Blood pressure, cholesterol, vitamins. We take them at breakfast every day." "When was the last time you went to a doctor?" 2 weeks ago, I said. "Checkups. I keep all the visit records in a binder." "You want it?" She nodded. I didn't try to sell our situation. I just handed over the binder along with the printouts of our meal logs, repair logs, and the written agreement Desmond and Kimberly signed with me. I showed her the baby gate at the top of the stairs, the outlet covers, and the weekly calendar taped to the fridge. She didn't smile, didn't frown, just made more notes. She asked about the fire extinguisher. I pointed it out, mounted on the wall near the kitchen. She checked the tag. 3 years expired. "Noted," I said. "I'll replace it today." She didn't comment on the baby monitor on the shelf or the list of grocery prices stuck to the cabinet with magnets. But she saw them. Finally, she said, "We received an anonymous call claiming unsafe housing conditions and possible elder exploitation." My stomach didn't drop. I was already there. Did the call come from this area? Henry County. That was all I needed to hear. I didn't say Holden's name, but the area code alone said enough. My jaw locked, the way Lena used to say, gave me away every time I was about to argue with someone in public. Stella closed her tablet. We'll be in touch. When she left, I poured coffee into the chipped blue mug I always used when I felt like I was treading water. My hand shook just enough to splash a few drops onto the counter. Desmond leaned against the wall, arms crossed. It's not like we're hiding, he said. No, but people confuse help with control, so we follow the rules. We make a record. That afternoon, Mr. Ashford tacked a laminated notice on the hallway corkboard. Reminder, occupancy limits and visitor restrictions are in effect under Section 7 of all leases. I didn't let it sit. I knocked on his apartment door and handed him Stella's card. We're under APS review. Everything's documented. No noise, no drama. I'll keep you posted. Ashford looked at the card, then at me. No parties, no problems. Landlord language for don't make me pick side. Thank you. That was it. But it meant something. That night, I sat on the edge of my bed, staring at an empty text bubble I almost sent to Holden. I wanted to tell him everything about the report, the visit, how I wasn't stupid for trusting people he wouldn't even bother to learn the names of. Instead, I called Pfizer. Are anonymous call records discoverable? Maybe, if it's relevant in a criminal or civil matter, needs a protective order. You think this one will be? I looked at the open binder on my lap full of meal logs and receipts and said, it will. We kept pushing forward. I handled my calls. Kimberly handled Wes. Desmond fixed a leaking pipe under the sink with nothing but a bucket and 3 zip ties. The place ran like a tight little ship. One night after Wes went down, I stood in front of the dry erase board and started writing. I listed my work hours, call blocks, and grocery runs. I drew lines for naps, meal prep, and emergency contact info. Then at the bottom, I wrote in red, we decide together. I circled it and put the marker down because if someone came asking again, I wanted it in plain sight. This wasn't chaos. It was order. It was family on purpose. Fisher laid it out over the phone like a contractor explaining a complicated roof job. Temporary emergency limited guardianship by consent, he said. Narrow scope, 9 months, time boxed, paired with a durable healthcare power of attorney and a supported decision-making agreement. It's the cleanest legal shield you're going to get without a war. I was pacing in the kitchen, phone to my ear, stirring powdered formula with one hand while Wes grunted in his bouncer. That's a lot of responsibility. It is, he said. It also makes you more exposed to a challenge if anyone decides to contest it, but it gives you standing. Right now, you're just the guy with the couch. You need to be the guy with the paperwork. After Wes was down, I sat Desmond and Kimberly at the table. No warm-up, no preamble, just the question. Do you want me to do this? Do you want legal protection so no one can come in here and take you out of this house unless it's your choice? They looked at each other, same way they always did when it mattered. Desmond gave a little nod first. Kimberly followed. Desmond said, we trust you. Kimberly added, make it official. That was all I needed. We filed at the DeKalb County Probate Court. I filled out the forms in triplicate, handed over our logs, and stapled every grocery receipt and printout like I was building armor out of documentation. My employer faxed a letter confirming my remote status and my current work metrics. Stella submitted a report. No abuse observed, stable home routine, minor hazards noted and addressed. The hearing was scheduled for a Thursday morning. The courtroom was small, quiet, smelled like old wood and coffee. Judge Lyle sat on the bench in a simple black robe, glasses low on her nose, no nonsense in her tone. She read through the petition, then looked straight at me. Mr. Lewis, do you understand what you're asking to take on? Yes, Your Honor. This guardianship does not make you their child, their owner, or their savior. It makes you their legal point of responsibility. Are you prepared to carry that? Yes, ma'am. She turned to Desmond and Kimberly. Where do you want to live? Desmond didn't even hesitate with Brian and Wes. Kimberly smiled like she was holding back tears. I take care of the boy. He takes care of us. That was all it took. Judge Lyle signed the order. 9-month emergency limited guardianship by consent with quarterly written updates and home visits every other month. The concurrent health care power of attorney and supported decision-making agreement were acknowledged and entered into record. Stella didn't raise any objections. She nodded once like she already knew how this would go and just wanted to see if we could stick the landing. Outside the courthouse, I saw Holden standing on the sidewalk. He didn't come in, but he made absolutely sure I saw him. You're in over your head, he said. I didn't answer. There was nothing left to explain to a man who thought giving me a bag of diapers made him a co-parent. Fisher leaned over as we walked toward the car. "By the way," he said, "I got the phone records under seal. If we need it, we'll use it." He didn't say Holden's name, but I saw it in his eyes. I filed that knowledge away like a spare key. Not something to use, something to keep. That night, Kimberly made a pot of stew like we'd won the lottery. Desmond fixed the bathroom fan that had been whining since March, like it was a celebration project. Wes slept 6 hours straight for the first time since he was born. I wrote it on the dry erase board like it mattered as much as a court order, because in this house, it did. Next morning, my supervisor pinged me with a vague message about metrics. "Thanks for the update. Please be mindful of client response times. HR speak for don't let your personal life bleed into the call queue." I replied politely, explained the court appointment, then doubled down on my schedule. I couldn't afford to slip. There's always a meter running somewhere, and you'd better know which one gets you paid. We printed the court order, slid it into a plastic frame, and stuck it on the bookshelf under the photo of Lena holding Wes in the hospital, just in case anyone official ever walked in asking who was in charge and what our arrangement looked like on paper. Underneath the frame, I stuck a yellow sticky note that said, "We choose each other." Because that's the only reason any of this held. Kimberly said it best when she poured coffee the next morning. Same old chipped mug from my bottom cabinet. I don't know what people think a family is, but this is one. Paper or no paper. Desmond clinkied his spoon in his bowl and added, "They'll see that if they're looking with the right eyes." Wes babbled from the playpen and slapped his hands together like he was making a point, too. Later that week, we went through the apartment with a checklist. I replaced the fire extinguisher, put fresh batteries in the smoke detectors, labeled the pill organizer in big letters. We added a grab bar near the shower and moved the cleaning supplies out of reach just in case APS popped back in early. We kept every receipt. It became a rhythm. Me logging calls, Desmond keeping the place humming. Kimberly managing meals and diapers with a grace I couldn't match. Every Sunday night, we sat at the table and reviewed the budget, the calendar, and the grocery list. Sometimes we argued over brand names. Sometimes we laughed about it, but we stayed on the same page. I added one more tab to the binder and labeled it compliance because I knew the day would come when someone would ask how we were managing 3 generations under one roof, and I wanted the answer to be better than most. 2 weeks after the guardianship papers got signed and framed, my phone lit up with a Manhattan number I didn't recognize. I answered halfway through folding bath towels. "Mr. Lewis, this is Kayla Richardson, Desmond and Kimberly's daughter. I've heard some story. I want to see my parents." Her tone had that clipped rhythm people use when they're used to being in control. She sounded expensive. I told her I'd ask Desmond and Kimberly first. That didn't go over well. I think it's important they hear from their actual family, not someone who stepped in. I didn't engage. "They'll decide," I said, and hung up. That evening, I told them. Desmond looked calm. "Invite her," he said, like it was nothing more than letting someone in for dinner. Kimberly stared down at the grocery list in her lap. At first, she just said, "I'm not ready." Then she looked up, but running didn't help before. Let's hear what she has to say. Saturday morning, 10 sharp. I buzzed her in. Kayla walked in wearing a tailored gray coat that probably cost more than my entire monthly rent and heels that didn't belong anywhere near my cracked kitchen tiles. Her husband followed 2 steps behind her, face tight, eyes scanning everything like he expected to smell mold or find broken furniture. We offered them chairs. They didn't sit. Kayla looked straight at me. "I need to understand what's going on here." I already had the folder in hand. I opened it on the table. Guardianship by consent. Durable healthcare power of attorney. Supported decision-making agreement. All legal. All signed. All reviewed by the probate judge. APS has been here multiple times. She blinked. "You filed for guardianship?" "No," I said. "They asked me to after their son stole their house." Her husband finally spoke. "We haven't heard everything yet." Desmond didn't flinch. "Some stories are facts. Our house is gone. So's the money." Kayla stepped toward him. "Daddy, I could bring you both up to New York. You'd have a proper place. Care options." Desmond didn't raise his voice. "We aren't cargo." Kimberly just said, "I take care of Wes. Brian takes care of us. That's the arrangement." Kayla's eyes snapped back to me. "You do realize what this looks like? You take in 2 elderly people and suddenly have legal control. This feels like trauma bonding, not caregiving." I didn't react. Didn't need to. They left not long after. I walked them out without saying much. And the moment the door closed, I felt it. That gut sense that this wasn't over. 4 days later, Fisher called. His tone was surgical. She filed. Where? Wake County. Petition to transfer guardianship, alleging coercion, medical neglect, inadequate housing, lack of experience. Ceased APS and signed with a firm that likes to write motions that sound like press releases. Okay. I said, what now? We fight it. I need photos, logs, statements, receipts, records of everything. Meals, meds, doctor visits. Document your routine like you're writing a training manual. I got to work. Nights after Wes went down, I built binders, meal logs, med logs, photos of the faucet Desmond fixed, the shelves Kimberly organized, the labels on every cabinet. I added a letter from my supervisor confirming I was in good standing through the quarter. I got one from Wes's pediatrician noting improved sleep patterns and weight gain. Neighbors gave statements about the quiet, clean apartment and how often they saw Desmond walking Wes around the block. Stella came for another home visit the following week. She didn't say much. Measured the hallway, tested the outlet covers, checked the fridge. Kimberly was holding Wes when Stella looked over. He reached for her. No crying, no hesitation. Stella watched them a beat longer than she needed to. Her final note read, no observed neglect or exploitation, stable environment, cooperative reporting. Typed like a spreadsheet entry, but I read between the lines. The courtroom was colder than I expected. Kayla sat with two lawyers and a psychologist wearing a navy blazer and that academic look. That means he's about to say a lot without saying anything useful. He talked about rescuer dynamics and vulnerability thresholds and said Desmond and Kimberly were in a compromised emotional state post-housing loss. Fisher stood and asked, did you find evidence of cognitive impairment? No. Any observed emotional manipulation or abuse? No. Any evidence they want to leave? No. That was enough. Kayla spoke next. She cried, hands folded on the table. Said she loved her parents. Said she was just trying to do right. Said she'd been overwhelmed and caught off guard when she heard about what happened with Gregory. I didn't hate her. I've seen what guilt does to people when they show up late and don't know how to say sorry. Fisher didn't tear her down. He walked the judge through everything. The logs, the schedules, the emergency plan, the APS letters, the signed agreement, and finally, he repeated the question Judge Lyles had asked at the first hearing. Where do you want to live? Desmond answered first. With Brian and Wes. That's our choice. Kimberly nodded. I have a role here. I matter here. That's all we ever wanted. Then came the twist. Fisher pulled out a sealed envelope and handed it to the clerk. Your Honor, with permission, I'd like to submit phone record documentation we obtained under protective order. Lyles waved it forward. Pfizer continued. This is the origin of the anonymous APS call that triggered the first welfare check. It came from a Henry County number registered to Holden Morris, my client's father-in-law. The air thinned. Everyone in the courtroom felt it. I didn't look back. I didn't need to. I knew Holden was sitting behind me. Judge Lyles did glance that way just for a second. Kayla's face changed, not anger at me, but something sharper, like she realized someone had tried to blow up a house from the outside without caring who was inside. She looked at her husband, then her parents. Desmond didn't gloat. He just folded his hands and stared at the table. Judge Lyles ruled the transfer denied. She reaffirmed my guardianship, ordered quarterly reviews, kept the home visit schedule. Then she looked right at Kayla. Distance does not equal care, and not showing up doesn't disqualify someone from being family. But showing up late means learning to follow, not lead. Outside the courthouse, Kayla stood beside me while her husband waited at the car. She said, I was wrong about you. I shrugged. You were scared. So was I. I'm going to try to be better. I hope you do. This world's already hard enough. That night, Holden called. I didn't pick up. His message said, I only did what I thought was right for Wes. I deleted it. Sometimes the only revenge you need is a quiet house and a locked door he doesn't have a key to. The job offer came out of nowhere. A recruiter from a mid-size Raleigh firm reached out through LinkedIn. Client intake and compliance work, fully remote, flexible scheduling. Salary that made me stop and reread the email 3 times. Benefits I didn't think people like me got: caregiver support stipend, FMLA aligned leave, quarterly wellness credits. I forwarded it to Pfizer and asked if it looked legit. He replied 5 minutes later. This is the kind of boring paperwork that saves lives. We packed the apartment in 4 days. I emailed Stella the forwarding address and filed for guardianship registration in North Carolina under WAGPIA, the Uniform Adult Guardianship and Protective Proceedings Jurisdiction Act. I had to look up what all those letters stood for twice. We moved in early fall into a tan rental with chipped siding and a backyard full of bald patches and possibilities. The swing set was secondhand. The tomato cages rusted, but it was ours. 30 days after we arrived, the Wake County Court accepted our filing and converted the DALB emergency guardianship into a standard limited one with the same scope and schedule. Quarterly updates, home visits every other month, no surprises. Within the first week, the church ladies on the block dropped off casseroles and banana bread like we'd been voted into a club. Mr. Given across the street walked over with a tiller and said, "I heard y'all garden." Then left it without asking names. Kimberly found a book group at the public library that met every Wednesday. Desmond stumbled into the community garden behind the fire station and by the second meeting was running the tool shed. Wes started saying gamma and throwing himself into Kimberly's arms like she was the sun. When I saw that, I stepped out on the porch and blamed the pollen in my eyes, even though it was October. We met Susan at Wake Med after Desmond's blood pressure spiked from stress during a grocery run. He'd gone pale and dizzy in the bread aisle, and I drove him straight in. She was the nurse in triage, calm, even sharp. Asked about his shipyard years in Savannah like it was the most interesting thing she'd heard all month. She walked Desmond through breathing techniques, adjusted his meds without fuss, and told him to watch his salt. I told her our situation, guardianship, grandkid, legal mess, old grief still in the walls. She didn't flinch, just nodded and said, "Sounds like you're doing more than most people who claim to have it together." We kept it slow. A few dinners, some long walks, nights where she helped cut Wes's food into bite-sized pieces without making a show of it. She asked Kimberly about her favorite hymns, let Desmond explain his tinkering rituals with anything that buzzed or blinked. She never talked down, never danced around. She treated them like the point, not the obstacle. Then Holden filed for grandparent visitation. Claimed I was alienating him from Wes. Claimed I'd made unilateral decisions without proper familial involvement. Mediation was required by the court. Pfizer was ready with the sealed phone records from the Georgia case. The mediator reviewed them in private, came back from caucus, and said, "Mr. Morris, we strongly advise withdrawal." Holden didn't look at me when he signed the dismissal. Kimberly taught Susan the chamomile trick for colic. Susan taught Kimberly how to take blood pressure without pinching skin. I sat on the couch one night while they swapped notes like old friends trading recipes. And I knew I didn't need to steer this ship. I just needed to stay out of the way when it was running right. Kayla started calling every Sunday. Sometimes she asked about Desmond's blood work or Kimberly's new books. Sometimes she just listened while Wes babbled about trucks. She didn't try to move them, didn't challenge anything. One time she sent a box of thick winter coats and a handwritten card that said, "Stay warm. Love you," they said. "Thank you," she said she'd call next week. And she did. Fisher emailed one morning with a subject line that just said, "When kind of." He'd gotten a civil default judgment in a Georgia court. One of Gregory's shell companies failed to answer. The court ordered $38,400 in restitution. We never saw a cent, but the judgment sat in the system like a sign on the door. This happened, and the court agrees. Some nights after Wes finally gave up the fight and crashed in his bed, I'd step out to the porch where Susan already sat. She'd be sipping decaf tea in that calm way she always did when things were good. "But you still couldn't relax. Your wound tight again," she said once. I nodded, still waiting for the next shoe. She looked at me over the rim of her cup. "We'll tie the laces together." Corny, but it worked. I exhaled and let it be quiet for once. We wrote a new family agreement on better paper with firmer language. Same core deal, housing, and legal help in exchange for child care, meals, and home maintenance. But we added Susan as a witness and added clauses about medical emergencies and short-term absences. Everyone signed. Kimberly stuck it on the fridge under a carrot-shaped magnet. If you walked into our kitchen, you knew exactly how our house ran. Nothing fuzzy. No, maybe. That winter, Wes learned to put on his own boots. Desmond painted garden stakes in the garage. Kimberly organized every spice jar in alphabetical order and started leaving notes for Susan with grocery shortcuts. I finished my onboarding at the new firm and got my first paycheck that had 4 digits before the decimal point. Susan and I weren't rushing anything, but the pieces were starting to line up. Her, me, this house, this mess, this family that didn't start with blood, but certainly didn't need it to function. We weren't saving the world. We were just keeping a steady routine, taking turns, and making sure everybody had a warm meal and a reason to wake up the next day. That's more than most people get. Desmond collapsed in the garden on a Tuesday afternoon. One second he was laughing with Wes over a crooked tomato cage. The next he was face down in the dirt. No warning, no sound, just gone from upright to not. I called 911 before I even finished saying his name. EMS was fast. 3 medics, efficient and calm, like they'd done this drill 1,000 times. Kimberly rode up front and I followed in the car. Wes strapped in the back seat, holding a stuffed rabbit like a lifeline. The cardiologist laid it out straight. Severe coronary artery disease. 3 blockages. A bypass recommended. Survival odds are in the mid-60s, he said. And it didn't matter how soft his voice got. 60% means nothing when the person on the table is your whole house's foundation. The kids showed up quick. Kayla flew in from New York on a red-eye. Gary drove over from Durham and Cynthia came up from Columbia with her suitcase still half-zipped. Nobody yelled. Nobody argued. Susan kept the tone calm and the questions practical. I signed the admissions as legal guardian. They signed the family consents. The surgeon came in, shook everyone's hand, and said, "We proceed in an hour." 6 hours later, the nurse came out with that sentence everyone waits for and fears in equal parts. He made it. Susan counted respirations while they wheeled him past, explained the machines and tubes, and how the sedatives would wear off slow. Kimberly sat in the corner clutching a rosary a neighbor had pressed into her hand. I didn't pray. I haven't since Lena died, but I didn't stop her either. Recovery was slow. Hospitals are made of clocks and wires and second guesses. A month passed in beeps and blood draws. Susan coached his breathing like a drill sergeant with a soft voice. I learned drug names that still twist my tongue. Wes colored tomatoes and drew smiley faces on index cards. We taped them to the whiteboard. Every nurse mentioned them. When Desmond finally made it to a chair in the backyard, face thinner but eyes sharp, I asked Susan to marry me. No kneeling, no ring, just my voice and her hand and the truth. I'm not trying to make something pretty. I just want to name what already is. You belong here in the mess. If you'll have us, say yes. She said yes like she'd already decided days ago. Then she hugged Kimberly first like she knew who needed the anchor. We held the wedding 2 weeks later right there in the yard. Nothing big. Desmond sat in a folding chair near the tomatoes. Kimberly wore lavender and held a bouquet the grandkids and Susan picked from the garden. Gary grilled. Kayla made playlists. Cynthia wrangled the toddlers. Nobody said anything about blood or obligation. People just showed up and that was enough. I mailed Holden an announcement. Photo of Wes and a little bow tie tucked inside. He texted back one word, "Congratulations." That was the end of it, and that was fine. 3 months later, Susan called me into the bathroom and held up a stick with 2 pink lines. I sat on the edge of the tub like the air had been punched out of me. She looked nervous until I laughed and said, "All right, then. Guess we build again." Dr. Q said it was a girl. We named her Ingrid after Susan's grandmother on her mother's side. Not Lena's name, not her place. That wasn't the point. We were building, not replacing. Kimberly cried. Desmond got out his graph paper and started sketching plans for a cradle. Wes ran laps around the kitchen, shouting, "My sister." Like he just won a prize he had no idea how to handle, but loved anyway. Ingrid came on a quiet morning in spring. Susan slept while Kimberly rocked the baby in the front room, humming that low hymn she always defaulted to when things were just too big. Desmond ran his fingers over the cradle rails. They were sanded smooth and curved like a boat hull. He said, "That'll hold." And I knew he wasn't just talking about the wood. The house changed again. Noisier, tighter, full. Susan went back to shifts after 8 weeks. And I shifted my headset hours to early mornings and late evenings. Kimberly kept a wall calendar that could have run air traffic control. Desmond became the baby's personal mechanic, adjusting her seat buckles, fixing loose buttons, muttering boat stories into her ear while she giggled like she understood every word. I'd tuck Wes in, rock Ingrid to sleep, and sit on the porch like a man who had finally run out of emergencies. Some nights I'd say, "We did all right today." Susan would say, "We did." And that was all I needed. It started with small things. Kimberly putting salt in her tea, asking me twice if it was Tuesday when it was Saturday. Calling Wes Darrell, a name none of us knew. Then one morning, she looked straight at me and asked where Brian was. I said, "Right here." And her eyes watered before she smiled and said, "Well, you look taller today." The doctor didn't sugarcoat it. Early stage Alzheimer's, progression unknown, could be slow, could be sudden. We needed to prepare the house and ourselves. We labeled everything. Cabinets, drawers, pill containers. Susan made big laminated calendars with color-coded stickers. We added a daily walk to the routine. Some mornings, Desmond just stood in the kitchen holding a mug like he'd forgotten why he came in. Susan started writing short notes that began, "Hi, Kimberly, it's morning," and taping them to the fridge. Good days still came. She beat me at cards more often than not. Laughed until she cried over some joke Wes made with a banana peel. Then there were days she stared out the window and didn't recognize the garden she once ruled. One afternoon, she wandered halfway down the block before Desmond found her. He didn't panic, just walked beside her, talking soft like it was any other Tuesday. She died in her sleep on a Sunday. 78 years old. No drama. Just didn't wake up. The church ladies filled the yard. Desmond wore the same jacket from our wedding. Kayla stood beside Susan holding Ingrid, who had no idea what was happening, but smiled anyway. Gary and Cynthia flanked their father and didn't say much, but their arms stayed tight around him the whole time. Afterward, the house got quieter than I liked. Not empty, just hollow. Desmond moved like a man carrying a heavy box with both arms, careful, slow, never asking for help. He still watered the tomatoes, still wiped the counters, but the pace was different. Then 2 years after we buried Kimberly, 7 years after Gregory went down for the fraud, he showed up. It was a Tuesday again. He stood on my porch in a worn gray shirt and jeans that didn't fit right. Gaunt, grayer, eyes dull but focused. He said, "I'm not here to beg. I just need to say it to them, not to you. I know what I did. I could have closed the door. Believe me, it crossed my mind. Instead, I told him, wait here." Desmond was at the table teaching Wes how to flip pancakes without scratching the pan. I said the name. The spatula dropped and the air changed. He didn't speak, just nodded and followed me out back. We sat them on the porch, gave them space. Susan stayed inside. I didn't eavesdrop. I watched faces. I saw pain, anger, a pause so long I thought someone might walk off. Then something shifted, a slow, heavy peace that came like tired acceptance. They came back inside and ate breakfast together. Gregory cried while chewing. Said, "Thank you." Like it hurt to say out loud. Desmond didn't smile, but he looked lighter somehow, like the box he'd been carrying shifted to one arm. Gregory started coming once a month. Never stayed long. Brought bad cupcakes, dented toy trucks, the kind you get from a gas station rack. Desmond told him flat. "Keep your money. If you want to fix anything, show up." Gregory nodded and he kept showing up. Later that year, Desmond called me into his room. His face was calm. "Still," he said, "Doctor used the phrase palliative goals today. Said we're past tuning up the engine." I didn't say anything. He added, "When I go, I want you to keep Gregory close. Not like a son. Just don't let him vanish again." "He doesn't need a second hole to fall into," I said. "I'd try," he said, "promise." And I did. We moved his chair to the window so he could watch the yard. Ingrid ran like the ground belonged to her. Wes followed. Desmond watched and said, "That's good." Every time they touched the fence. Never said what he meant by it. Didn't need to. He died that fall right there in that chair. My hand in his right. Gregory's in his left. Quiet like someone clocking out at the end of a long solid shift. I'm not big on speeches, but some things deserve straight talk. When I walked into that laundromat in Atlanta, I was barely hanging on. Young, widowed, bone-tired, mad at the world, and scared out of my mind to be alone with a baby and my own thoughts. I thought I was giving two strangers a ride. What I got was a family I didn't know I was missing. From that first night to the day we buried Desmond, it was 9 full years, not perfect years. But full. That's what matters. We never beat Gregory in court like some kind of legal movie. There wasn't a big payout, no secret bank account stashed under his mattress. But there were indictments, a conviction, restitution orders with no payout, but black ink that told the truth. And better than any of that, he had to look Desmond in the face and ask for a seat at a table he once tried to burn down. Holden's payback came in a smaller form. When he tried to file for grandparent visitation, Fisher slid the sealed APS phone record across the mediator's table without a word. Holden stared at it, then said he was withdrawing his petition. I kept the old voicemail he left. I did what I thought was right for Wes and never listened to it again. Wake County APS picked up the file after we moved. Stella from Georgia forwarded her report and walked the new caseworker through our situation on the phone. About a year later, she came by during a personal trip. She stood on our porch, looked in through the screen door, and said, "You kept it steady," I said, "We keep lists." She smiled, shook my hand, and left it at that. She didn't say sorry, and I didn't ask her to. Susan and I had Ingrid for a while. While the house sounded like cartoons and pots clanging and too much cereal spilled on linoleum. Wes grew fast, 12 now, and still calls Desmond Grandpa in his stories. Still says Grandma when he explains the chamomile trick to his little sister. The photos on the wall do the rest. Kayla kept calling. Gary and Cynthia showed up again the Thanksgiving after the funeral. They brought pie, offered to help fix the fence, and asked questions that came from a good place. Nobody used the word forgiveness. They just started showing up. And that's how healing really starts. You want a lesson? Here's mine. Blood matters, but showing up matters more. Legal papers matter, but soup at 6 o'clock matters more. Revenge feels big at first, but restoration is the thing that lets you breathe again. I can still smell that stew Kimberly made the day we got the guardianship signed. I can still see Desmond's hands tightening a hinge on the bathroom door without being asked. He told me once, "You fix what you can reach." That was it. That was his whole philosophy. Turns out it's enough. Sometimes I think about that other version of the night in the laundromat. Me keeping to myself, nodding politely, going home alone. I would have kept the apartment quiet, sure, but I'd have missed the very thing that made my life make sense. Wes is 12 now. Ingrid just turned 9. They set an extra plate for Uncle Gregory when he visits. They know the tomatoes in the yard came from Grandpa Des. And when they ask why we took in people we didn't know anything to, I tell them the truth. We didn't take people in. We made room for our own. If you ever get that chance, take it. It might save someone. It might save you. Story 3. At the company's meeting, my wife's father, the CEO, said coldly, "We're letting you go. Performance issues." When I got home, my wife handed me a list of homeless shelter and said, "Now that you're jobless, I don't need you anymore." I left silently. Few days later, she and her father called me 164 times. After realizing who I really was, there's a certain kind of silence in corporate boardrooms that feels like a funeral for your paycheck. That's the sound I walked into that morning, 15 minutes early, because being punctual is apparently the last shred of professionalism I have left. The place looked like it was designed by someone who thought emotionally cold was a color palette. Mahogany table so polished you could perform surgery on it. Chrome chairs that squeak just enough to remind you you're replaceable. An air conditioning set to polar betrayal. I took my usual seat near the middle because I'm a humble man. Humble enough to pretend I wasn't married to the CEO's daughter, and humble enough to keep showing up despite knowing every meeting felt like a trap dressed in a tie. At the head of the table sat Gregory Whitmore, founder, CEO, and self-appointed god of Whitmore Systems. He was the kind of man who made motivational posters obsolete because he sucked the motivation out of everyone in a 10-foot radius. Next to him sat Tracy from HR, whose personality was somewhere between a beige wall and a dial-up tone, and 2 board members who looked like they'd rather fake their own deaths than attend another one of these. I sat down, nodded politely, and waited for the inevitable. "Evan," Gregory started, his voice smoother than a tax audit. "Thank you for joining us." "Oh, it's my pleasure, Greg. I love being ambushed before breakfast." He shuffled some papers dramatically, probably for effect since men like him think rustling paper equals authority, and gave me a smile so forced it might have needed physical therapy afterward. "We've reviewed your department's performance," he continued. "And unfortunately, the results aren't meeting expectations. Now, for context, my department's results were responsible for saving this company from 3 cyber attacks, optimizing their system efficiency by 41% and boosting their annual report credibility enough to keep Gregory's yacht dreams alive. But sure, performance issues." I resisted the urge to laugh because HR was there and Tracy documents joy as a disciplinary concern. "Performance issues." I repeated, keeping my voice calm, though internally I was performing stand-up comedy in my head. That's interesting considering last quarter's numbers beat projections by what was it? A mile and a half. Gregory gave me that corporate smirk, the kind rich men practice in the mirror when they know they've already won. "This isn't personal, Evan. It's business." "Ah," the universal line people use right before they stab you with a smile. He slid an envelope toward me like it contained anthrax. "Your termination letter effective immediately." He even had the nerve to use my full name on the top line, Mr. Evan Rivers. Like he was addressing a defendant. "Security will escort you out after you clear your desk." Now, here's the thing about being married to your boss's daughter. You know when he's bluffing because the man's ego can't resist performing. He expected me to argue, to beg, to maybe gravel a little, maybe pull the "I'm your son-in-law" card. Instead, I smiled. Not the polite kind, the slow, unsettling one that makes people check if their wallets are still there. "No need," I said, standing up. "I remember the way out. It's right past the people I made rich." Tracy blinked. One of the board members coughed into his tie to hide a laugh. Gregory froze for a second, like someone had glitched his software. I took the letter, tucked it neatly into my briefcase like it was an invitation to my own liberation, and buttoned my jacket. As I headed for the door, I caught my reflection in the glass, calm, collected, but with that twitch of disbelief you get when you realize the people you helped climb the ladder are now kicking it away. Gregory said something as I reached for the handle. Something like, "You'll regret this." But it came out muffled, drowned under the weight of his own arrogance. Walking out, the office looked different, like I'd been watching it under a filter, and someone finally turned it off. The interns avoided eye contact. The receptionist gave me that, "I wish I could hug you, but HR has cameras." Look, my ID badge felt heavier than usual. Symbolic maybe, or just irony's way of saying hello. I dropped the badge into the security tray and walked through the revolving door like a man exiting a cult. The cold air hit me like freedom wearing cologne. I half expected someone to run after me, shouting, "Just kidding." But no, silence. Pure uncut silence. The kind that says, "You're finally out, man." On the way to the parking lot, I thought about how surreal it all felt. Fired by my father-in-law for performance issues. This is the same man who once told me I was the future of Whitmore Systems. I guess the future got too smart for comfort. Maybe he thought getting rid of me would tighten his control. News flash, it just loosened my leash. By the time I got into my car, a black 2018 Tesla that Alyssa always said made me look like I was compensating for something. I was oddly calm. No screaming, no cursing, no dramatic soundtrack swelling in the background, just a quiet hum of realization. They thought they'd ended me, but they'd just signed a sequel. I drove out of the parking lot, past the building that had been both my paycheck and my prison. And as I waited at the red light, I saw Gregory's reflection in the mirrored lobby window, standing, arms folded, staring after me like a king watching a pawn escape the board. I gave a little wave, the kind that says, "You'll miss me when your servers crash," and pulled away. Traffic was light. The radio played some upbeat song that didn't match my mood. And for the first time in years, I didn't feel like I was on someone else's schedule. My phone buzzed twice. "Alyssa." I didn't answer. I wasn't ready to explain to my wife that Daddy Dearest had just fired me. Knowing her, she'd probably asked if it meant she had to cancel her spa appointment. Halfway home, I stopped for coffee at this hole-in-the-wall diner where the waitress called everyone Han. And the coffee tasted like ambition and regret. I sat by the window, took a sip, and finally laughed. Not a bitter laugh, more like the kind that bubbles up when you realize the joke's on them. They thought they'd thrown me out. They'd actually set me free. Still, I replayed the meeting in my head. Every detail, every micro-expression, because I knew Gregory's type, men who confused control with competence. He'd built an empire on fear, on intimidation, on the idea that everyone was replaceable. Everyone except him. And that, my friend, is the Achilles heel of every self-made tyrant. They think they're invincible right up until the moment they trip over their own ego. I finished my coffee, left a tip big enough to make the waitress smile, and walked out with one clear thought. They had no idea who they just fired. They thought they'd taken my job, but they'd forgotten. I built the damn foundation they were standing on. Literally. As I got back into my car, the sun broke through the clouds in that dramatic movie way like the universe was throwing me a bone. I turned the ignition, grinned, and said to myself, "Congratulations, Evan. You just attended your own freedom party. Dress code fired. You expect sympathy. Maybe a shoulder squeeze or at least a 'we'll get through this' speech." What I got was my wife Alyssa sitting at the kitchen island in silk pajamas that probably cost more than my first car. Swirling wine like she was auditioning for a commercial called Divorce the Prequel. She barely looked up from her phone. "You're home early," she said in that tone people use when the pizza arrives before they're ready to tip. "Yeah," I said, setting my briefcase down. The company decided to go in a different direction. Apparently, that direction doesn't include me. Her head snapped up and I swear her eyes lit up like it was Christmas morning and she just unwrapped a new personality disorder. "Wait, you got fired?" she asked, leaning forward, smile creeping across her face like she'd been waiting for this exact headline. If love is patient and kind, whatever this was belonged in a horror movie. She reached into her designer tote, her emotional support purse, and slid a folded piece of paper across the marble countertop. It had that crisp, deliberate fold of something pre-planned. I unfolded it and found a list of homeless shelters. I blinked, looked at her, looked back at the list. Each shelter was neatly highlighted in pink with one circled and a note scribbled beside it. "Free Wi-Fi." She sipped her wine like a Bond villain. "Now that you're jobless," she said, "I don't need you anymore." There's a moment in every man's life when he realizes he's not part of a marriage. He's part of someone's brand. This was mine. I stared at her, Trying to process how a woman who once cried because I forgot to buy oat milk now looked like she was about to write an eviction notice on my forehead. "You had this ready?" I said, not really asking. She shrugged. "Greg told me last week that things weren't going well at work." I figured this was coming. Yes, Greg, father of the year, destroyer of careers, and apparently the family grapevine. "So," I said, trying not to laugh. "You had time to make a list. That's considerate. You even picked one with free Wi-Fi. Thoughtful." She didn't even blink. "You're not funny, Evan. You've been dragging me down for years. My friends are moving forward in life, getting sponsorships, launching brands, marrying up, and here you are still playing tech boy." I almost wanted to applaud. The audacity was Olympic level. "Tech boy? You mean the guy who's been paying for your yoga retreats, your car, and the half of this house your brand deals haven't touched?" "Details," she said with a smirk, pouring herself another glass of wine. "You should have aimed higher." I leaned against the counter, crossing my arms. "Funny thing, Alyssa, you said the same thing on our wedding night. That got a glare sharp enough to slice marble." She stood, the robe falling slightly off her shoulder like she practiced dramatic exits for sport. "You're not going to beg?" she asked, almost disappointed. "No," I said. "I don't do sequels." I grabbed my bag, just a duffel with some essentials, and started walking toward the door. She followed, laughing. "Where are you even going? You don't have a job. You don't have a place. What? You think you're just going to wander off into the sunset like some movie hero?" I looked back at her, smiling. "No, Alyssa. I'm going to go find peace. You should try it sometime." Her face twisted. "You'll come crawling back." "Probably not. But hey," I said, patting the counter where her wine glass sat. "Cheers to wishful thinking." I left before she could reply. The door clicked shut behind me, and I exhaled like I'd been holding my breath for years. The night air hit different, sharp, honest, almost friendly. I tossed my bag in the trunk and sat there for a moment, staring at the steering wheel. My reflection in the rear-view mirror looked like someone halfway between heartbroken and free. Maybe both. I laughed quietly to myself, fired by my father-in-law, dumped by my wife, and gifted a list of homeless shelters. You couldn't script irony better if you tried. I started the car and drove aimlessly for a while, the radio humming low. My phone buzzed with notifications, emails from Whitmore Systems HR. Exit procedure nonsense. The kind of digital paperwork that officially turns you into a ghost in their system. I ignored it. I was done being their punchline. I pulled into a 24-hour diner somewhere off the highway, the kind of place where the lights flicker like they're haunted and the menu hasn't been updated since Y2K. I ordered a black coffee and a slice of pie. I didn't really want because apparently that's what unemployed guys do when their lives implode. They develop a sudden appreciation for diner desserts. As I stirred the coffee, I thought about Alyssa's face when she handed me that brochure. She wasn't angry or hurt. She was pleased. Like firing me was her glow-up moment. The influencer wife finally free from her boring IT husband. The same woman who couldn't reset her Wi-Fi password without texting me in tears. I almost felt bad for her. Almost. The waitress came by refilling my cup. "You okay, huh? You look like you just lost your job and your wife in the same day." I chuckled. "You psychic or just observant?" "Observant," she said. "Men who order pie at 10 p.m. usually got stories?" "Yeah," I said, smirking. "Mine's called I Married My Boss's Daughter." Spoiler alert, it ends badly, she laughed, shaking her head. "Well, at least you're laughing. That's something." It was because under the chaos, under the sting, there was something else simmering. Relief. A strange liberating kind of peace that comes when you realize the worst has already happened and you're still breathing. I finished the pie, paid, and headed back to my car. The dashboard clock read 11:32 p.m. I sat there for a second, staring at my phone. One missed call from Alyssa, probably wondering if I'd checked into Hope Shelter with Wi-Fi yet. I ignored it. Then another came in from an unknown number. "Mr. Rivers, this is Carl from Whitmore System Security." Sir, we didn't realize you still had access to the system servers. Could you, please confirm?" I hung up before he finished. Oh, I still had access. All right. And unlike Greg, I knew exactly how much that access was worth. As I leaned back in my seat, the first real smile of the night spread across my face. They thought they'd buried me. They just handed me a shovel, and I was about to start digging in the other direction. I started the car again, this time with purpose. The road ahead looked open, dark, full of possibilities and revenge. Maybe sweet, calculated revenge. The kind that doesn't need shouting, just strategy. And as I pulled away from the diner, Alyssa's list of shelters sat folded on the passenger seat. I picked it up, glanced at it, and laughed out loud. Then I rolled down the window, and let it fly into the night air. Because if she thought I was homeless, she clearly forgot who built the house in the first place. Leaving without a fight sounds noble until you're packing a duffel bag with the same calm energy of someone deleting their entire Spotify playlist after a breakup. I didn't throw a tantrum, didn't smash a single wine glass, mainly because all the expensive ones were technically hers. I just left silent, composed, and inconveniently dignified. But inside, my brain was hosting a full-blown fireworks show of rage and relief. When I closed the door behind me, I felt the kind of quiet that usually follows an explosion. I checked into a small apartment across town, the kind of place where the walls had seen things and didn't judge you for yours. It wasn't luxury, no marble countertops or scent diffusers shaped like swans, but it was mine. I paid 6 months up front in cash because, contrary to popular belief and my wife's assumptions, I wasn't broke. Not even close. Alyssa thought I was out there looking for a shelter with free Wi-Fi. Bless her clueless little heart. My father-in-law thought I'd be graveling for mercy within the week. Cute. What neither of them knew was that my bank accounts had layers like onions, or better yet, offshore onions. Cayman onions. See, years ago, I learned that marrying into power means learning to play the long game. While Gregory Whitmore was busy building his empire of overpriced mediocrity, I was quietly building something smarter. My secret project, Nexaware Technologies, started as a hobby, something I worked on during those useless IT support shifts Greg forced on me. I remember him saying once, "Son, some people are visionaries and some just fix the Wi-Fi." I smiled that day because I already knew which one I was. Nexaware was a cybersecurity platform so advanced even Whitmore Systems couldn't crack it, and they tried. 3 years ago when they acquired it, Greg strutted around like he'd made the deal of the century. The acquisition documents were clean, the money wired, and the patent secured under a shell company name he didn't think twice about. E. Rivers Innovations. Guess what the E stands for? Greg Evan Rivers. Me. What no one realized was that I never sold the controlling license. I sold them access, temporary renewable access, tied to a separate holding company registered offshore. They thought they bought a product. What they really bought was a subscription with me as the admin. 12% ownership remained mine, hidden, legal, and quiet. It was like owning the land beneath someone's mansion and waiting for the day they forgot to pay rent. So technically, when Gregory fired me, he also fired his biggest silent investor. Poetic, isn't it? The man spent years reminding me that I was lucky to be family. Turns out he was the one living off my coat. I sat on the Warren couch in my new apartment that night, scrolling through the news on my laptop. Whitmore Systems had just posted a glowing press release, Strategic Leadership Realignment to Enhance Operational Efficiency. Translation: they fired the son-in-law and hoped the stock wouldn't notice. I chuckled and poured myself a drink from the mini bar. Cheap whiskey, but somehow it tasted like champagne. Then came the texts. Alyssa predictably first. "You really left?" I stared at the message for a good minute before replying. "Yep. Even pack the air you breathe." Then I muted her thread. Next, a message from an unknown number. "Mr. Rivers, this is Kevin from Accounts. Just a heads up, the Whitmore server renewal date is approaching. Are you handling the license renewal or should we contact Nexaware directly?" I smiled. "Oh, Kevin. Sweet." Oblivious Kevin. I typed back, "Leave it with me." Because I already knew exactly what I was going to do. The next morning, I woke up at 5:30, not out of discipline, but habit. Years of early meetings had programmed me like a lab rat. I made coffee, opened my laptop and started running diagnostics on the Nexaware backend. Watching those systems hum in real time, knowing every alert, every password, every key file belonged to me was better than therapy. Whitmore Systems' entire security infrastructure ran on my software, their contracts, their client databases, their internal communications, all of it. I ran a test lockdown just for fun. For 20 glorious seconds, Whitmore Systems' firewall went dark. Then I restored it like a god playing peekaboo. That's when it hit me. Silence is louder when it's planned. I decided then and there I wouldn't rant, wouldn't confront, wouldn't seek revenge with fireworks. No, my revenge would sound like a slow tightening valve. The kind that leaves them gasping before they even realize who's holding the handle. By noon, I'd set up a new LLC under another alias. Rivers Consulting Group. The name sounded boring enough to avoid suspicion, but important enough to get taken seriously. I opened new accounts, restructured my remaining assets, and funneled the Nexaware ownership into a trust. Not the kind of trust you name your kids in. This one had clauses that would make Wall Street lawyers weep. If anything happened to me, the controlling rights reverted to my mother's foundation. Not Alyssa, not Gregory, not anyone with the last name Whitmore. At 2 p.m. I got a call from Marcus, my oldest friend and the only person who knew half of my plan. "Heard the news," he said. "You alive or plotting a Netflix special?" "Both," I replied, sipping my coffee. Marcus laughed. "So, what's next? You going to torch their servers or meditate your way to forgiveness?" "Neither," I said. "I'm going quiet." "Quiet?" He repeated skeptical. "You don't do quiet." "Exactly," I said. "That's why it'll work." That night, as I walked down the street toward a corner store to grab dinner because apparently revenge planning burns calories, I passed a billboard for Whitmore Systems' new ad campaign. "Innovation built on integrity." I laughed so hard a stranger looked concerned. If only they knew the foundation of that slogan was currently sitting in my laptop, sipping whiskey, and reprogramming destiny. I got back to the apartment, microwaved some instant noodles, and watched the city lights flicker outside the window. Somewhere across town, Alyssa was probably live streaming her heartbreak for sympathy points. Gregory was probably polishing his whiskey decanter, believing he'd cut out the weak link. Meanwhile, I was sitting in my tiny apartment, grinning like a man who just realized he owned the chessboard. There's a power in walking away without slamming doors. People mistake your silence for defeat, but really it's you taking notes. Every insult, every dismissal, every smug smirk, they all become data points in a blueprint for payback. And trust me, mine was already in version 2.0. Before going to bed, I checked one last thing, the NextAware renewal contract. Expiration 7 days. 7 days before Whitmore Systems would realize just how much of their kingdom rested on borrowed ground. I closed my laptop, turned off the light, and laid back on the couch, smiling into the darkness. They thought I'd walked away empty-handed. But here's the truth. When you're the architect of the system, even the wreckage belongs to you. 3 years before that boardroom firing squad, before Alyssa perfected her, I married down routine. And before I learned that silence could ruin empires, I was just the tech guy in a corner cubicle of Whitmore Systems. Gregory Whitmore, my beloved father-in-law and part-time Bond villain, had generously offered me a starting position. Translation: know your place, marry the daughter, and maybe if you kiss enough corporate rings, you'll be allowed to fetch coffee at executive meetings. I still remember the first day. He walked me around the office like I was a rescued stray dog. He was proud to domesticate. "Everyone, this is Evan," he said, clapping my back with the kind of enthusiasm that hurts your kidneys. "He's Alyssa's husband and our new IT support specialist." The crowd gave polite smiles, the kind people say for toddlers, showing off finger paintings. "Work your way up. Earn your stripes," Gregory said, handing me a laptop that looked like it survived the Cold War. That was his mantra. What he meant was, "I own you now, son." But here's the thing. When someone treats me like I'm beneath them, my brain goes into what I call hidden genius mode. It's that mental gear where you pretend to follow orders while secretly rewriting the universe behind their back. So, while Greg thought he had me buried in help desk tickets, resetting passwords, removing viruses caused by interns watching sketchy anime, I was quietly building the skeleton of something that would one day make him sweat through his imported suits. Let's talk about those passwords for a second. The CEO of a multimillion-dollar tech company used Gregory 123. No, I'm not kidding. When the man who lectures others about cybersecurity protects his empire with the enthusiasm of a MySpace user, you know you're in for a ride. Every time he forgot his password, he'd summon me to his office like a tech priest. I'd stand there watching him type the same wrong thing over and over while muttering, "I don't know what's wrong. It worked yesterday." "Yeah, Greg. And so did your metabolism." Anyway, during one of those emergency IT sessions, I realized how much access I actually had. The man gave me full admin privileges across half the company's systems, thinking I'd only use them to fix printers. Bless his arrogance. I started using my downtime to write lines of code, snippets, algorithms, entire frameworks that would one day become NextAware's foundation. I'd run simulations after hours, encrypt everything under my alias E-Rivers, and store the data in a cloud server he didn't even know existed. Meanwhile, Alyssa was too busy curating her online life to notice. Every night, she'd sit on the couch with her laptop, rehearsing her influencer voice. "Hey guys, it's Alyssa here. Remember to subscribe for my self-care secrets." Meanwhile, I was in the home office writing security architecture that would make the NSA blush. Our marriage was basically two people living in parallel universes. Hers made of filters and hashtags. Mine made of firewalls and revenge potential. At board dinners, Greg loved mocking me in front of everyone. He'd say things like, Evan here is great with computers. He's basically my in-house tech support. Everyone laughed, including Alyssa, who once added, yeah, he even fixes my phone when I drop it in my mimosa. Ha ha, hilarious. I smiled, nodded, and mentally filed away each humiliation under future payback material because that's how hidden genius mode works. You collect insults like receipts. What Greg didn't know was that every time he bragged about his company's next security line, he was really talking about my code. I was the one writing the algorithm that detected intrusion patterns and automated risk isolation. The company thought they were testing a prototype designed by their R&D team. Nope, that was me. E. Rivers Innovations, quietly patenting every single improvement under my mother's maiden name. By the time the patents were approved, I legally owned the digital backbone of their system. I even got a congratulatory email from the US Patent Office while I was unclogging Tracy from HR's printer jam. Talk about poetic balance. Now, don't get me wrong, I wasn't out to destroy Greg. Not at first. I just wanted to build something of my own, something that wasn't constantly under his thumb. But every smug smirk, every dismissive, maybe next time, Evan, every time he corrected me in meetings just to hear himself sound smarter, it all added up. By the end of my second year, I realized I didn't just want independence. I wanted leverage. And leverage, my friend, is an art form. It's not loud. It's not dramatic. It's hidden in contracts, in code, in fine print. So, while Greg believed he was investing in a tech acquisition to boost his market share, I was quietly positioning myself as the invisible landlord of his empire. The Nexaware deal came up in a board meeting one summer afternoon. Greg strutted into my cubicle later and said, "We just acquired a small cybersecurity firm for peanuts. Should make us bulletproof." I nodded, pretending to be impressed. "Wow, great move, sir," he laughed. "Yeah, their founder's anonymous. Some genius who doesn't understand valuation. Idiot probably sold us a gold mine for scrap metal." Oh, Greg, if I'd had popcorn, that moment would have been cinematic. By year 3, I had everything set. The code was fully integrated, the licenses automated to expire on a schedule only I could renew, and the patents watertight. I was a ghost in his system, a line of code he'd never see coming. But I still showed up every day like a model employee. Fixed printers, updated firmware, smiled during meetings while he bragged about his software saving the company millions. I even clapped during his presentations. That's how you hide a revolution. You act like a fan. The final straw came one Friday evening. Greg was hosting his annual corporate gala complete with a live band and enough champagne to drown a horse. I was at the buffet table enjoying my only payment-free food when he approached with a martini in hand. Evan, he said loudly. If you ever get tired of tech support, maybe we'll find you something in the mailroom. Everyone around him laughed. Alyssa joined in, hand on his arm, eyes gleaming. I smiled and said, "Sure thing, sir. Maybe someday I'll run this place from the basement." He chuckled over my dead body. Funny how life foreshadows itself. That night, I went home, opened my laptop, and looked at the digital fortress I'd built. Every line of code, every algorithm, every hidden control, all waiting. I didn't press the red button, of course. Not yet. But I saved the file under a new name, insurance policy. From then on, every condescending look Greg threw my way felt lighter. Every dismissive remark from Alyssa rolled right off because deep down I knew something they didn't. They'd built their world on the foundation of my genius. And one day they'd learn that foundations have expiration dates. So yeah, Greg built a company. But me, I built the back door. When you've spent years being underestimated, revenge doesn't arrive like thunder. It arrives like an email notification. Quiet, polite, devastating. The day after my silent relocation, I woke up to sunlight bouncing off my laptop and the sweet aroma of justice brewing in my coffee maker. My plan was simple. Cut the oxygen supply. Not metaphorically, financially, emotionally, digitally. I've been married into the Whitmore dynasty long enough to know where every artery was, and more importantly, which ones they didn't even know existed. Step 1, joint credit cards. Those lovely little rectangles that funded Alyssa's influencer lifestyle. Frozen one click and her Starbucks points were officially on life support. I imagined her face at some designer boutique card declined, voice quivering as she said, "That's impossible. I'm married to a Whitmore." "No, sweetie. You were married to a Rivers and he's done financing your delusion." Step 2, the private family trust account. Gregory always bragged about how bulletproof his family assets were. Bulletproof, sure, but not event-proof. The trust had a small maintenance clause tied to an old Nexaware subroutine, something no one ever noticed because it sounded like tech gibberish. The clause said that if the company's main server failed to validate the software license, the trust account's automated investment feed would pause. So, I paused it. Not enough to alert the bank, just enough to make Gregory's precious balance sheets twitch. Step 3, the masterpiece. Whitmore Systems Core Security Framework License. My license renewal date today. Their IT team probably thought it was a routine auto-renewal. Wrong. I declined it. Just click no, that's all. One single click and the company's firewall started coughing like a 90-year-old smoker. I leaned back in my chair, sipping my coffee, watching the digital chaos unfold through my private dashboard. Within an hour, I could see the internal pings escalating. System error detected. Client access unavailable. Network performance unstable. A music Gregory's company was glitching harder than a reality show reunion. By day 2, I got a text from Marcus. Dude, you're on fire. Literally every tech forum is roasting Whitmore Systems. I chuckled and replied, oh, must be a sunspot problem. By day 3, Gregory's secretary accidentally called me by mistake. Right. Her tone had that mix of panic and politeness usually reserved for people talking to kidnappers. Mr. Rivers. Hi. Hi. I think there's been a misunderstanding. Some of our systems are experiencing downtime, and Mr. Whitmore was wondering if you could take a look. Oh, sure. I said cheerfully. Just have him submit a support ticket through the employee portal. She hesitated. That portal seems to be down, too. I smiled into the phone. Well, that's inconvenient. By day 5, I woke up to 164 missed calls, most from numbers I recognized. A few from Gregory's lawyer, one from Alyssa, which I ignored because peace and stupidity don't mix. The news headlines were starting to catch wind of the unexplained disruptions at Whitmore Systems. Stock dropped 7%. I made pancakes. Later that day, I went grocery shopping. I was halfway down the cereal aisle when a familiar voice called out, Evan. It was Brent, one of the junior developers from Whitmore. The kid looked frazzled, like someone who hadn't slept since dial-up. Man, it's chaos in there, he said, grabbing his head. Everything's failing. The backup servers are looping and Greg's in full meltdown mode. Rumor is they're calling in an external consultant. Oh, I said casually, tossing a box of Frosted Flakes into my basket. Hope they find someone qualified, he laughed nervously. You always said they didn't pay attention to infrastructure risks. Guess you were right. Guess so, I said, smiling. Take care, Brent. And hydrate. When I got home, I checked my phone again. Another message from Alyssa. Dad wants to talk. Just pick up already, please. I didn't reply. Instead, I sent a polite email to Gregory's assistant. Dear Miss Sanders, I appreciate your outreach regarding the recent system instability. Unfortunately, I'm unavailable for consulting at this time. However, I can refer you to a capable IT firm once I finish my pancake. Then, I signed it with warm regards Evan Rivers, founder, Nexaware Technologies. By day 7, the full meltdown hit. Gregory himself called me. I almost didn't pick up, but the temptation was too good. Evan, he said, his voice. We need to talk. I thought you fired me, Greg, I said calmly. Corporate restructure, remember? That was a mistake, he admitted. Look, the system failures. These aren't normal. We're bleeding contracts. I know you had access. Maybe there's something you can do to help. There it was. The crack in the king's crown. Sure, I could help, I said, keeping my tone even. But that would mean revisiting my role and my compensation and my respect, which last I checked was terminated without notice. He exhaled that deep sigh of a man who finally realizes his empire's built on sand. Evan, name your price. I pretended to think. I'll get back to you. Then I hung up and laughed so hard I nearly dropped my coffee. It wasn't about the money. Not anymore. It was about making him feel the helplessness he dished out so casually all those years. That night, Marcus came over with beers. So, you're officially a cyber ghost haunting your ex-boss's servers, he said. How's that feel? Peaceful, I replied, clinking bottles like a digital spa day. We sat on the balcony overlooking the city. He whistled. You ever going to tell him the full truth that you own the system? Eventually, I said. Right now, I'm enjoying the foreplay, he laughed. You're insane. Maybe, I said, but at least I'm interesting. By midnight, Whitmore Systems' official website had crashed. Their social media page posted an apology so vague it could have been written by a magic 8-ball. I watched it all unfold, not with glee. Exactly. More like satisfaction. Years of swallowing insults, of smiling through disrespect, of fixing problems I didn't cause. It all led to this symphony of digital karma. Somewhere in their glass tower, Gregory was probably pacing, yelling at everyone but himself, wondering how his incompetent son-in-law could have possibly left such a hole. And Alyssa, she was likely posting a cryptic quote on Instagram like, "Sometimes endings are new beginnings. Crescent moon sparkles #healing #self-love. Cute. What they didn't realize was that my silence wasn't weakness. It was preparation. Every smile I gave, every yes, sir, I uttered. Every late night of uncredited work, it all built the stage for this. Revenge isn't rage, it's patience in a suit. So yeah, the company was spiraling. The Whitmore were sweating. And me, I was in my little apartment making pancakes and planning my next move because phase 1 was over. Phase 2, the return was about to begin. And trust me, when I walk back into that boardroom, it won't be as an employee. It'll be as the man they never saw coming. There are moments in life that feel cinematic, even without the background music. And walking back into Whitmore Systems was one of them. 3 weeks after Greg's performance issues stunt, I stood outside the same glass doors I'd been escorted through like an unwanted Amazon return. Only this time, I wasn't coming as the IT guy or the obedient son-in-law. I was walking in as the man holding 70% of their digital oxygen supply. The building looked the same, sleek, sterile, humming with self-importance, but it smelled different. Panic has a scent, and this place reeked of it. The receptionist, bless her, froze when she saw me. "Mr. Rivers," she said as if saying my name might trigger an alarm. "Do you have an appointment?" I smiled. "No, but your CEO does." She blinked twice, probably calculating whether letting me in counted as career suicide. "I'll notify Mr. Whitmore." "Do that," I said, "and tell him it's urgent from his biggest investor." That line worked faster than caffeine. Within minutes, Greg's assistant appeared, visibly sweating. "Mr. Rivers, right this way." She tried to sound composed, but her voice had that quiver you hear right before someone's annual review. The elevator ride up was quiet, except for the faint ping of emails flooding her phone. When the doors opened, I was greeted by chaos wrapped in business casual. The boardroom was packed. Gregory pacing like a caged lion. Board members whispering. HR pretending to take notes like anyone cared. Tracy from HR shot me a look that said, "Oh God, he's back." Which only made me smile wider. Gregory turned when he heard the door close. His face went pale, the kind of pale reserved for ghosts and freshly fired CEOs. "Evan," he said, voice tight. "You came?" "I was invited," I said, dropping my briefcase onto the table with a satisfying thud. And honestly, Greg, I missed the ambience. Nothing like corporate despair in the morning. The room went silent except for the air conditioner trying its best to cool the tension. I took the seat at the end of the table, the seat Gregory had always occupied. He frowned. "That's my seat." I leaned back, crossing one leg over the other. "Not today." For a few seconds, no one moved. The board members shifted uncomfortably, unsure who technically outranked who at this point. I opened my folder, neatly printed financials, legal notices, and one thick envelope labeled license agreement. Nexaware Technologies. "Let's make this simple." I said 70% of your company's infrastructure runs on software owned by Nexaware Technologies. As of last week, that license expired, which means legally every major client contract tied to that software is in breach. Tracy blinked, her pen hovering uselessly over her notepad. One of the board members, a tall guy named Richard, who always smelled like expensive regret, cleared his throat. "You mean to say the company doesn't own its primary framework?" I smiled. "Oh, they thought they did. They paid for access, not ownership. There's a difference. You'd be amazed how many executives don't read the fine print." Greg's jaw tightened. "You deceived us." "No," I said. "I did my job. You just assumed that meant you owe me too." He slammed a hand on the table, his voice rising. "You sabotaged my company." "Correction," I said calmly. "Our company? You just didn't realize I was on the ownership side." The room murmured. Someone whispered, "Is this legal?" Another replied, "It's brilliant." I continued, sliding a few printed pages across the table. "Here's the fun part. While your team's been trying to fix your technical issues, I've been running an audit. Turns out your daughter's little consulting firm has been receiving quarterly transfers from Whitmore Systems, amounting to roughly $1.2 million. No invoices, no contracts, no deliverables." Greg blinked. "That's impossible." "Oh, I agree," I said. "That's why I printed the receipts." Literally, I flipped open a binder and turned it toward him. Neat columns of wire transfers, all linked to Alyssa's company. A Whitmore Creative Partnerships LLC. Tracy's jaw dropped. That violates corporate ethics policy section. Save it, Tracy. I interrupted. We all know HR's ethics policy is mostly for decoration. Greg looked like someone had unplugged him. You had access to all this. Greg, I build all this. You gave me full back-end admin access when you made me your IT guy, remember? Said you trusted family. That was your first mistake. A long silence followed. You could hear the fluorescent lights buzzing. One board member finally spoke. So, what do you want, Mr. Rivers? I looked around the room, taking my time, letting them stew in the discomfort. I want this company to run honestly, which as of now means Gregory Whitmore is suspended pending investigation into financial misconduct. Effective immediately, the board exchanged nervous glances. Richard cleared his throat again. You can't just I can, I said, pulling out another document. For the bylaws of Whitmore Systems, any shareholder holding more than 10% of the company's intellectual property rights can call for an emergency board vote in the event of compromised leadership. Richard looked at the document, then at Greg, then at me. He's right, Greg's face turned crimson. You can't be serious. You're taking the word of him. Yes, Richard said, because he's the only one keeping us from bankruptcy right now. Gregory's lips parted like he wanted to argue, but all that came out was a choked laugh. You planned this? Of course I did, I said, closing the folder. You raised me in this shark tank and forgot I had teeth, too. Tracy, bless her nervous little heart, tried to regain order. Well, let's proceed with the formal vote. The vote took all of 10 minutes. 5 in favor of suspension, 1 abstaining, and Greg voting against himself. That part was awkward, but deeply satisfying. When it was done, Greg slumped back in his chair, staring at the table like it had personally betrayed him. You think you've won, Evan? He said quietly. You think this makes you powerful? I stood, gathering my documents. No, Greg. It makes me free. As I reached the door, he called after me. If you walk out that door, you'll regret it. I turned, met his glare, and smiled. I already did. That's why I'm not staying. I pushed open the boardroom door, and for a split second, I swear the universe slowed down just to let the poetic weight of it sink in. I'd entered that room years ago as the son-in-law, the lucky hire, the background tech guy. I was leaving as the man who'd quietly outplayed an entire corporation using nothing but patience and code. But before I could leave entirely, Alyssa appeared in the hallway. Of course, she did because irony loves timing. She looked perfect as usual. Hairstyled, phone in hand. The face of someone who just lost the Wi-Fi password to her own life. What did you do? She demanded. Fixed a bug, I said simply. Her eyes narrowed. You ruined my father. I tilted my head. No, Alyssa. Your father ruined himself. I just turned on the lights so everyone could see it. She stepped closer, eyes gleaming with that mix of rage and entitlement I'd once mistaken for passion. You're not getting away with this. I leaned in slightly, lowering my voice. Funny thing, you said the same thing on our wedding day. She flinched just barely. You're a monster. No, I said, adjusting my jacket. I'm efficient. Then I walked away down the hallway, past the framed photos of Whitmore excellence. Past the trembling interns, past every reminder of the empire that once looked untouchable. I took the elevator alone, watching my reflection in the mirrored walls. Calm, composed, slightly smug. By the time I reached the lobby, word had spread. The staff's whispers followed me like a ripple. He took down Greg, the son-in-law. Did you hear? He owns the software. I didn't look back. I didn't need to. Outside, the air was warm and alive. My phone buzzed. An email notification from the board. Offer of CEO position Whitmore Systems. I stared at it for a second, then laughed. The kind of deep honest laugh that comes from somewhere below the ribs. I typed my reply right there on the sidewalk. Appreciate the offer, but I'm allergic to hypocrisy. Try Ben from accounting. He's had management envy since 2019. Send. I slipped my phone into my pocket, loosened my tie, and kept walking. The city hummed around me, the sun breaking through clouds like some cosmic spotlight, saying, well done, kid. Revenge, I realized, doesn't need applause. It doesn't need fire or screaming. Sometimes it's just a quiet walk out of a building you once called hell. With your dignity intact, your enemies exposed, and the satisfaction of knowing you didn't just win. You rewrote the whole damn game. News travels fast when rich people fail. It's like oxygen for gossip blogs and blood for business news anchors. The morning after my little boardroom intervention, Whitmore Systems made the front page of every financial paper. Whitmore Systems under investigation for fraud and misconduct. The subheading was my favorite. Insiders claim whistleblower acted within rights as silent shareholder. Whistleblower. That's cute. They made it sound noble. It wasn't noble. It was personal. I sat in my apartment still in pajama pants watching the chaos unfold on live TV while eating cereal straight from the box. On screen, Gregory was doing that billionaire damage control thing, standing outside his mansion in a tailored suit, pretending to be calm while lawyers hovered like vultures. "This is a temporary misunderstanding," he told reporters. "The truth will come out." "Yeah, Greg, it would. Unfortunately for you, I wrote it." By 10 a.m., Whitmore Systems stock had dropped 12%. By noon, it was trending on X, formerly Twitter, but still the same dumpster fire. The hashtags were merciless. #Witless Systems #Greg8 and my personal favorite #FatherInFlaw. Someone even made a meme of Greg's face photoshopped onto the Titanic captioned "Unsinkable." Huh? I nearly choked on my cereal. Meanwhile, Alyssa's name started popping up, too. Her consulting firm became the internet's new obsession. Screenshots of the financial transfers leaked. Her influencer sponsors quietly pulled their deals. And one brand even posted a statement. "We at Radiance Cosmetics do not condone unethical business practices." Translation: "We loved you until you became bad PR." Alyssa's followers turned on her with lightning speed. The same people who used to comment Queen Energy nail polish on her posts were now writing, "Guess karma doesn't come with a filter." She went from posting outfit of the day videos to posting nothing at all. Radio silence, which for her was basically an obituary. By mid-afternoon, I got a call from Marcus. "Dude, you seeing this? They're imploding." I turned down the TV volume. "I see it. They just announced Greg stepping down temporarily. And bro, Alyssa deleted her Instagram." "Now that's serious," I said. "The world might actually spin off its axis." He laughed. "You're a menace, man." "Correction," I said, leaning back on the couch. "I'm retired, but retired didn't mean disconnected." I still had access to their internal systems, which I checked out of habit. Their servers were holding for now, but their internal communication threads were pure chaos. Executives panicking. Investors threatening to pull funding. One email even read, "Does anyone know who owns the Nexaware IP?" Spoiler. Nope. The next day, my phone buzzed with a message from an unknown number. "Evan, please tell them I didn't know." "Alyssa." I stared at it for a good minute, thumb hovering over the reply button. Then I typed, "You didn't know much, apparently." And hovered again. My better self deleted it. Silence was heavier. Silence made people feel their mistakes in surround sound. Later that afternoon, I took a walk downtown. It was funny how the world kept moving while someone else's empire crumbled. People ordering coffee, walking dogs, honking at traffic lights, completely unaware that somewhere a man who once called me a charity hire was watching his empire burn. There's poetry in that kind of oblivion. As I passed a newsstand, a headline caught my eye. "Tech Titan's son-in-law exposes corruption inside the Whitmore scandal." There was a blurry photo of me leaving the boardroom, mid-smirk. I laughed. "Great," I muttered. "Now I'm the hero no one asked for that night." I poured myself a drink, good whiskey this time, not the discount stuff, and toasted the quiet. The kind of peace you earn after walking through fire barefoot and somehow coming out with both shoes. I checked my email one more time before bed and saw something unexpected. A message from Clara Jensen. Clara was an old colleague from my early days at Whitmore. One of the few people who treated me like a human instead of Greg's charity project. The subject line read, "Couldn't resist." The email said, "Just wanted to say I saw what you did. You turned corporate betrayal into a TED Talk. Drink soon. You deserve something better than instant noodles and revenge." I smiled. Clara always had a way with words. The following week, the investigation went public. Turns out the Securities and Exchange Commission doesn't appreciate creative accounting. The Whitmore's private auditors found discrepancies. Translation: they got caught cooking the books. Greg's offshore assets were frozen faster than last year's turkey, and he was forced to step back indefinitely. Alyssa's mother, Melanie, the walking Botox sculpture, fled to Arizona for spiritual detox, which is rich considering that woman's soul has probably been on airplane mode since 1987. As for Alyssa, she tried rebranding. She posted one last video, teary-eyed, voice trembling, playing the victim like it was Broadway. "I didn't know what my father was doing," she said. "And I never wanted to hurt anyone." The comment section was brutal. "Girl, you knew. You were cashing the checks. We prefer our influencers with ethics, not offshore accounts. Her video went viral for all the wrong reasons. Within days, her management dropped her and her name became a punchline on late-night shows. Jimmy Fallon even said, "If you think your family dinners are awkward, imagine being a Whitmore." Meanwhile, I started quietly rebuilding my life. Clara and I grabbed the drink she promised. A rooftop bar overlooking the city. She raised her glass. "To poetic justice," she said. "To poetic coding," I replied. She grinned. "You know, you could easily take over Whitmore Systems now." I shook my head. "Nah, I'm done babysitting billionaires. I'd rather build something new." And I did. Within a month, I poured a portion of my settlement money into something I called the Thomas Rivers Initiative, named after my late mother. It was a scholarship program for young programmers from low-income backgrounds. Kids who reminded me of myself before I learned to smile through boardroom humiliation. We launched with a small press release. Nothing flashy, but the applications flooded in. Turns out when you stop trying to impress the world that burned you, it starts looking at you differently. One afternoon while reviewing applications, I got another call from an unknown number again. Against my better judgment, I answered. "Evan, it was Alyssa." Her voice was raw, unfiltered. "Ah," I said, the internet's favorite cautionary tale. She ignored the jab. "I just wanted to say, I never thought you'd actually do it." "Do what?" "Stand up for myself." "I didn't mean it like that," she said quietly. Dad's destroyed. Mom's gone. And me? I can't even walk into a coffee shop without someone whispering. Sounds like karma's got good aim." Silence. Then she said, "Are you happy?" I hesitated. "Yeah, happier than I've been in a long time." "You're enjoying this?" she accused, voice cracking. "Not really," I said. "Enjoyment implies it was fun." This was necessary. She sniffed like she wanted to say something else, but instead she whispered, "Goodbye, Evan." "Goodbye, Alyssa." I hung up and sat there for a long time, staring out the window. The city lights blinked back like a Morse code message. I didn't need to decode. I wasn't angry anymore. I wasn't vindictive. I was just done. The world eventually moved on. The Whitmore scandal became old news, replaced by newer disasters and fresher memes. Greg's name still popped up occasionally in lawsuits, in think pieces about corporate accountability, and once in a charity gala brochure that hilariously listed him as former visionary. Alyssa resurfaced months later in a small town running a yoga studio called Renewal. I almost respected it almost. As for me, I kept building. Nexaware thrived, rebranded under my own name this time. No secrecy, no aliases. I even started mentoring young engineers, teaching them not just how to code, but how to read contracts, protect their ideas, and never let anyone treat them like disposable labor. One evening, Clara stopped by my office with takeout. "You ever think about forgiving them?" she asked between bites of noodles. I thought for a long second. "Forgiveness is overrated," I said. "Peace is better." She smiled. "You really turned your pain into profit," I laughed. "I call it emotional capitalism." Weeks later, I found myself back near the Whitmore building. The company had changed its name. Whitmore Systems was now Nexus Global because apparently slapping new on old sins makes investors feel better. I stood across the street watching employees come and go. Nobody recognized me. Good. I wasn't there to gloat. I was there to make sure the past really was behind me. The last time I'd walked out of that place, I was angry. This time, I just felt calm. There's something deeply satisfying about knowing you could destroy someone again, but choosing not to. That's real power. The kind that doesn't scream or demand attention. It just exists. As I turned to leave, my phone buzzed. An alert from one of the scholarship recipients. A kid named Malik had just landed an internship at a major cybersecurity firm. His message was simple. "Mr. Rivers, thank you for believing in me. One day, I'll build something that changes everything." I smiled. Maybe he would. Maybe that's what all of this was for. Not revenge, not ego, but legacy. Because sometimes the fall of one empire is just the beginning of another. And this time, the foundation was clean. They say success is the best revenge, but I prefer to think of it as clarity with a payroll. When you've been through humiliation, betrayal, and a corporate soap opera that could win an Emmy. Rebuilding isn't just about bouncing back. It's about redesigning the entire blueprint. After the Whitmore fallout, I could have retired. I had more money than I'd ever need. A library of incriminating emails and front row seats to watch my enemies' Google reputations rot. But I wasn't interested in Nexaware relaunches under original founder Evan Rivers to provide next-gen cybersecurity with integrity. The word integrity wasn't just PR. It was a punchline aimed directly at Greg's ghost. 2 days later, my inbox exploded. Former Whitmore employees, good ones, the real brains, started reaching out. "Hey, Evan, heard what happened? Any openings?" It was poetic justice watching Greg's old talent crawl out from under his crumbling kingdom, looking for leadership that didn't come with a side of condescension. I hired 6 of them immediately. We weren't just a company. We were the Survivors Club. Then there was Clara. She officially joined as COO, though we both knew titles didn't matter between us. She'd been the one person who saw through my polite "I'm fine" routine during my Whitmore years. "You're not fine," she used to say. "You're just patient." Now, she'd help me turn patience into profit. Our first week was chaos disguised as progress. Coffee spills, code crashes, and an overenthusiastic intern who mistook my vintage keyboard for that old thing taking up space. But it felt alive, real, messy, human. Every ping of a new client inquiry felt like proof the universe wasn't punishing me. It was redirecting me. One morning, Clara walked into my office holding 2 coffees, and that mischievous grin she always wore when she had news. "Guess who just called?" she said. "Please tell me it's not Greg," I replied. "I'm out of popcorn," she laughed. "Nope. Better. A Fortune 500 company wants to pilot our new security software. Said they saw your interview on CNBC. I blinked. "Interview?" She pulled up her phone. There I was on screen sitting in some studio looking calmer than a monk on sedatives. The segment was titled "The Man Who Outsmarted His Father-in-Law." I hadn't realized my quiet revenge had turned into a redemption arc. The anchor asked me what motivated my success, and my recorded self said underestimation. It's the most renewable energy source on the planet. I almost spit my coffee. Did I really say that? Clara smirked. "You did, and it trended." The pilot deal went through. Suddenly, Nexaware wasn't just back. It was booming. We became the cybersecurity firm that companies actually trusted. Ironically, the Whitmore name still popped up, mostly in sentences like, "Please make sure we don't end up like them." That alone was worth another toast. Meanwhile, Gregory's life was unraveling faster than a cheap necktie. The federal audit had unearthed everything from shady vendor payments to falsified expense reports. Turns out borrowing against future revenue isn't just creative accounting. It's also illegal. His assets were frozen. His board voted him out permanently. And rumor had it he was now living in a smaller residence. Translation: the guest house of his former mansion. Alyssa, on the other hand, had gone quiet. Her yoga studio in Arizona was struggling, and every now and then she'd post vague motivational quotes like, "Growth hurts, but so does staying the same seedling." Duh. I scrolled past every time. Growth might hurt, but humility must have gone extinct in her zip code. Then came something unexpected, an invitation, not from Alyssa, thank God, but from the Chamber of Commerce. They wanted me to speak at a tech conference about ethical innovation. I nearly laughed out loud. A year ago, I was the guy fixing Wi-Fi for people who called me buddy. Now, I was a keynote speaker. Life really is a stand-up comedian. The conference was held in a swanky downtown hotel with chandeliers so bright they could cook breakfast. I walked onto that stage to polite applause, wearing the same calm smile that once unnerved Greg. My speech wasn't scripted. I just spoke from memory about the quiet power of being underestimated, about ethics not being a liability, and about how failure is just character development for the sequel. When it was over, I got a standing ovation. Some guy from a major tech magazine came up afterward and said, "That was brilliant. You're like the anti-Whitmore systems." I grinned. Best compliment I've had all week. That night, I got back to the office to find Clara waiting. She was sitting at my desk, feet propped up, reading an email on my screen. "You got another offer," she said. "Government contract, cyber defense initiative, big money." "Let me guess," I said, walking over. "They want us to fix something that shouldn't have been broken." She nodded. "Pretty much." I looked out the window, the city lights winking like they knew something I didn't. "You think we're ready for that kind of responsibility?" She smiled. "You were born ready. You just had to get rid of your in-laws first." We both laughed. It felt good, light, easy, not the forced laughter of company dinners or the brittle laughter I used to fake in front of Alyssa's friends. This was the sound of real beginnings. Months passed and Nexaware became more than a company. It became a culture. No politics, no nepotism, no hidden traps and contracts. I made sure of that. Every Friday, we held open forums where anyone could pitch ideas, even interns. And we had a rule: no one eats alone. Because I'd spent too many lunches alone in the Whitmore cafeteria listening to people whisper. Our success drew attention. Investors called, journalists emailed, and LinkedIn recruiters suddenly remembered I existed. But I wasn't chasing hype anymore. I'd learned that empires don't fall because of failure, they fall because of arrogance. And I'd had enough of that for several lifetimes. One evening, as I was locking up, Clara stopped me. "You know, you could have just walked away and lived quietly," she said. "Why build again?" I thought about it. Because rebuilding reminds me I didn't just survive them. I outgrew them. She nodded, then added softly, "I'm proud of you, Evan." And just like that, something shifted. The tension, the unspoken history, the quiet connection between us. It was all there humming in the air. I didn't say anything. Neither did she. Some things don't need words. Weeks later, NextAware hosted its first scholarship dinner for the Thomas Rivers Initiative. Seeing those young programmers, their eyes bright, their dreams unbroken, was like watching a different version of myself. I gave a short speech, mostly improvised. When I started in tech, I thought power meant being in control. Now I know it means giving it away. The room went silent, then erupted into applause. Afterward, one student approached me, a shy kid named Malik. "Mr. Rivers," he said, "I read about what you did with Whitmore Systems. It's inspiring." I chuckled. "Kid, that's just a fancy way of saying I refuse to stay quiet." He smiled. "Well, I'm glad you didn't." Driving home that night, I realized something. Revenge might have started this story, but redemption was writing the ending. The anger was gone, replaced with a strange, calm gratitude. Every insult, every humiliation, every betrayal, it all led me here. I pulled into my apartment garage and sat in silence for a moment, listening to the hum of the engine die down. My phone buzzed, a notification from an unknown number. Against my better judgment, I checked it. You were right. Silence does hurt more. No name, but I didn't need one. I stared at the message for a long time, then turned off my phone and smiled because finally I understood. The real rebuild wasn't the company or the money or the reputation. It was me. I wasn't the fired employee, the humiliated husband, or the lucky son-in-law anymore. I was Evan Rivers, founder, builder, survivor, and finally free man. And this time, I wasn't just rebuilding a life. I was designing a legacy. 2 weeks after the scholarship dinner, life had finally settled into something resembling peace. The kind of peace that doesn't need noise to prove it exists. The world had moved on from the Whitmore's implosion. And I had too, mostly. Sure, every now and then a headline would flash across my phone about the disgraced tech patriarch or former influencer Alyssa Whitmore attempting comeback, but I didn't click anymore. That chapter was closed, laminated, and filed under "not my problem." Or so I thought, until one Tuesday afternoon, the past decided to call. Literally, I was in my office halfway through a code review and a bad sandwich when my phone buzzed. Unknown number. Normally, I'd ignore it, but something about the timing. 3:14 p.m., the universe's favorite hour for irony, made me swipe. I didn't answer, though. I let it go to voicemail. Old habits die stylishly. A few minutes later, I saw the notification. One new voicemail. I hit play, not expecting much. Probably a spam call about my car's extended warranty. What I heard instead froze me mid-bite. "Evan, it's me, Alyssa." For a moment, I just stared at the phone like it had betrayed me. Her voice was softer, slower, missing that trademark smugness that used to fill every room she walked into. "I know you don't want to hear from me," she continued, her tone brittle around the edges. "You probably shouldn't. I just needed to say something. You never shouted, Evan. You never fought back. You just left. That silence, it's worse than anger. You were the real one, and I see that now." She paused, then audibly exhaling. "I don't expect forgiveness. I just wanted you to know. I get it now. You didn't leave to hurt me. You left because you finally respected yourself more than I did." Click. End of message. For a solid 30 seconds, I sat there motionless. My sandwich had fallen apart on the desk. My coffee had gone cold. And the only thing moving was the replay button because, of course, I hit it again. I don't know why. Maybe I wanted to hear if she meant it. Maybe I wanted to catch the faintest trace of regret hiding behind her words. Or maybe I just wanted to confirm that karma really had a voice. You never shouted. You never fought back. That line hit harder than it should have. Because she was right. I hadn't. When everything collapsed, when her father fired me. When she handed me that brochure for homeless shelters. I didn't yell. I didn't beg. I just walked away. And silence, it turns out, echoes longer than screaming ever could. After the second replay, I laughed, not bitterly, Just the kind of laugh that slips out when life circles back with perfect irony. The woman who once accused me of being too calm was now haunted by that calmness. Poetic doesn't even cover it. Clara poked her head into the office. "You good?" she asked, eyeing the untouched sandwich and the expression on my face. "Define good?" I said, leaning back in my chair. She frowned. "You look like someone who just read an obituary for an axe." "Close," I said, "I just listened to one." She arched a brow. "Alyssa?" "Yeah. She called you." Voicemail. No tears, no theatrics. Just a neatly packaged apology with guilt sprinkles on top. Clara stepped in, crossing her arms. "And how do you feel about that?" I shrugged. Somewhere between indifferent and oddly amused. Like watching a car you used to own finally get towed. She smirked. "That's disturbingly specific." "Yeah, well, closure is a weird thing. You wait for it for years, then it arrives uninvited during lunch hour." Clara studied me for a moment. "You're not going to respond, are you?" "No," I said. "I think silence deserves to finish what it started." She nodded slowly, approving. "Good. Because if you do, I'm confiscating your phone." "Understood, ma'am." She laughed, gave my shoulder a quick pat, and left me to my thoughts. I hit play one last time, not for her words, but for the closure buried between them. "You were the real one, Evan." That line lingered long after the message ended. I couldn't tell if she said it for me or for herself. Maybe both. That night, I didn't delete the voicemail. I just archived it like a relic, a digital tombstone for a version of me that used to need her validation. Then, because irony is my love language, I poured myself a drink, queued up a playlist titled Peace After Petty, and sat on my balcony, watching the city flicker below. The next morning, I got to the office early. Something about that voicemail had me wired in a strange productive way. I dove into work, tweaking a new Nexaware feature that used AI to predict cyber threats before they even hit. We called it the firewall that thinks ahead, kind of like me, really. Around noon, Clara popped her head in again. "You're in early. Did you finally find your purpose or did insomnia win again?" "Both," I said. "Apparently, heartbreak makes good caffeine." She laughed. "So, what's next for the great Evan Rivers? You've conquered your demons, rebuilt your empire, made half the tech world jealous, and got a voicemail apology. What's left?" I thought for a moment. "Peace. Maybe some quiet success. No drama, no revenge arcs, just building something that lasts." "Boring," she teased. "Yeah," I said, smiling. "Beautifully boring." That afternoon, a journalist called asking for a follow-up interview. I said no. The last thing I needed was to become a soundbite again. They wanted to frame my story as from fired son-in-law to tech titan. I wasn't interested in the mythology. The truth was simpler. I got tired of letting other people narrate my story, so I wrote my own. Later that week, while reviewing scholarship applications, I noticed one essay that stood out. It started with, "Sometimes the smartest thing you can say is nothing at all." I read it twice, smiling to myself. The student talked about learning restraint, about choosing silence over reaction, and about how quiet strength often gets mistaken for weakness. I could have sworn fate was trolling me. I approved that application instantly. Life went on. The Whitmore name faded from the headlines, replaced by newer scandals. Greg was reportedly negotiating plea deals. Alyssa's yoga studio closed after 6 months. Her final Instagram post said, "Starting over again, this time for me." I didn't like it, but I didn't sneer either. Maybe she finally got it. Maybe not. Either way, I had work to do. One Friday evening, Clara and I closed up the office early and went for dinner. We ended up at a small Italian place where the lights were dim, the bread was free, and the wine didn't taste like disappointment. "You seem lighter," she said, swirling her glass. "Yeah," I admitted. "It's weird. I thought I'd feel nothing after hearing that voicemail, but it feels peaceful, like finishing a book you hated, but still reading the last chapter." She smiled. Closure doesn't always come gift-wrapped. Sometimes it just shows up uninvited with bad timing. "Exactly," I said. "But I think I'm finally over it." "Good," she said. "Because you deserve someone who texts, not someone who leaves voicemails." I laughed. "You volunteering for the position?" She smirked. "Maybe, but only if there's health insurance." We clinkied glasses, and for the first time in a long time, I didn't feel haunted by the past. I didn't see Alyssa's face in every memory or hear Greg's voice in every doubt. It was just the present, messy, imperfect, and real. When I got home that night, I scrolled through my phone and hovered over the archived voicemail one last time. Then I pressed delete, Not out of anger, not to make a statement, just because I didn't need it anymore. It had served its purpose. The silence had spoken louder than her apology ever could. I stood by the window, watching the city stretch beneath me. Somewhere out there, people were still chasing the validation I'd finally stopped needing. That's the thing about betrayal. It breaks you. But if you're lucky, it rebuilds you better. I whispered to myself, "You were the real one, Evan." And for the first time, I didn't need anyone else to say it. The next morning, I woke up early, grabbed coffee, and headed to the office. The sun was rising, casting gold over the skyline. And for once, it didn't feel like another day to fight. It felt like another day to live. The voicemail was gone, the ghosts were quiet, and my future had never been louder. Because sometimes the best apologies aren't heard. They're outgrown. There's a kind of revenge people expect. The cinematic kind, fire, shouting, lawsuits, headlines, maybe a dramatic, "I told you so" with thunder clapping behind you for effect. That's not the kind I went for. Mine was quieter, cleaner. The kind that doesn't need an audience because the victory plays out naturally, one consequence at a time, like dominoes politely collapsing in your favor. I used to think closure meant confrontation, but now I know it's peace with a side of profit. By the time fall rolled around, life had found a rhythm. Nexaware was expanding faster than I expected. We'd outgrown our first office and moved into a sleek downtown building with frosted glass doors and a panoramic view that screamed Executive Redemption, Arkansas. The same city skyline that once looked like a battlefield now looked like a playground. Every morning I'd walk in, greet the team, grab coffee, and sit down in an office that still smelled like new paint and second chances. Clara, my partner in chaos and reason, was now officially COO. The staff adored her because she had that rare mix of competence and empathy that made people want to follow her into a storm. Together, we turned Nexaware into something Greg's empire could never be. Ethical, transparent, and actually functional. The irony, half our clients were companies fleeing the fallout of Whitmore Systems' collapse. It's almost poetic when your enemies fund your comeback. Speaking of Greg, word around the industry was that he'd settled his charges. He wasn't in prison, but he wasn't free either. His temporary leave from Whitmore Systems had quietly become permanent exile. The board voted him out and the company rebranded under new leadership. They even changed their name from Whitmore Systems to Wykant. I nearly choked when I saw the new slogan, "Integrity in every line of code." Oh, the irony. The company built on theft and arrogance now selling integrity like it came in a 12-pack. But the funniest part, they still used our software. My software under license. Every renewal payment that hit our account felt like a quiet blow from the people who once thought I was disposable. As for Alyssa, she became a ghost. Word was she'd left Arizona after her yoga studio failed and was living somewhere up north teaching online classes about self-awareness through adversity. I didn't follow her updates, but occasionally someone would send me screenshots. Her captions were unintentionally comedic. "Growth is painful, but so is staying small. Girl, you married a Whitmore. Small was never your issue." I didn't respond or comment. The old me might have wanted the last word, but silence had become my sharpest weapon. One crisp Friday morning, I arrived at the office early. Habit, not ambition. The city below was waking up. Car horns, early commuters, the faint hiss of espresso machines. I poured myself coffee, leaned on the balcony railing, and watched it all unfold. That's when Marcus called. "Morning, CEO," he said in that smug tone he reserved for people he knew had made it out alive. "Morning, unemployed friend." I shot back. He laughed. "Hey, I'm freelancing." Big difference. Anyway, just wanted to say I saw the Whitmore stock update down another 12%. Guess people aren't buying Integrity 2.0. I smiled. "You calling to brag on my behalf?" "Pretty much," he said. "It's wild, man. Remember when you were sitting on my couch, jobless, eating leftover pizza, saying you'd figure something out?" "Yeah," I said, chuckling. "Turns out revenge pairs nicely with entrepreneurship." He paused, then asked, "You ever think about reaching out to Alyssa? Like just to say whatever?" "No," I said immediately. She had her say, I had my silence. "We're even." "Damn," he said. "You're colder than my landlord." "Not cold," I said. "Just healed." He exhaled. "Man, that's deep. You're like the Buddha of payback." "Put that on my business card," I joked, ending the call. Later that morning, Clara walked in with her usual 2 coffees. "You look smug," she said, handing me one. "What's the occasion?" "I was just thinking about how far we've come," I said. "From unemployment and betrayal to running a multi-million-dollar company. It's weird how fast tables turn when you stop begging for a seat. She grinned. You didn't just turn the table. You built your own and sold the blueprints. We clinkinked our coffee cups like it was champagne. At noon, I had a meeting with the government cybersecurity division. They wanted to license Nexaware's AI-driven threat detection system. Big contract, big validation. During the pitch, the lead officer said, "Mr. Rivers, your reputation for integrity precedes you." I almost laughed out loud. Integrity, the very word Greg used to weaponize against me. The irony was rich enough to retire on. That deal closed by the end of the week, bringing in more revenue than my last 3 years at Whitmore combined. The universe, it seemed, paid on delay, but with interest. That weekend, Clara and I attended a networking gala. Our first as equals, not underlings. The ballroom was packed with tech elites, venture capitalists, and wannabe disruptors wearing $800 sneakers. At one point, a familiar face approached. Richard, one of the Whitmore board members who had voted to suspend Greg. He looked like a man who now regretted voting late. "Evan," he said, shaking my hand. "Good to see you thriving. You really did rebuild from the ashes." "Yeah," I said with a polite smile. "Turns out. Ash makes good fertilizer," he chuckled awkwardly. "You know, I never realized how much of Whitmore's success depended on your work," Greg always said. "Yeah," I interrupted. Greg said a lot of things. None of them aged well. Richard coughed into his drink and wisely changed the topic. Later that night, as the gala wound down, I stepped outside for air. The city skyline shimmered under the soft glow of street lights. I could still hear faint music from the ballroom, a jazz band playing something slow, thoughtful. Clara joined me, arms crossed against the cool air. "Nice speech," she said. "Thanks," I replied. Though I'm pretty sure half that crowd only applauded because I mentioned AI. She smiled. "Still, you were good. Calm, confident, humble." I raised an eyebrow. "Humble? Let's not stretch it." She laughed, bumping her shoulder against mine. "Fine. Calm, confident, semi-humble." I looked at her, then really looked. For the first time in years, I wasn't pretending to be okay. I was. The pain, the bitterness, even the sarcasm, they'd become fuel, not chains. "You know," I said, "I used to think revenge had to be loud. That the only way to win was to make sure everyone saw it. But this," I gestured to the skyline, "to the life we'd built. This feels better," Clara nodded. "Because this isn't revenge, it's evolution." That line stuck with me long after the night ended. Evolution. Maybe that's what all of this had been. Shedding versions of myself that no longer fit. A few weeks later, I got an unexpected email from a familiar address. gregory.whitmore@wisintentech.com. The subject line read, "You won." I hesitated before opening it. Inside, there was only one line. "I underestimated you. You deserved better." No signature, no excuses, just that. For a second, I almost felt sorry for him. Almost. But then I remembered the smirk he wore the day he slid that termination letter across the table and said, "Performance issues." I hit archive. Not delete, archive. Let him live forever in my inbox, just far enough from relevance. Months passed and life kept getting better. Nexaware expanded internationally. The Thomas Rivers Initiative tripled in size, sponsoring coding camps for kids who didn't even own laptops. And every time a news story popped up about Whitmore Systems' ongoing restructuring, I just smiled and turned the page. One quiet evening, I sat on my balcony again. Same city view, same soft hum of traffic. Clara had left after a long day of meetings, and I was alone with my thoughts. I poured a drink, leaned back, and let the silence wrap around me like an old friend. That's when my phone buzzed. A notification from Nexaware's accounting app. Another payment from Wycantech. License renewal complete. I laughed out loud. Every few months they still paid for access to the very system Greg once called overcomplicated nonsense. I raised my glass toward the skyline. "Cheers, Greg. Thanks for keeping the lights on." The night air was cool, the city alive, and for the first time, I felt something better than victory. I felt balance. Revenge had done its job. It got me through the storm, but peace built the house afterward. Because here's the truth. They don't tell you about revenge. The loud kind burns out fast. It's fireworks. Brilliant but brief. But the quiet kind, the kind that builds, grows, and pays dividends. That's forever. So when people ask how I got over it, how I went from fired son-in-law to founder, from humiliated husband to headline success, I tell them the same thing every time. I didn't shout, I built. And silence, my friend, pays dividends. Then I finish my drink, close my laptop, and smile at the thought of Gregory somewhere out there seeing my name on his company's monthly expense report. That's not just revenge. That's poetic accounting. Story 4. My wife's boss sent me a text with my wife's phone at 1 a.m. She's occupied now. She'll call later. I responded, no need. You can have her. We're done. 10 minutes later, my wife and her boss were at my door, clearly in distress, begging, look, I'm not saying I have a sixth sense or anything, but when your phone buzzes at 10:03 in the morning with that specific angry wasp vibration that screams, your life is about to get complicated. You just know something's gone sideways. I was half asleep, drooling on a pillow that smelled vaguely like old Chinese takeout and broken dreams when my phone lit up like a disco ball at a funeral. The blue light cut through my bedroom darkness with all the subtlety of a freight train crashing through a library. I grabbed the phone with the coordination of a drunk giraffe, squinting at the screen like it might suddenly make sense if I just focused hard enough. The notification said it was from Rachel, my wife. Rachel, the woman who promised to love me through sickness and health, and apparently also through really terrible life choices. But here's the kicker that made my stomach drop faster than a lead balloon. The actual Cinder name displayed was G. Price Work. Her boss, Dr. Gavin Price, the kind of guy who probably practiced his sympathetic doctor face in the mirror every morning while flossing with organic gluten-free dental tape. The message itself was short, sweet, and about as comforting as a cactus hug. She's occupied now. She'll call later. I stared at those words. Then I stared some more. I read them backwards, forwards in Pig Latin, trying to find some alternate interpretation where occupied meant something innocent like busy saving lives or stuck in a really long staff meeting about proper hand-washing techniques. But my brain, that traitorous bastard, kept circling back to the only conclusion that made sense at 1:03 in the freaking morning. My wife was with her boss and he felt comfortable enough using her phone to text me like I was some annoying telemarketer he could brush off with a canned response. The rage hit me like a tidal wave made of pure crystallized what the actual hell. But I'm a locksmith by trade, former cop by history, and a dramatic son of a gun by nature. So I channeled all that fury into crafting the perfect response. My thumbs flew across the keyboard with the precision of a surgeon and the pettiness of a reality TV villain. I typed, no need. You can have her. We're done. Then I added a period at the end because nothing says, I'm dead serious and you just nuke your own life quite like proper punctuation. Grammar is the ultimate power move when you're ending a marriage via text at 1 o'clock in the morning. I hit send with the same satisfaction I imagine people feel when they drop the mic after a killer speech. Then I set my phone face down on the nightstand, rolled over, and tried to convince myself I could actually fall back asleep after essentially detonating a nuclear bomb in the middle of my marriage. Spoiler alert, I could not. My brain was doing the mental equivalent of running laps while screaming and occasionally stopping to replay every moment of the last few months, looking for signs I'd missed, red flags I'd ignored, and excuses I'd swallowed like bad medicine. 10 minutes passed. 10 minutes that felt like 10 years, during which I alternated between righteous indignation and the kind of soul-crushing sadness that makes you want to ugly cry into your pillow while eating ice cream straight from the container. I was right in the middle of composing a mental list titled Things I Should Have Noticed, You Idiot. When I heard it, the frantic pounding on my front door that sounded like someone was trying to beat their way through solid wood using nothing but pure panic and poor decision-making skills. Then came the voices. Oh, the voices. Rachel's voice pitched high with that particular frequency of distress that women use when they realize they've been caught red-handed and need to engage emergency damage control protocols. And underneath hers, a deeper male voice that had to belong to Dr. Gavin. I text other men's wives from their phones, Price himself. They were both talking over each other, a cacophony of pleading and explaining, and what sounded suspiciously like the verbal equivalent of throwing spaghetti at a wall to see what sticks. I hauled myself out of bed with all the enthusiasm of a man walking to his own execution, threw on the same jeans I discarded on the floor 6 hours earlier, and shuffled to the front door like a zombie who'd just been denied his morning coffee. Through the peephole, I got my first good look at the disaster unfolding on my doorstep. And let me tell you, it was better than any reality TV show I'd ever hate-watched. Rachel was still in her scrubs, those blue hospital pajamas that apparently double as I'm having an affair camouflage, and her mascara was running down her face in thick black rivers that made her look like a raccoon who'd just been through a particularly emotional therapy session. Her hair was a mess. That specific kind of mess that happens when you've been horizontal for reasons that have nothing to do with sleeping. And she was clutching her phone like it was a life preserver and she was drowning in an ocean of her own stupid choices. Next to her stood Dr. Gavin Price himself. And oh boy, he was exactly what I'd pictured, blurry-eyed, wearing one of those white coats that doctors use to broadcast their authority and superiority to us mere mortals who can't tell a spleen from a pancreas. He had that look on his face, the one that screams, I make important life or death decisions every day, and also terrible personal decisions after hours. His hair was rumpled, his clothes were wrinkled, and he had the general appearance of a man who just realized he'd walked face first into a trap of his own making. They both looked frantic, like actors who'd forgotten their lines mid-performance and were desperately improvising their way through the worst play ever written. Rachel was saying something about it's not what you think and please just let me explain, while Gavin was attempting to back her up with phrases like medical emergency and complete misunderstanding that landed with all the credibility of a $3 bill. I reached for the deadbolt with deliberate slowness, drawing out the moment like a conductor preparing for the dramatic finale of a symphony click. I turned it exactly half an inch. Not enough to open, just enough to let them hear it. Then, because I'm nothing if not committed to the bid, I did the whole chain lock flourish with the kind of theatrical flair that would make a Broadway actor proud. The metal chain slid into place with a satisfying clink that said, "Oh, you're not getting in here, and I'm going to enjoy every second of making you squirm." I let them beg through that chain. I stood there in my rumpled jeans and t-shirt that said, "I lock it like it's hot." A gift from Frank that I thought was hilarious right up until this moment. Listening to them spew excuses and explanations through the 4-inch gap that might as well have been the Grand Canyon. Rachel was crying. Real tears, not the manipulative kind, which somehow made it worse. Gavin was doing his best impression of a reasonable human being, which was about as convincing as a snake trying to sell you life insurance. I narrated the whole scene in my head with enough sarcasm to power a small city. Because if I didn't laugh at the absurdity of my wife and her boss showing up at my door at 1:15 in the morning looking like they'd just fled the scene of a crime, I was definitely going to cry. And I'd be damned if I was going to give them the satisfaction of seeing me break down. So I stood there, arms crossed, watching them perform their desperate duet of denial through my chain-locked door, and I thought, this is it. This is rock bottom. A locksmith who can't even keep his own marriage locked down. Getting a front row seat to the worst show on earth. Performed by the two people who were supposed to be on his side. Irony, I decided, really is a locksmith's middle name. Morning arrived with all the grace and subtlety of a hangover wearing steel-toed boots, kicking me directly in the cerebral cortex. I woke up on my couch because apparently I'd passed out there after the midnight doorstep drama festival with a sick in my neck that felt like someone had replaced my spine with a rusty pipe and the kind of headache that makes you question every life choice that led to this exact moment. The living room looked like a crime scene if the crime was man gives up on life. Empty beer bottles lined the coffee table like sad little soldiers. The TV was frozen on some infomercial for a vegetable chopper that promised to change my life. And my phone was blowing up with notifications that I absolutely did not want to read. But the universe wasn't done kicking me while I was down because at precisely 7:47 a.m. my mother called. Of course, she did. Mothers have this supernatural ability to sense when their children's lives are imploding from up to 300 meters away. And mine had the tracking skills of a bloodhound crossed with an NSA surveillance satellite. I let it ring twice before accepting that ignoring Linda Martinez was about as effective as trying to stop a tsunami with a pool noodle. Michael Anthony Martinez, she started using my full government name like I was 12 years old and had just been caught stealing cookies before dinner. I need you to tell me why Rachel's car has been parked outside the hospital staff housing for the last 3 nights. Because Dolores from church saw it and she told Patricia, who told me during our morning walk, and now half the town thinks your wife is having an affair with that doctor. I pressed the heel of my hand against my forehead and contemplated whether it was too early to start drinking again. Ma, it's not even 8 o'clock in the morning. Can we schedule this crisis for a more reasonable hour? Like never. Don't you get smart with me, Mojo. Is it true? Because if it's true, I'm going to march down to that hospital. Man, it's true. Ma, I cut her off because there was no point in pretending anymore. Small towns are like living inside a fishbowl filled with piranhas who gossip. I found out last night. Well, technically this morning at 1 a.m., which is apparently when all good marriages go to die. The silence on the other end lasted exactly 3 seconds before my mother launched into a rapid-fire combination of Spanish and English that would have made a drill sergeant weep with admiration. I held the phone away from my ear and let her get it out of her system, occasionally interjecting with, "Yes, Ma," and "I know, Ma," at what I hoped were appropriate intervals. After I finally extracted myself from the maternal inquisition with promises to come over for dinner later, because apparently nothing says your life is falling apart quite like your mom's enchiladas. I surveyed my kingdom of sadness. The apartment we'd shared for 3 years looked different in the harsh morning light. Wedding photos on the mantel that now felt like evidence of a crime. My police academy graduation photo hanging next to Rachel's nursing school diploma. Both of us looking so damn young and optimistic, it made me want to punch something. A ring of faded coffee cup stains on the side table that mapped out every morning we'd sat together, scrolling through our phones and pretending we were still connected. The rain started around 9 o'clock because of course it did. This was turning into a full-blown country song, and I half expected my dog to die, and my truck to break down, except I didn't have a dog, and my truck was running fine, which somehow made everything worse. Rachel showed up at 10:23 a.m. I know the exact time because I was staring at the clock, willing the day to end when I heard her key in the lock. She still had a key. I'd need to change those locks. Professional hazard of being a locksmith is knowing exactly how vulnerable your own security is. She walked in looking like she'd been through a war zone, still wearing those damn scrubs. And I wondered if that was intentional, like wearing a uniform would somehow legitimize whatever explanation she was about to serve up. "Mike, please just listen to me," she started, and I held up one hand like a traffic cop at the world's most depressing intersection. "Let me guess," I said, leaning back against the kitchen counter with my arms crossed. "It was an emergency. A medical emergency that required Dr. McDreamy to personally tend to you at 1 o'clock in the morning using your phone to text me because his fingers were too busy saving lives or whatever excuse you two workshopped on the drive over here." She flinched like I'd slapped her, but pushed forward with the kind of determination that comes from rehearsing a story until you almost believe it yourself. "There was a problem with a patient's foreline. Gavin was helping me troubleshoot it and I was so exhausted from the double shift that I fell asleep in his office. That's it. That's all that happened." I laughed. A short bitter bark that didn't contain an ounce of actual humor. "You fell asleep in his office, right? And he just happened to use your phone to text me like he owned it. Tell me, in this heartwarming episode of Grey's Anatomy Goes to Hell, why exactly was Dr. Price comfortable enough to send me a message from your phone? Do you two share phones regularly? Is that a new hospital policy I'm not aware of? Mike, you're being ridiculous." "No, Rachel, I'm being rational, which is apparently a foreign concept in whatever reality you've been living in." I pushed off the counter and started pacing because standing still felt like surrender. "You want to know what's ridiculous? The fact that you think I'm stupid enough to buy this after-cool special you're selling." "Oh no, officer. I didn't know how the drugs got in my car." "That's what you sound like right now." Her face crumpled and she sank into the armchair. My armchair, the one I'd inherited from my grandfather, like her legs couldn't hold her up anymore. "It's been months of distance between us, Mike. Months of you working late on locksmith calls, months of me pulling double shifts, months of us passing each other like roommates instead of partners. I felt alone. I felt invisible. So, you chose a late-night drama with your boss instead of I don't know, suggesting couples counseling instead of having one single honest conversation with your husband." I stopped pacing and looked at her dead on. "You felt alone, so you made sure I'd feel alone, too. That's some real partnership right there." She was crying now, full-on sobbing into her hands. And part of me, the part that had loved her since we met at that ridiculous hospital charity auction 6 years ago, wanted to comfort her. But the bigger part, the part that had spent the last 9 hours replaying every suspicious moment from the past few months, was too busy being angry to care about her tears. "If this was really an emergency," I said, letting the sarcasm drip from every word like acid. "Why didn't Dr. Price wear scrubs to my doorstep? Why did he show up in a white coat like he was making a house call at 1 o'clock in the morning? Did he stop to change? Was there a wardrobe consultation? Because I'm just trying to understand the logistics of this medical emergency that required both of you to show up at my door looking like you just fled a telenovela set." She didn't have an answer for that. She just sat there crying into her hands while the rain beat against the windows and turned the whole scene into exactly what it was, a tragedy that nobody asked for, but everyone saw coming. I gave Rachel exactly 45 minutes to cry in my apartment before I told her she needed to leave. Not because I'm heartless, though at that particular moment I was doing a pretty solid impression of a man whose heart had been put through a wood chipper, but because if I had to watch her sob into her hands for one more second, I was either going to start screaming or start crying myself. And neither option seemed particularly productive. She left with all the dramatic flair of a soap opera actress exiting stage left, taking her keys with her because I hadn't had the energy yet to tell her I'd be changing the locks by tomorrow morning at the latest. The second her car pulled out of the driveway, I grabbed my phone and scrolled through my contacts until I found the name I was looking for. Frank Sullivan, listed in my phone as Frank the Tank, Bad Ideas Department. Frank was my old partner back when I was still wearing a badge and pretending I had my life together before I'd hung up my gun and decided that picking locks was somehow less stressful than picking up the pieces of other people's disasters. Turns out I was wrong about that, but that's a different therapy session. Frank had left the force about 2 years before I did, deciding that working for the city paid in good intentions and benefits, whereas running his own private investigation firm paid in actual money and came with the added bonus of choosing which idiots to work for. He'd set up shop in a small office above a Chinese restaurant downtown, and the whole place perpetually smelled like sweet and sour pork in disappointment. It was perfect for him. I hit the call button and listened to it ring twice before Frank's voice came through. Burly and suspicious, like a bouncer interrogating someone with a fake ID. "This better be important, Martinez. I'm elbow deep in a cheating spouse case and the photos I'm looking at are making me lose my faith in humanity. Frank, my wife's sleeping with her boss. I found out via text message at 1 o'clock in the morning and I need someone to either talk me down from a ledge or help me dig up enough dirt to bury him. Your choice." I delivered this information with the emotional inflection of someone reading a grocery list because at this point I'd moved past hysterical and landed firmly in the neighborhood of numb. There was a pause on the other end. The kind of pause that meant Frank was processing this information and calculating exactly how deep into the mess he was about to get. Jesus Christ. Mike. Rachel. You're Rachel. The nurse who makes those little jokes about proper hand hygiene and bakes cookies for hospital fundraisers. That's the one. Turns out she's been doing a lot more than baking cookies, if you catch my drift. I sank back onto the couch and stared at the ceiling, counting the cracks in the plaster like they might spell out some kind of answer. The guy's name is Dr. Gavin Price. He's her boss at County General, drives a BMW that probably costs more than my entire year's salary, and has the kind of face that makes you want to punch it on principle. Hold that thought. I'm coming over. Don't do anything stupid in the next 20 minutes. Frank hung up before I could argue, which was probably for the best because I absolutely would have argued that everything I was thinking about doing qualified as stupid and I was going to do it anyway. True to his word, Frank showed up 19 minutes later looking exactly like Frank always looked, built like a bouncer who'd eaten a smaller bouncer for breakfast, wearing jeans and a flannel shirt that had seen better decades, and carrying 2 enormous cups of coffee that smelled like they could resurrect the dead. He handed me one without a word and settled into the armchair that Rachel had vacated, his weight making the old furniture creak in protest. "Talk," he commanded, sipping his coffee like it was a life support system, and he'd die without it. Frank drank coffee the way other people breathed constantly, compulsively, and with the kind of dedication usually reserved for religious zealots or people training for ultramarathons. So, I talked. I told him everything, starting with the 103 a.m. text and ending with Rachel's pathetic explanation about falling asleep in Gavin's office after a stressful situation. I told him about the look on Gavin's face when he showed up at my door, about my mother's phone call and the fact that apparently half the town had been watching my marriage disintegrate in real time while I'd been blissfully ignorant. I told him about the coffee cup rings on my table and the wedding photos that now felt like crime scene evidence. Frank listened without interrupting, which was one of his best qualities. He just sat there drinking his coffee and occasionally nodding, letting me purge all the poison that had been building up in my system since the early morning hours. When I finally ran out of words, he set down his coffee cup and leaned forward with his elbows on his knees, fixing me with the kind of look that had probably made suspects confess to crimes they didn't commit back when he was still wearing a badge. Here's the thing about liars, Mike. They think they're smarter than everyone else. They think they can spin a story and cover their tracks and nobody will ever know the truth. But liars always make mistakes because they're too busy remembering the lies to remember the details. He picked up his coffee again and took a long drink. "You want my professional opinion? This wasn't a one-time thing. This wasn't some moment of weakness or a bad decision made in the heat of the moment. This has been going on for a while and they've been careful about it, which means there's a pattern. And patterns leave evidence." "What kind of evidence?" I asked, leaning forward, because suddenly this felt less like wallowing in self-pity and more like actually doing something productive with my rage. "Paper trail, bank records, phone logs, credit card statements. People lie, Mike. People lie all the damn time. But phones don't lie. Money doesn't lie. Digital footprints don't lie." Frank was getting animated now, shifting into his investigator mode like a superhero putting on a cape. "You want to know the truth? I mean, the real actual documented truth that holds up in divorce court and makes your lawyer smile, then we need to look. Not shotgun revenge, not yet. Just good old-fashioned fact-finding, detective work, the boring, methodical kind that actually gets results." I felt something shift in my chest. Some combination of relief and purpose that made me sit up straighter. "I want to look. I want to know everything. Every text, every call, every time they met up and thought they were being clever. I want the whole damn story. That's what I like to hear." Frank grinned. And it was the kind of grin that meant someone was about to have a very bad day. "Now tell me everything you know about this Dr. Price character. Where he works, where he lives, what kind of car he drives, if he's got a history. I'll start running background checks, see what skeletons are hiding in his closet. Guys like this, doctors with God complexes who think they can screw around with their subordinates. They usually have a pattern. This probably isn't the first time, which means there might be other victims, other stories, other people who'd love to see him get what's coming to him. I could use my locksmith skills to help with the investigation. I offered, only half joking. Open some closed cases. Literally, Frank groaned and threw a couch pillow at my head. Jesus Christ, Martinez. That's the worst pun I've heard all week, and I spent yesterday talking to a bail bondsman who exclusively communicates in dad jokes. But yeah, your skills might actually come in handy if we need to, let's say, gain access to certain areas for documentary purposes. Documentary purposes. I like that. Very professional. I was actually smiling now, which felt bizarre given that my life was currently on fire. But there was something about having a plan, having Frank in my corner. That made the whole disaster feel less like drowning and more like swimming toward shore. I'll start digging into Price's background today, Frank said, standing up and draining the last of his coffee. Public records, professional history, any complaints filed against him, social media presence, the works. You focus on documenting everything from your end. Every conversation with Rachel, every suspicious detail you remember from the last few months, every piece of evidence that might be useful, write it down, screenshot it, save it. We're building a case here. And cases are built on details. He headed for the door, then turned back with that serious expression he used to wear when we were about to raid a drug house back in the day. Mike, one more thing. This is going to get ugly before it gets better. You need to be prepared for that. When you start digging into people's secrets, you don't always like what you find. You ready for that? I thought about Rachel crying in my armchair. I thought about Gavin's smug face at my doorstep. I thought about the 103 a.m. text and the 9 hours of hell that had followed. Yeah, I said, I'm ready. 3 days after Frank started his investigation, I got a text from a number I didn't recognize. It came through at 2:47 p.m. on a Thursday while I was in the middle of rekeying the locks at a real estate office, sweating through my work shirt, and contemplating whether I should just change my own damn locks already or continue living in this weird limbo where my cheating wife technically still had access to my apartment. The text was short and cryptic in that way that immediately makes you think either someone's trying to sell you car insurance or your life is about to get more complicated. We need to talk. It's about Rachel and Gavin. LLA. LLA. Rachel's friend Leah. LLA Chan, who taught overpriced spin classes at that boutique fitness studio downtown where people paid $40 to ride a stationary bike in a dark room while someone yelled motivational garbage at them. Leah, who posted Instagram stories of her green smoothies and acai bowls with captions about wellness journeys and finding your authentic self. Leah, who had always privately suspected was one of those people who preached health and positivity while secretly stress-eating cookie dough at midnight and contemplating the meaninglessness of existence. I stared at the text for a solid 30 seconds, my fingers covered in graphite and lock lubricant, trying to decide if this was a trap or an opportunity. On one hand, Leah was Rachel's friend, which meant she was potentially enemy territory. On the other hand, she was reaching out to me about Rachel and Gavin, which meant either she had information or she was about to deliver some kind of intervention that would make me want to throw myself into traffic. I texted back, coffee bean on Main. 6 p.m. Come alone and don't tell Rachel because apparently I was living in a spy movie now and everything had to be dramatic and clandestine. She responded immediately, already planning on it. See you there. The Coffee Bean was one of those aggressively hipster establishments where the baristas had ironic mustaches and the menu featured things like deconstructed lattes and artisanal cold brew infused with the tears of free-range coffee plants or whatever pretentious nonsense they were calling regular coffee these days. I showed up 10 minutes early because old cop habits die hard. Ordered something called an Americano that cost $7 and tasted like regret and claimed a corner booth where I could see the door. Leah walked in at exactly 6 o'clock and I had to hand it to her. She looked exactly like someone who was about to either save my life or ruin it further. She was wearing yoga pants and an oversized hoodie that said, Namaste in bed, carrying one of those enormous water bottles that fitness people use to prove they're hydrated and therefore superior to the rest of us mortals. Her hair was pulled back in a ponytail so tight it probably gave her a headache and she had that look on her face. The one that said she was nervous, guilty, and determined all at once. She spotted me, took a breath like she was preparing for battle, and made her way over with the kind of walk that suggested she'd rather be literally anywhere else. She slid into the booth across from me without ordering anything, which I respected because it meant she wanted to get straight to business. Thanks for meeting me, she started. And her voice had that shaky quality that people get when they're about to confess something they really don't want to confess. I've been going back and forth on whether to reach out for the last 3 days, and I couldn't keep this to myself anymore. It's eating me alive. Well, that makes 2 of us, I said, wrapping my hands around my overpriced coffee. So, what's this about? And please don't tell me you're here to defend Rachel or explain how I misunderstood the situation, because I've already had my fill of gaslighting this week and it's only Thursday. Yaila shook her head so hard her ponytail whipped back and forth like a pendulum of denial. No. God, no. I'm not here to defend anyone. I'm here because she stopped, pulled out her phone, and set it on the table between us like it was a live grenade. I'm here because I have proof. Proof that this is so much worse than you think. And I need you to know that I didn't realize what was happening until it was too late. And I feel like absolute garbage about it. My heart rate kicked up a notch. That old familiar feeling from my cop days when a witness was about to crack and give you the key to the whole case. What kind of proof? She unlocked her phone with trembling fingers and pulled up her screenshots folder. There's a group chat. It's called the On Call Club. It's Jesus Mike. It's disgusting. It's a bunch of doctors and nurses, mostly men, and they use it to brag about their conquests, like it's some kind of game, like the people they're sleeping with are just points on a scoreboard. She turned the phone toward me, and I felt my stomach drop as I scrolled through the screenshots. The chat was exactly what she described, crude, mean, filled with the kind of locker room talk that made you lose faith in humanity. There were names, dates, inside jokes that made my skin crawl. Emoji reactions that ranged from fire symbols to eggplants to thumbs ups. Like these people were congratulating each other on ruining marriages and betraying trust. And there, right in the middle of it all, was Gavin Price's name. Not just participating, leading. He was the ringleader of this disgusting little club, posting updates like he was some kind of conquest coordinator. Late shift scored me another point. Martinez's wife is easier than I thought. Husband's a locksmith. Ironic since he can't lock down his own marriage. Faced with tears of joy, I stared at those words until they burned into my retinas. The casual cruelty of it. The way he'd reduced Rachel to a point, a joke, a punchline in his twisted game. The way he'd thrown in that dig about me, about my profession, like it was all just hilarious entertainment for him and his band of medical professionals who'd apparently skipped the do no harm part of their training. There's more, Leia said quietly. And she scrolled down to show me additional messages. Rachel's name appeared multiple times. Details about their encounters that made me want to throw my $7 coffee against the wall. Comments from other members of the chat congratulating Gavin, making jokes, treating the whole thing like it was fantasy football, but with real people's lives. How long has this been going on? I asked, my voice coming out rougher than I intended. The chat's been active for at least 2 years from what I can tell. Rachel's name started appearing about 4 months ago. Hila pulled her phone back and hugged it to her chest like it contained classified information. Mike, I need you to understand. I didn't know. I swear to God, I didn't know it was this bad. Rachel told me she was interested in someone at work, that there was chemistry, and her voice cracked. I helped her cover. I lied for her. I told you she was with me on nights when she wasn't. I thought it was just flirting, maybe some harmless emotional affair that would fizzle out. I didn't know there was a whole hunting club treating women like trophies. I wanted to be angry at her. Part of me was angry at her. But the bigger part recognized that she was here now with evidence looking like she wanted to crawl into a hole and die from guilt. That counted for something. Why are you showing me this now? I asked, what changed? I saw the messages from the night you found out. After you texted Gavin, the chat went crazy. They were laughing about it, Mike. Laughing about you finding out, making jokes about how you'd react, taking bets on whether Rachel would go back to you or stick with Gavin. She looked like she might cry, and I noticed for the first time that she probably hadn't slept much in the last few days. And that's when I realized this wasn't some romantic affair or forbidden love story. This was predatory. This was cruel. These are people with power using that power to manipulate others and then bragging about it like they're collecting baseball cards. I laughed. A dark, throat-clearing sort of laugh that contained zero actual humor and 100% bitter recognition of how absurd my life had become. Let me get this straight. My wife's having an affair with her boss who's part of some kind of medical professional sex club where they share notes on their conquests like they're comparing their fantasy football lineups. And you helped cover for her because you thought it was romantic. Does that about sum it up? When you say it like that, it sounds even worse, Leia whispered. That's because it is worse. It's cartoonishly bad. It's so bad it loops back around to being almost funny. Except on the punchline, so it's actually just soul-destroying. I rubbed my face with both hands. Can you send me those screenshots? Already done. I airdropped them to your phone while you were reading. She finally reached for her water bottle and took a long drink like she needed to hydrate after purging all these secrets. There's something else you should know. I'm not the only one who helped cover. There are other people, friends, co-workers, who knew things were happening and either didn't care or actively participated in keeping secrets. This whole thing is bigger than just Rachel and Gavin. Of course it is, I muttered. Because why would my personal disaster be contained and manageable when it could be a full-blown conspiracy involving multiple accomplices? Leia stood up, gathering her things with the energy of someone who just completed a mission and desperately needed to escape. I'm sorry, Mike. I'm so sorry I was part of this. I'm going to have to live with that guilt for a long time. But I thought you deserved to know the truth. All of it. I looked at her, really looked at her, and saw someone who probably did drink kale smoothies while hiding whiskey in her water bottle. Someone who preached wellness while drowning in her own mess. Someone who was trying to do the right thing, even though it was way too late. Thanks for this, I said, gesturing to my phone where the screenshots now lived. I mean that. This is proof. Proof is a delicious cold thing. Yaila, you just gave me ammunition. She nodded and left without another word, leaving me alone in my corner booth with my cold coffee and my smoking gun. I pulled up the screenshots again and scrolled through them slowly, methodically, memorizing every crude joke and casual cruelty. They thought they were untouchable. They thought they could keep their little club secret, laugh at their victims, and never face consequences. They forgot that every lock has a key, and I was very, very good at finding them. Frank showed up at my apartment 4 days after my coffee shop confession session with Leia, carrying a folder that was thicker than my old police vest, and had that particular weight that comes from containing someone's entire history of being a garbage human being. He didn't knock, just used the spare key I'd given him back when we were partners. And I still believed in things like trust and friendship, and walked in to find me sitting at my kitchen table, surrounded by printouts of the On-Call Club screenshots, a legal pad covered in notes that probably made me look like a conspiracy theorist, and enough empty coffee cups to qualify as a health hazard. You look like hell, Frank said by way of greeting, setting the folder down on the table with a thud that sent some of my papers flying. When's the last time you slept or showered or consumed anything that wasn't liquid caffeine? Bold words coming from a man who considers coffee a food group? I shot back, but I couldn't really argue with his assessment. I'd been living in the same pair of sweatpants for 2 days. My hair was doing something that could charitably be called abstract art. And I'm pretty sure I smelled like a combination of lock lubricant, desperation, and poor life choices. Please tell me that folder contains something that will make me feel better about the fact that my wife joined a sex cult and I was too stupid to notice. It's not a sex cult. It's just a group of entitled with medical degrees and no moral compass. Frank corrected, dropping into the chair across from me. But yeah, this folder is going to make your whole week, maybe your whole month, possibly your whole year, depending on how much you enjoy watching people get what they deserve. He flipped open the folder with the dramatic flair of a magician revealing his best trick. And I found myself staring at a collection of documents that looked like they'd been compiled by someone with an axe to grind and a really good filing system. Complaint forms, HR reports, legal documents with official-looking letterheads, personnel files that probably weren't supposed to be accessible to civilians, but Frank had ways of obtaining things that I'd learned long ago not to ask too many questions about. Meet Dr. Gavin Price's greatest hits collection, Frank announced, tapping the top document with one finger. Turns out your wife's boyfriend has a history longer than a CVS receipt and about as pleasant to look at. I'm talking complaints going back 7 years, 3 different hospitals, and a pattern of behavior that would make a behavioral psychologist salivate with how textbook it is. I pulled the first document closer, squinting at the dense legal language that seemed specifically designed to obscure the actual content while still technically documenting it. It was a complaint filed by a nurse named Jennifer Kaufman back in 2018 detailing how Drive Price had made repeated inappropriate comments about her appearance, suggested they discuss her career advancement opportunities over drinks, and then became hostile and vindictive when she declined his advances. The complaint had been filed with HR at his previous hospital, investigated for approximately 30 seconds, and then quietly filed away with a note that said, "Matter resolved through mediation." Matter resolved through mediation. I read aloud, letting the sarcasm drip from every syllable. That's corporate speak for we paid her to go away and hoped nobody would notice. Right. Bingo. Frank pulled out another document. This one from a different hospital in 2019. This is Jessica Torres. Similar story. Dr. Price pursued her aggressively. She initially reciprocated because she was young and flattered that a senior physician was paying attention to her. And then when she tried to end things, he made her work life a living hell, switched her to the worst shifts, gave her poor performance reviews, made comments in front of other staff about her being emotionally unstable. She filed a complaint, and surprise, surprise, it was resolved through a confidential settlement that included an NDA. He kept pulling documents out of that folder like a depressing magic trick that just kept going. Sarah Chun in 2020, Amanda Rodriguez in 2021, Melissa Grant in 2022. Each story followed the same basic pattern with slight variations. Dr. Gavin Price identified a target, usually someone younger or in a subordinate position, pursued them with a combination of charm and professional intimidation, got what he wanted, and then either discarded them or made their lives miserable when they tried to assert boundaries. And every single time, the hospital administration had responded with what could generously be called aggressive apathy and more accurately be called active cover-up. How many are there? I asked, feeling something cold and angry settling in my chest like a block of ice that had decided to take up permanent residence that I could find with a week of digging. 8 documented complaints across 3 different hospitals. But here's the thing, Mike. Those are just the ones who actually filed formal complaints. You know how many people experience harassment or assault and never report it? The numbers are depressing as hell. For every complaint in this folder, there's probably 3 or 4 other people who stayed quiet because they were scared of retaliation or didn't think anyone would believe them or just wanted to move on with their lives. Frank pulled out another section of documents. These ones looking more recent and official. And this is the really interesting part. County General where he works now, where Rachel works. They knew. They freaking knew about his history when they hired him 2 years ago. They did a background check. They saw the complaints and they hired him anyway because he's a good doctor with an impressive resume. And apparently being a predator is just a minor personality flaw that can be overlooked if you're good at your job. I stared at the pile of evidence, feeling that cold anger crystallize into something sharp and focused. So, what you're telling me is that this guy has been doing this for years. Multiple women have tried to hold him accountable and the system just keeps protecting him because hospitals are more interested in covering their asses than actually dealing with the problem. That's exactly what I'm telling you. Frank confirmed, this guy knows how to work the system. He knows which lines to not quite cross. He knows how to make settlements happen quietly. He knows how to position himself as the victim when complaints get filed. He's got it down to a science. The man's basically a professional predator with a medical degree and a really good lawyer. Well, isn't that just fantastic? I muttered, running my hands through my hair and probably making it stick up in even more ridiculous directions. My wife didn't just cheat on me with some random guy. She cheated on me with a serial predator who has an entire system in place for getting away with it. I'm not sure if that makes it better or worse. It makes it ammunition, Frank said, leaning forward with that intense look he got when he was really into a case. Look, Mike, I know this is personal for you. I know you're hurt and angry and probably fantasizing about various creative ways to make this guy suffer, but here's what we're going to do. We're going to be smart about this. We're going to collect all the proof. We're going to find these women, and we're going to give them choices. What kind of choices? I asked, though I was already starting to see where Frank was going with this. The choice to come forward together. The choice to break their NDAs because NDAs don't hold up when there's a pattern of criminal behavior or when public safety is at risk. The choice to stop being isolated victims and start being a coordinated force that actually has the power to hold this bastard accountable. Frank was getting animated now, gesturing with his hands like he was conducting an invisible orchestra of justice. 1 complaint gets buried. 2 complaints get settled quietly. 8 complaints from 8 different women all coming forward at the same time. That's a pattern. That's a story. That's the kind of thing that doesn't go away with a quiet settlement and a confidential agreement. I felt something like hope stirring in my chest, mixing with the anger and the hurt and creating some kind of volatile emotional cocktail that probably wasn't healthy, but definitely felt productive. So, we reach out to these women. We show them they're not alone. We build a case that's too big to ignore. Exactly. And we document everything, every conversation, every piece of evidence, every connection between these cases. We make this airtight. Frank tapped the folder again. This guy thinks he's untouchable because he's always been untouchable. He thinks he can keep doing this forever because the system has always protected him. But systems are made of people and people can be persuaded to do the right thing when the evidence is overwhelming and the public is watching. I picked up one of the complaint forms reading through the details of how Dr. Price had systematically destroyed Jennifer Kaufman's career after she rejected him. You know what really gets me? I said it's not just that he's a predator. It's that he's smart about it. He documents things in his favor. He builds paper trails that make his victims look unstable or vindictive. He uses his position and authority to gaslight people into thinking they're the problem. This isn't some crime of passion or moment of weakness. This is calculated. This is a man who sees other people as objects to be collected and discarded, which is why we're going to take him down using his own methods, Frank said with a grim smile. He likes documentation. We'll give him documentation. He likes playing the system. We'll use the system against him. He thinks he's always 2 steps ahead. We're going to be 3 steps ahead with better evidence and more witnesses. I made a joke about Gavin's bedside manner. Must be tender as a stapler and twice as sharp. But underneath the sarcasm, the anger was humming like a live wire. This wasn't just about Rachel anymore. Wasn't just about my wounded pride or my broken marriage. This was about every woman whose name was in that folder. Every victim who'd been silenced. Every person who tried to speak up and been crushed by a system that valued reputation over justice. So where do we start? I asked Frank, already mentally preparing myself for what was coming. We start by reaching out, Frank said carefully, respectfully, and with the understanding that some of these women might not want anything to do with this. But we give them the choice. We show them the pattern. We let them know they're not alone. He stood up and gathered the folder. And then, my friend, we watched Dr. Gavin Price's carefully constructed house of cards come tumbling down. I looked at the folder at the evidence of years of harm and felt that cold anger settle into something like purpose. Good, I said. Let's get to work. Sophie Price called me on a Tuesday morning while I was in the middle of installing a smart lock system for a paranoid tech entrepreneur who was convinced his business partners were trying to steal his app AITA. The name on my phone screen just said unknown caller. And normally I'd let that go to voicemail because unknown callers are usually either telemarketers trying to sell me extended car warranties or robots informing me that my social security number has been compromised and I need to send gift cards immediately to fix it. But something made me answer. Maybe intuition, or maybe just the fact that my life had become so weird that unknown callers could literally be anything from long-lost relatives to hitmen to aliens trying to make first contact. Is this Michael Martinez? The voice was female, composed, and had that particular edge that comes from someone who's done crying about their problems and moved into the strategic planning phase of revenge. Depends on who's asking and whether you're about to serve me papers, I said. Because at this point, I wouldn't have been surprised if Rachel had decided to sue me for emotional distress or some equally insane legal maneuver. This is Sophie Price, Gavin's ex-wife. She let that sink in for exactly 3 seconds before continuing. I heard through the hospital grapevine that you're collecting information about my ex-husband's extracurricular activities, and I think we should talk. I have things you'll want to see. I nearly dropped my drill. Gavin's ex-wife, the woman who'd been married to this predator before he'd moved on to terrorizing the nurses at County General. I'd known he was divorced. Frank had mentioned it in his background research. But I hadn't considered that his ex might be a potential ally in this whole mess. That was stupid of me, actually, because ex-wives are basically walking databases of dirt on their former spouses, especially when those former spouses are serial cheaters with God complexes. I'm listening, I said, stepping away from my paranoid client who was busy explaining his 17-step authentication system that would definitely keep out intruders and definitely drive him insane within 6 months. Not over the phone, lunch today. There's a diner called Rosie's on the east side. You know it. Her tone suggested this wasn't really a question so much as a statement of how things were going to be. I know it. 12:30 work for you. See you there. And Mr. Martinez, come alone. This isn't the kind of conversation that needs an audience. She hung up before I could respond, which seemed to be a theme in my life lately. People dropping bombshells and then disappearing before I could process the information properly. I finished up the smart lock installation in a daze. Took my payment from the paranoid tech guy and spent the drive to Rosie's diner trying to figure out what exactly Gavin's ex-wife wanted from me and whether this was going to be helpful or just add another layer of complexity to my already absurdly complicated situation. Rosie's diner was one of those classic American establishments that had probably been serving coffee and disappointment since the 1950s with red vinyl booths that were held together more by duct tape and hope than actual structural integrity and a menu that featured things like meatloaf surprise where the surprise was probably food poisoning. I spotted Sophie the second I walked in, sitting in a corner booth with her back to the wall, like she was either paranoid or used to being in situations where knowing all the exits was important. She looked exactly like someone who'd been married to Gavin Price and lived to tell the tale. Mid-30s, professionally dressed in a way that screamed, I have a real job and real responsibilities. With dark hair pulled back in a severe bun and the kind of sharp, intelligent eyes that suggested she'd stopped being naive around the same time she'd stopped being married. She wasn't traditionally beautiful. She was better than that. She was the kind of woman who looked like she could calculate your net worth, your moral failings, and the exact amount of you were trying to sell her all in the time it took you to say hello. I slid into the booth across from her and we did that awkward thing where two people who are connected only by the fact that their respective spouse and ex-spouse are terrible human beings try to figure out how to start a conversation. "You look better than I expected," Sophie said, which was possibly the strangest opening line I'd ever received. I was picturing someone more, I don't know, destroyed. Gavin has a way of destroying people. "Give it time. I'm a slow-motion car crash," I replied, flagging down a waitress who looked like she'd been working at Rosie's since the actual 1950s. "Coffee, black, strong enough to strip paint." Sophie ordered the same, which immediately elevated her in my estimation because people who drink black coffee are either serious or dead inside. And in this context, both were acceptable. We sat in silence while the waitress shuffled off. And I used the time to study the woman across from me, trying to figure out what her angle was and whether I could trust her or if this was some elaborate setup orchestrated by Gavin to throw me off track. "I'm going to cut to the chase," Sophie said once our coffees arrived. And she slid a small flash drive across the scarred Formica table like we were in a spy movie and she was passing state secrets. I kept everything. Photos, audio recordings, text messages, emails, video clips that Gavin saved on his personal computer because he's the kind of narcissist who documents his own crimes. It's all on here. I stared at the flash drive like it might explode. Why? Why keep all this? And why give it to me now? Sophie took a long drink of her coffee and I could see the weight of years of anger and hurt and strategic patience in her expression. "I kept it as insurance. When I found out about Gavin's affairs, and yes, plural, your wife is far from the first. I was young enough and stupid enough to think about forgiving him. I believed his excuses about stress and long hours and how these women threw themselves at him. But I wasn't so stupid that I deleted the evidence. I backed everything up, multiple copies in multiple locations. I told myself it was just in case, just for protection, just to have leverage if things got ugly. And things got ugly," I prompted, though I already knew the answer. "Things got nuclear," Sophie confirmed with a bitter smile. "Gavin doesn't just cheat. He collects. He keeps score. He saves messages and photos and recordings of private moments like they're trophies. He has folders on his computer organized by name and date, ratings of his conquests, notes about which ones were easy and which ones required more work. He's not a man having affairs. He's a predator documenting his kills." My stomach turned over and I had to set down my coffee cup before I threw it against the wall. Jesus Christ, he's actually keeping records. This is some kind of sick game. It's exactly a sick game to him. And the worst part, he's smart about it. He never keeps anything that could be traced back to him professionally. No hospital emails, no work phones. Everything's on his personal devices, encrypted and password protected. He thinks he's untouchable. Sophie leaned forward and her eyes had that gleam that comes from someone who's been waiting years for the right moment to strike. "But I had access to everything when we were married. I copied files before the divorce. I saved passwords. I documented patterns. And I've been sitting on this information for 3 years, waiting for the right time to use it. Why now?" I asked. "Why not use this during your divorce? Why not go to the police or the medical board or literally anyone with authority?" "Because I was scared," Sophie admitted, and there was no shame in her voice. Just cold pragmatism. "Gavin has money, connections, lawyers who could bury me in legal fees until I was bankrupt. During the divorce, I used the threat of exposing him to get a better settlement, but I never actually followed through because I didn't have the resources to fight him in court and in public opinion. But you," she pointed at me with one finger. "You have nothing to lose. Your marriage is already over. He's already destroyed your life. And from what I hear through the grapevine, you're building a case with multiple victims and actual evidence beyond what I have here." I picked up the flash drive, feeling its weight. Such a small thing to contain so much damage. "What exactly is on here?" "Everything," Sophie said simply. "Recordings of phone calls where he brags to his friends about his latest conquest. Video clips he secretly recorded during intimate moments. Some of the women knew they were being filmed, some didn't. Text message threads where he discusses strategy for seducing nurses and medical students. Photos he saved as mementos. And most damning of all, a spreadsheet, an actual Excel spreadsheet where he tracked names, dates, ratings, and notes about each woman. He called it his personal achievement log. I call it evidence of systematic predatory behavior." I felt a cold sense of satisfaction wash over me, the kind of feeling you get when all the scattered pieces of a puzzle suddenly click into place and form a picture that finally makes sense. This wasn't just evidence. This was the industry of excuses finally getting an invoice. This was documentation that couldn't be explained away or dismissed as misunderstanding. This was Gavin Price's own meticulous records condemning him. "Why are you giving this to me?" I asked one more time because I needed to understand her motivation. What do you get out of this? Sophie finished her coffee and stood up preparing to leave. I get to watch him fall. I get to know that I played a part in stopping him from hurting more people. And I get to sleep at night knowing I finally did something instead of just sitting on evidence and protecting myself. She pulled out a $20 bill and dropped it on the table for the coffee. Use it well, Mr. Martinez. Make sure it counts because if you screw this up, he'll know where the information came from, and I'll have to disappear. She walked out of the diner like a queen who'd just abdicated her throne, tired, relieved, and finally free of a burden she'd been carrying too long. I sat there with a flash drive in my hand, feeling its weight, knowing that I was now holding the key to everything. The invoice had finally arrived, and it was time to make Gavin Price pay his bill. The County General Hospital Annual Charity Gala was scheduled for Saturday, October 18th, which gave me exactly 2 weeks to transform from a bitter, angry locksmith into an audiovisual terrorist with a flair for dramatic public humiliation. The gala was one of those black tie affairs where rich people paid $500 a plate to eat rubber chicken and feel good about themselves while the hospital administration paraded around their star physicians like prized livestock at a county fair. And this year's guest of honor, the physician being celebrated for his outstanding contributions to patient care and hospital excellence, was none other than Dr. Gavin Price himself. Because apparently the universe has a twisted sense of humor and decided that the man who'd been systematically destroying lives deserved a trophy and a standing ovation. When Frank told me about the gala, I'd laughed so hard I nearly choked on my coffee. You're kidding me. They're giving him an award. What's it for? Most creative use of power dynamics. Outstanding achievement in the field of being a complete bastard. It's the Healer of the Year award. Frank had said with the kind of straight face that suggested he was also appreciating the irony given annually to a physician who demonstrates exceptional dedication to their patients and exemplary professional conduct. The nomination was apparently submitted by the hospital board before your little situation came to light and they're too far into the planning to back out now without raising questions. And that's when the idea hit me with all the subtlety of a brick through a window. Why not use the gala itself as the stage for Gavin's downfall? Why skulk around filing complaints and hoping the system would eventually work when I could literally hijack his moment of triumph and turn it into a public execution? It was elegant. It was mean. It was the kind of poetic justice that made my locksmith heart sing. Because if there's one thing I understand, it's that the best way to break into something is to use the existing infrastructure against itself. I laid out the plan to Frank over beers at his office, which still smelled like sweet and sour pork and broken marriages, while he listened with the expression of a man who was simultaneously impressed and concerned about my mental stability. So, let me get this straight, he'd said after I'd finished my pitch. You want to hack into the hospital's AV system during the gala, plug in Sophie's flash drive, and broadcast Gavin's greatest hits to a room full of donors, hospital administrators, and local media. You want to turn his awards ceremony into a true crime documentary, not hack. That sounds illegal and complicated. I prefer gain authorized access through my extensive knowledge of security systems and the fact that I personally installed the locks on the AV control room 6 months ago when the hospital upgraded their equipment. I grinned at him with a kind of manic energy that probably should have concerned me, but instead felt liberating. I'm a locksmith, Frank. I know every entrance, every access point, every vulnerable spot in that building because half the staff has called me at one point or another to let them into rooms they've locked themselves out of. I'm not breaking in. I'm just opening doors that are already there. Frank had stared at me for a long moment before breaking into a grin that matched mine. You magnificent, vengeful son of a, this is either the best idea you've ever had or the worst. And I genuinely can't tell which. Why not both? I'd replied, already mentally mapping out the logistics. Over the next 2 weeks, I became intimately familiar with the County General Hospital event space, the AV setup for the gala, and the exact sequence of events planned for the evening. I reached out to Tommy Chan, a guy I knew from my cop days who'd left the force to become an AV technician because he decided he'd rather work with equipment than people, and who owed me a favor from that time I'd helped him get out of a sticky situation involving his ex-girlfriend, a restraining order, and a misunderstanding about who actually owned the PlayStation. Tommy was more than happy to give me a crash course in basic AV system operation, especially when I told him it was for a surprise presentation at a hospital charity event. You're not going to do anything that'll get me in trouble, right? Tommy had asked nervously, showing me how to connect external drives to the projection system. Define trouble? I'd replied, which in retrospect probably wasn't the most reassuring answer. But Tommy had shrugged and showed me the rest of the system anyway because he was a good friend and also because he secretly loved the idea of chaos unfolding in formal settings. Frank handled what he called the legal infrastructure, which meant making sure we had reporters lined up who'd actually show up to the gala and pay attention when things went sideways. He reached out to Maria Gonzalez at the local news station, an investigative journalist who'd been trying to break a story about hospital misconduct for years and was basically salivating at the prospect of a scandal this juicy falling into her lap. He also contacted a few freelance journalists who specialized in medical ethics violations, plus a blogger who ran a popular site about holding powerful institutions accountable. Frank was building an audience, making sure that when the show started, there'd be people there to document it and spread the word. "We're not just exposing Gavin," Frank explained over one of our planning sessions. "We're creating a moment that can't be ignored or swept under the rug. We're making sure there are enough witnesses and enough media coverage that the hospital has no choice but to respond publicly instead of handling this quietly behind closed doors like they've done with every other complaint against him." Leia became our inside coordinator, the person who kept nervous nurses calm and made sure that the women who'd agreed to come forward knew what was happening and when. She'd reached out to several of Gavin's victims carefully, respectfully, explaining that there was going to be a public reckoning and asking if they wanted to be present for it or if they preferred to stay away and let their evidence speak for itself. Some chose to attend the gala, wanting to watch Gavin's face when his world collapsed. Others decided to stay home, but gave Ela permission to represent their stories. A few wanted nothing to do with any of it and asked to be left alone, which we respected because this was about giving people choices, not forcing them into another situation where they had no control. Leia was perfect for this role because she had that combination of fitness instructor peppiness and genuine empathy that made people trust her even when she was basically recruiting them for an ambush. She'd text me updates throughout the week. "Got 3 more confirmed attendees. Jessica Torres wants to be there. Sarah Chun is flying in from Colorado because she says she wouldn't miss this for anything." And each message felt like another piece clicking into place. Sophie was the quiet fire in the background. The quality control specialist making sure that every file on the flash drive was authentic, admissible, and devastating. She went through the recordings and photos with the kind of meticulous attention to detail that suggested she'd been preparing for this moment for years, organizing everything chronologically, creating a presentation that told a clear story from beginning to end. She put together a highlight reel that was only 12 minutes long, but contained enough evidence to bury Gavin 6 feet under, complete with audio clips of him bragging about his conquests, screenshots of the on-call club chat, and excerpts from his infamous spreadsheet with names redacted to protect the victims, but numbers clearly visible. 12 minutes, Sophie had told me when she handed over the finalized flash drive. That's all you need. 12 minutes of his own words, his own documentation, his own systematic predation laid out in a way that even the most willfully ignorant administrator can't dismiss. I've timed it to sync with the planned award presentation. Right after they announce his name and he takes the stage, you start the video. Maximum impact, maximum humiliation. We rehearsed the plan until I could execute it in my sleep. Frank would be positioned near the exits with his journalist contacts, ready to intercept anyone who tried to shut down the presentation or flee the scene. Leia would be scattered throughout the audience with the victims who chose to attend, providing moral support and making sure everyone felt safe. Sophie would be in the back of the room watching from the shadows like the ghost of Gavin's past coming back to haunt him. And I would be in the AV control room, which I had keys to naturally because I'd installed the locks, ready to plug in the flash drive at exactly the right moment and turn the hospital celebration into a public trial. It was elegant in its simplicity. We weren't relying on the system to deliver justice. We were creating our own system using the tools available to us, fitting the key into the last lock of a house built entirely on lies and professional courtesy. The hospital wanted to celebrate Dr. Gavin Price's contributions. Fine. We'd show them exactly what he'd been contributing to. The night before the gala, I sat in my apartment with the flash drive in my hand, thinking about how I'd gone from a locksmith with a failing marriage to a man orchestrating what was essentially a coordinated public execution using PowerPoint and a sound system. It was absurd. It was probably illegal in ways I hadn't fully considered. It was definitely going to blow up my life even more than it was already blown up. But it was also necessary because men like Gavin Price don't stop on their own. They don't develop consciences or suddenly decide to change their behavior. They keep going until someone stops them, until the cost of their actions finally exceeds the benefit, until the locks they've been hiding behind get picked by someone who knows exactly how locks work. I plugged the flash drive into my laptop one more time, watching Sophie's carefully crafted presentation playthrough. 12 minutes of truth, 12 minutes of receipts, 12 minutes of a man condemning himself with his own evidence. If this becomes a soap opera, I expect royalties, I muttered to myself, channeling my nervous energy into sarcasm, because that's what I did best. Tomorrow night, Dr. Gavin Price would walk onto that stage expecting applause and admiration. Instead, he'd get accountability, served cold in public. I couldn't wait. The morning of the gala arrived with the kind of ominous gray sky that suggested even the weather knew something dramatic was about to go down and wanted to set the appropriate mood. I woke up at 6 a.m. without an alarm. Which is what happens when your brain decides that sleep is for people who aren't about to commit social terrorism against their wife's boyfriend in front of 200 of the county's most influential citizens. I lay in bed staring at the ceiling for approximately 45 seconds before giving up on the pretense of rest and hauling myself into the shower, where I stood under scalding water and mentally rehearsed the evening's plan for the 11,000th time. The flash drive was sitting on my kitchen counter next to my coffee maker, plugged into my laptop for one final review. I'd watched Sophie's presentation so many times I could probably recite the whole thing from memory, complete with the audio clips of Gavin bragging about his conquests and the screenshots of his disturbing spreadsheet. 12 minutes of carefully curated evidence that would either change everything or blow up spectacularly in my face. And at this point, I was 50-50 on which outcome was more likely. I made coffee strong enough to wake the dead and possibly power a small vehicle and was in the middle of my second cup when my phone rang. Rachel's name lit up the screen and I stared at it like it was a live grenade that had just materialized in my kitchen. She hadn't called since the morning after our doorstep confrontation 2 weeks ago, communicating only through tour text messages about logistics like who was paying which bills and whether I'd forwarded her mail. The fact that she was calling now on this specific morning meant one of two things. Either she'd somehow found out about the plan or her guilty conscience had finally kicked into overdrive. I let it ring 3 times while I debated whether answering would be cathartic or just painful. Then accepted the call because apparently I was a glutton for punishment, and also because part of me, the stupid sentimental part that remembered loving this woman, needed to hear what she had to say. Mike. Her voice came through sounding wrecked, like she'd been crying or hadn't slept, or possibly both. Mike, please don't hang up. I need to talk to you. Well, you've got me on the phone, so talk, I said, keeping my voice flat and emotionless because if I let any actual feeling through, this conversation was going to go sideways fast. Though, I have to say, your timing is interesting. Got something you need to get off your chest on this fine Saturday morning? I ended things with Gavin. She said it quickly, like ripping off a band-aid, and I could hear the desperation underneath the words. 2 days ago, I told him it was over, that I made a mistake, that I want to try to fix things with you. I know I don't deserve another chance, but Mike, we've been together for 6 years. We have history. We had something real. Please, I'm begging you to consider couples counseling. We can work through this. I laughed and it came out harsh and bitter, like broken glass being ground into salt. You ended things 2 days ago. 2 days ago, after 4 months of sneaking around, after lying to my face, after letting your boss text me from your phone at 1 o'clock in the morning like I was some irrelevant obstacle to be dismissed, and now you want counseling. Now you want to work through this, Rachel. The audacity is actually impressive. Like, if they gave out awards for sheer nerve, you'd be taking home a trophy tonight. I know I screwed up. Screwed up. I cut her off, feeling the anger that I'd been carefully controlling start to leak through. Screwed up is forgetting to take out the trash or accidentally dyeing my white shirts pink in the laundry. What you did was make a conscious choice repeatedly for months to betray me with your boss while I was home thinking we were just going through a rough patch. That's not screwing up, Rachel. That's systematic deception. She was crying now. I could hear it in her breathing. But I couldn't make myself care the way I would have even 3 weeks ago. Something fundamental had broken between us. Some foundation stone that you can't just glue back together with tears and promises of counseling. Mike, please. Her voice cracked. I love you. I never stopped loving you. Gavin was. He was a mistake. A terrible, stupid mistake that I regret more than anything. But it's over now. I've blocked his number. I've put in for a transfer to a different department. I'm doing everything I can to make this right. Let me ask you something, I said, and my voice came out colder than I'd intended, sharp enough to cut. Did Gavin record you? Did he take photos, videos, save your text messages? Did he document your relationship like it was some kind of conquest he wanted to remember? The silence that followed was deafening. It stretched out for 5 seconds, then 10. And in that silence, I heard everything I needed to know. The fear, the realization, the understanding that whatever promises Gavin had made about privacy and discretion were as worthless as his marriage vows had probably been. He promised he'd deleted everything. Rachel finally whispered, and she sounded small and scared and young in a way that made something twist painfully in my chest despite my anger. After I told him we were done, he said he'd delete all the messages and photos. He promised, Mike, he said. He promised. Yeah, like men in dramas promise. I interrupted and the sarcasm was back in full force because it was easier than acknowledging the part of me that still hurt for her that recognized she'd been played by someone with a lot more experience in manipulation than she had. Let me tell you something about Gavin Price that you apparently haven't figured out yet. He doesn't delete anything. He collects, he saves, he documents every conquest like he's building a museum dedicated to his own ego and other people's bad decisions. So, no, Rachel, he didn't delete your messages. They're probably backed up in 3 different cloud storage accounts with labels and dates and maybe even ratings. Her crying intensified, dissolving into the kind of sobbing that comes from genuine fear and the dawning realization that you've been way more naive than you thought possible. Oh God. Oh God. Mike, you have to help me. If those photos get out, if people see my job, my reputation, my family, now you care about your job and reputation. The words came out harsher than I'd intended, but I was too far gone to pull them back. Where was that concern 4 months ago when you were making the choice to sleep with your boss? Where was that forward thinking when you were letting him photograph intimate moments? I didn't know. She practically shouted and there was genuine anguish in her voice. I didn't know he was recording some of it. I didn't know he saved everything. I didn't know about the other women or the chat group where she stopped and I could hear her trying to compose herself. Wait, how do you know about all this? How do you know what Gavin does? Because unlike you, I did my homework, I said flatly. When I found out my wife was cheating, I didn't just sit around crying into my beer. I investigated. I talked to people. I found evidence. And let me tell you, Rachel, what I found is so much worse than you cheating with your boss. What I found is a pattern of predatory behavior going back years. Multiple victims, systematic abuse of power, and documentation that would make a prosecutor weep with joy. There was another long pause and when Rachel spoke again, her voice was shaking. Mike, what are you planning to do? Why are you telling me this? Because tonight is the hospital gala, I said. And I was surprised by how calm I sounded, how collected, like I was explaining the weather instead of my plans to destroy her boyfriend's career. Tonight, Gavin gets his award for being Healer of the Year or whatever title they're giving him. And tonight, everyone at that gala is going to see exactly what kind of healer he really is. No, it came out as a whisper, then stronger. No, Mike, you can't. Please, I'm begging you. Don't do this publicly. Don't make this a spectacle. It'll destroy me, too. Everyone will know. My colleagues, my friends, my parents. You should have thought about that before you let Gavin take pictures, I said. And part of me recognized I was being cruel. But the bigger part was too angry and hurt to care. You made your choices, Rachel. You chose to have an affair. You chose to trust a man who collects women like baseball cards. You chose to believe his promises. And now you get to live with the consequences of those choices, just like I have to live with the consequences of marrying someone who betrayed me. Mike, please stop. I cut her off, suddenly exhausted by the whole conversation, by the pleading and the tears and the last-minute appeals to my better nature. Stop begging. Stop making promises you won't keep. Stop acting like you can fix this with enough crying and apologies. It's done, Rachel. We're done. Whatever you thought we had is gone, and you killed it yourself. You can hide if you want to. You can call in sick to the gala, stay home, pretend none of this is happening, but you can't unend what's already been saved. You can't delete files that have already been backed up in multiple locations. The truth is coming out whether you like it or not. And you get to decide whether you face it or run from it. She was sobbing openly now, but I felt nothing except a hollow sort of finality like closing a door on a room you know you'll never enter again. If this becomes a soap opera, I expect royalties, I said. And I meant it half seriously. Half as a defense mechanism against the part of me that was hurting along with her despite everything. I hung up before she could respond, before she could beg more or promise more or say anything else that might make me reconsider. I set my phone face down on the counter and finished my coffee, looking at the flash drive sitting next to my laptop. Tonight, the truth came out. Tonight, everyone would see what I'd been seeing for weeks. And if Rachel got caught in the blast radius, well, actions have consequences, and she'd earned hers. The County General Hospital annual charity gala was exactly as pretentious as I'd imagined. Which is to say, it looked like someone had taken a Pinterest board labeled classy medical event and vomited it all over the hospital's conference center with no regard for subtlety or taste. There were ice sculptures shaped like stethoscopes because nothing says we care about healthcare quite like expensive frozen water that'll melt into a puddle by the end of the night. White tablecloths covered every surface. Each table featuring centerpieces of roses and leaves that probably cost more than my monthly rent. And a string quartet was playing softly in the corner like this was a 19th century European ball instead of a fundraiser in a mid-sized American city where half the attendees were just here for the open bar and tax-deductible charitable donations. I'd arrived early, dressed in the only suit I owned, a charcoal gray number I'd worn to my wedding, and then subsequently to about 4 funerals, which felt grimly appropriate given what I was about to do. Frank had secured me a ticket through one of his contacts who worked in hospital administration, a woman named Patricia, who'd been one of Gavin's victims 3 years ago, and was absolutely thrilled to facilitate his public execution. She'd even helped me get access to the AV control room earlier in the day, letting me in with her staff badge while I pretended to be checking the security on the door locks and definitely not installing a backup system that would prevent anyone from shutting down the presentation once it started. The room was filling up fast with exactly the kind of people you'd expect at a $500 plate charity dinner. Wealthy donors in designer gowns and tailored tuxedos. Hospital board members who all looked like they'd stepped out of a catalog for successful people who make important decisions. Local politicians gladdening their way through the crowd like they were campaigning even though nobody was voting on anything tonight. And of course, the medical staff, doctors, and nurses dressed in their formal best, pretending they weren't all secretly hoping the bar would stay open late enough to make the speeches tolerable. I spotted Frank near the east entrance looking uncomfortable in a suit that probably hadn't been worn since his daughter's wedding 2 years ago, standing next to Maria Gonzalez from Channel 7 News and at least 3 other journalists I recognized from Frank's briefings. They were all trying to look casual like they were just here for the chicken and the charitable cause. Definitely not waiting for a scandal to erupt that would give them the story of the year. Leia was scattered throughout the crowd with several women I recognized from Frank's victim folder. Jennifer Kaufman, Jessica Torres, Sarah Chun, who'd flown in from Colorado specifically for this. All of them looking nervous and determined in equal measure, like soldiers waiting for a battle they'd been training for their entire lives. Sophie was in the back of the room, exactly where she'd said she'd be, wearing a black dress that made her look like she was attending a funeral, which was fitting since we were about to bury Gavin's career alive. She caught my eye and gave me the smallest nod, a gesture that said, "It's time and good luck and burn it all down." All in one slight movement. The ceremony started at 7:30 with all the pomp and circumstance of people who take themselves way too seriously. The hospital CEO, a silver-haired man named Richard Beaumont, who had the kind of authoritative voice that made you think he'd never been wrong about anything in his entire life, took the stage, and launched into a speech about County General's commitment to excellence and community service. He thanked the donors, praised the staff, made some jokes that landed with varying degrees of success, and generally did all the things that people do when they're killing time before the main event. Then came the moment I'd been waiting for. Dr. Alvarez, the chief of staff, a stern woman in her 50s who looked like she'd personally performed open-heart surgery on her own sense of humor and removed it entirely, stepped up to the microphone to introduce the evening's honoree. "It is my great privilege," she began reading from note cards like she was announcing the winner of an Oscar, to present this year's Healer of the Year award to a physician who embodies everything we value at County General Hospital. His dedication to his patients is unmatched. His commitment to excellence in medical care is an inspiration to us all. He represents the very best of what it means to be a healer in our modern healthcare system. Please join me in welcoming to the stage Dr. Gavin Price. The applause started polite at first and then building as Gavin made his way to the stage with the kind of confident stride that comes from someone who genuinely believes they deserve every bit of praise they're about to receive. He looked exactly like he always looked in my mental picture of him. Handsome in that generic television doctor way. Impeccably dressed in a tuxedo that probably cost more than my truck. With that smile that I now recognized as the expression of a predator who'd gotten away with everything and expected to keep getting away with it forever. He shook hands with Dr. Alvarez, accepted the crystal trophy that probably also cost more than my truck, and stepped up to the microphone with the crystal award held high like he just won the Super Bowl of being a terrible human being. The applause continued, and I watched from my position near the AV control room as he basked in it, soaking up the admiration like a plant that had been genetically modified to feed exclusively on ego and false praise. "Thank you," he began, his voice smooth and practiced, the voice of someone who'd given speeches before and knew exactly how to work a crowd. "I am truly humbled by this recognition. When I became a doctor, I made a commitment to serve my patients with compassion, integrity, and that's when I hit the trigger." The lights dimmed slightly. I programmed that into the sequence because if you're going to ruin someone's life, you might as well do it with dramatic lighting. And the massive projection screens on either side of the stage flickered to life. Gavin stopped mid-sentence, confused, turning to look at the screens with that expression people get when technology does something unexpected and they're not sure if it's part of the show or a malfunction. The first slide appeared, A screenshot of the on-call club chat group blown up to 15 feet tall and crystal clear in high definition. The group name was visible at the top along with a list of members. 23 names, including Gavin's right at the top with a little crown emoji next to it that designated him as the group administrator. Below that, message after message of crude jokes, conquest comparisons, and the kind of locker room talk that would make a frat boy blush. The room went silent. Not the comfortable silence of people paying attention, but the shocked silence of people trying to process what they're seeing and coming up short on explanations that make sense. Then came the audio. Gavin's voice recorded from one of Sophie's save files playing through the conference center's surround sound system with perfect clarity. Late shift scored me another point. Martinez's wife is easier than I thought. Husband's a locksmith. Ironic since he can't lock down his own marriage. Followed by laughter is laughter, the sound of someone who thought this was hilarious instead of sociopathic. I watched the color drain from Gavin's face as he stood there on stage trapped in a spotlight, watching his own words condemn him on screens the size of billboards. He started to move, reaching for Dr. Alvarez, trying to say something, but the presentation just kept rolling with the mechanical efficiency of truth that doesn't care about excuses. More screenshots. The spreadsheet, his personal achievement log with names redacted but numbers clearly visible. 47 entries over 7 years. Ratings from 1 to 10. Notes about difficulty level and whether they'd been worth the effort. Clinical cold documented proof that this wasn't romance or even just garden variety cheating. This was systematic predation treated like a hobby that required meticulous record keeping. The shock in the room was turning into something else now. Horror, disgust, anger. I could see it rippling through the crowd like a wave. Faces contorting, hands covering mouths, people turning to their neighbors with expressions that asked, "Are you seeing this? And is this real?" People were standing up, some moving closer to see better, others backing away like the screens might be contagious. Rachel, because of course she'd shown up despite my warning, was sitting at a table near the front with some of her nursing colleagues, and I watched her collapse forward with her face in her hands, her whole body shaking with sobs that I could see even from across the room. Leia was crying too, though whether from relief or trauma or just the overwhelming emotion of watching justice finally happen, I couldn't tell. The presentation reached its crescendo. A video clip of Gavin at what looked like a bar drunk and bragging to someone off camera about his conquests, referring to the nurses at County General as his personal hunting ground and joking about how easy it was to manipulate women who were exhausted from double shifts and looking for validation from authority figures. His own face, his own voice, his own words recorded and saved and now playing for everyone to see. I stepped out of the shadows, then walking toward the stage with my hands in my pockets and my heart pounding so hard I thought it might crack my ribs. Someone needed to speak to narrate what everyone was seeing to make sure there was no room for misunderstanding or spin. "Good evening," I said, and my voice came out clear and flat through the microphone system because I planned for this too. Had tested the audio earlier to make sure I could be heard. "My name is Michael Martinez. That's my wife that Dr. Price was bragging about. And what you're watching isn't a misunderstanding or a technical glitch or some kind of elaborate prank. This is documentation. This is evidence. This is Dr. Gavin Price in his own words with his own record showing you exactly who he is when he thinks nobody's watching." The crowd was in full chaos now. People shouting, some trying to leave, others pulling out phones to record what was happening because we lived in an age where if it wasn't on social media, it might as well not have happened. Dr. Alvarez was yelling something at the AV staff, trying to get them to shut it down, but my backup system was doing exactly what I designed it to do, playing through to the end regardless of what buttons anyone pushed. Gavin finally found his voice and he started to flail verbally, trying to explain, to excuse, to spin this into something other than what it obviously was. "This is taken out of context. This is a violation of my privacy. You don't understand. Is there a warranty on that charm?" I called out, my voice cutting through his protest with the kind of dry sarcasm that had gotten me through the last 3 weeks because it seems to be malfunctioning pretty badly right now. Some people laughed, nervous, shocked laughter, the kind that happens when something is so awful that humor becomes a defense mechanism. Others just stared, and in their faces, I saw the dawning realization that everything they thought they knew about Dr. Gavin Price was a carefully constructed lie. Security was moving toward the stage now, not to stop the presentation, but to escort Gavin out as the crowd turned hostile. People were shouting at him, "You broke us, and how could you?" And phrases considerably less polite that I'm not going to repeat because this story is already dark enough without adding creative profanity. The presentation ended exactly 12 minutes after it started. The screens going dark and the lights coming back up to reveal a room full of people who would never look at County General Hospital or Dr. Gavin Price the same way again. Mission accomplished. Morning news, social media, Text messages, the whole digital universe exploded overnight. Gavin was on administrative leave, probably getting fired once the lawyers figured out how to phrase it without getting sued. The hospital launched an internal inquiry, which is corporate speak for, "We're going to look really busy while we figure out how to cover our asses." Some nurses came by to say thank you. Others wouldn't make eye contact. Small towns are brutal with gossip. And Rachel's reputation was thoroughly torched. She might keep her job. She might not. Honestly, not my problem anymore. Sophie disappeared like a spy who'd completed her mission. Leia left town to teach spin classes somewhere with fewer whispers. Frank went back to his pie work, cracking fewer jokes about retirement. I went home to a house that felt different. Not empty, just honest. The locksmith finally had his favorite kind of quiet, unlocked. I didn't want to destroy anyone. I just wanted truth. Turns out truth was cleaner than living a lie. They thought they'd locked me out. They forgot who makes the keys.